You wanted them here. I am surprised that I am here to assist my minister, and my colleague is actually reading from a report purported to be coming from the company. And so when you do that, and the audiences are sitting here, I seem to be lost. So I don't know which one we are speaking to.
Honorable member, a very good standing member of the committee. I made a pronouncement before you started. We are going by the Auditor General's report. So whatever that company has written or not, we are going through Auditor General's report. And as the minister said, he has consulted the Attorney General to advise on it. So that's where we are going. So Attorney General will advise on it, and then we'll go by what the Auditor Generals have said. So what he read is not part of the report.
Whatever we discuss here is being captured by the Ansah, and I believe that that will be part of the report that will be prepared by the committee.
Honorable member, that's the way we are going. We are going by the Auditor General's report.
Mr. Chair, the truth of the matter is that this committee wrote a letter to the companies in question. In fact, we've written letters to Libara, we've written letters to Smart Infraco. First was for them to appear before this committee, and they gave us a detailed response, and this came from Smart Infraco because, I mean, like we all said, the initial contract was between the state and Libara, but later it was novated to Smart Infraco, and they are those handling the thing now. So whatever I am referring to are responses that are before this committee. Yes, you may ask for copies of that. These documents came on Friday. These documents came to this committee on Friday. And the only thing that you needed to do as a member was to ask your leader, ask me that you want copies, and I'll make them available to you. But you can't be in these two shoes. You have sworn an oath to be a member of the ministry, and now you are challenging on a committee works. I don't think it is proper. I mean, nothing untoward has happened, and what we seek to do is to find out the truth and how we are able to save the state money. That is all we are interested in this committee. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, honorable members, I have ruled on it. We are going by what the Auditor General has given us. And if we have any issues, the ministry has any issues, you are going through the Attorney General. Let it stay the way that it is. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Chairman, just to announce that per the request that came, I have forwarded to yourself, the Chair and the Deputy Vice Chair, the original contract, the first addendum and the second addendum. I've sent them electronically to you. I would be grateful if you can confirm receipt of same.
Yes, I can confirm receipts of those reports. And I think it's the same contracts that Smart Infraco and the others sent to us when they responded to it. But it's just a word of advice. Usually, when you are out with your minister and your minister speaks, that is final. This is just a word of advice, because I have also been where I have been a deputy minister, and usually when we go out and your minister speaks, it is final. This is just a word of advice. And I think you spoke to us clearly. You said you were going to carry out A, B, C, and D. The chairperson for this sitting ruled and said, for us, we are following the Auditor General's report, so that irrespective of what has been said here, it is the Auditor General's report that we are following. I also made I agreed with you on certain portions of it that clearly, for me, I'm not comfortable with the whole costs being applied to the way to the revenue the way it was done. So I also agree with you that we should validate the costs and then come out with the actual that truly they owe the states or whatever it is, and then we can make progress and move forward. That should have been the end of of the discussion. So, Minister, thank you very much. Just a word of advice. We've been there.
Okay, let's make progress. Let's go to the next infraction. It's on paragraph 1471, and OPK will handle that one.
And this has to do with some unsupported payment to Smart Infraco, 6,755,175 Ghana cedis. Minister, December 20th, 2023, your ministry paid 6,755,174.94 to Smart Infraco Limited for a connectivity platform. The issues the auditors have with this payment is that there were no supporting documents, no evidence of services rendered, no certificate of work done, and no expenditure justification. Are you able to tell this committee if what your response is on this infraction, and we can take it.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just so that the records bear this out, this did not happen under Sam George, but at the ministry, yes, by my predecessor. In 2023, this happened in 2023, just so that the records bear us out clear, because we won't superintend over such action. But we have followed up. We've followed up, and NITA, which is the implementing agency on this project, has been asked to submit all the documentation on the project. They've submitted a closure of project report to us. The letter via which they send that to us is NITA/MOCD/VAS/20/12/22. And that was dated 22nd December 2020. We've sent it to the audit services for verification. I don't know if they received it and what the status of that is. But NITA has provided us some documentation relative to that payment. Again, bear in mind that NITA is under new management. And so whatever they've been able to retrieve, we forwarded to the audit service pending their verification. If they verify the amount, then I believe that will bring closure to it. But if they raise queries on it, then we'll need to further dig into that matter.
Auditors, are you able to confirm whether or not you received documentations to the effect of these payments?
Honorable Chair, will be pleased if they have it here, they provide the documents to us, because we don't have it now at the moment.
The minister is is a digitized man, so he can send you soft copy. This one you have a hard copy.
Again, if they want us to provide them a soft copy, a digital copy, we can. But I also have a physical hard copy here, which I can table before the committee for the review of the auditors. But then it has to be authenticated and verified. But this is what we've received, and we have a copy here.
Thank you. And you see, Minister, I keep on referring to the response that Smart Infraco gave us. Probably maybe we should make copies available to you, so that at least we are able to reconcile and get there. Because in their response, they deny this payment. They deny that these payments were made to them, but they claim that they could justify for the payment. No, I'm coming. They also claim that the Auditor General's report miscalculated or misclassified the payment, arguing that it was not part of the e-government infrastructure commercialization contract, but rather a different project altogether. And so we will share with you their response. We'll share with the auditors their response, so that we can reconcile and have a certain agreement with respect to this, so that we know what the real challenge is. What is it that if we have to make any reference to the Auditor General, to the Attorney General, what is it specifically that we are doing? Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I am guided, and I'm grateful to get a copy of the responses. However, I just want to make the point clear. My fidelity is to the state. It's not to a company. And once my fidelity is to the state, as a member of Parliament myself and a former member of this committee, I understand that what forms the base material for my decision making is not a company's rendition and response, but the Auditor General of Ghana's report. And so long as the Auditor General of Ghana has raised questions about that payment, even if a private company thinks that they have challenges, they can have redress to the courts, to clear their names. And sitting in this committee as a member, we've had cause to ask companies to go to court to clear their name and challenge the decisions of the Auditor General. But sitting in this chair as Minister of State, my fidelity is to the Ghanaian people and the Auditor General's report, and that says that that payment was questionable. We have raised the documentation that we have found. I think that we should allow the Auditor General to verify and authenticate and vet it. And then on the basis of the rule of the decision of the Auditor General, we can proceed, but not on the opinion of a private company. Thank you.
Certainly, we agree with you 100%. I mean, we sit here with the sole aim to protect the public purse. How we do that, I mean, we won't be members of this committee, is that we interrogate the matter beyond what the Auditor General has given us. Then we can now report to Parliament, the plenary, what indeed the Auditor General meant in the committee. In doing so, your feedback, that of the Auditor General, and in this case, the last reference where we brought on board the companies, all matter. So we respect your response. We also appreciate the response from the company. We also rely heavily on what the Auditor General tells us. Then we can now conclude. And that is why I was making reference to the response that they gave us. And we are ready to even give you a copy so that it can help you in your reconciliation and even in your moving forward. So for us, it's about the state. And I know for you, it's about the state. That is why we are here. Thank you very much.
All right. Just like I ruled earlier, we are going by the Auditor General's report. Whatever the company has given to us, we'll allow them to go through it with the Attorney General and the Auditor General. We are here reviewing Auditor General's report. Okay, now let's move on. Ministry of Communications. Let's go to the Postal and Courier Services. And Honorable OPK, you go through the financials.
Thank you very much. And Minister, I want to refer you to page 910. And it's on your financial performance with respect to Postal and Courier Services Regulatory Commission. So your commission ended the year with a deficit of 259,631, as compared to a surplus that was that you made in 2021, and this represents a decline of about 131% in your financial statement. Are you able to give reasons for this decline? Thank you.
Madam Chair, again, archival material, because this predates us coming into the office, but the understanding we have is that in 2021, there was some level of enforcement activities that happened. And normally when you do enforcement activities, you have revenue inflows, because when you carry out an enforcement activity, people come and register to stay on track. And so that would have accounted for the spike you saw in 2021 vis-a-vis the other year, where it looked as though there was really not much of enforcement done that year. So you see that most times from the earnings. But again, like I said, these are based on information available to us since we're not in the seat at the time.
Thank you, and I appreciate your response. But if you look at the statement, it looks like in 2021, the subvention that came to the commission was 1,740,369, as compared to that of 2022, which was 758,000. And we know that, yes, but if you take a look at your internally generated funds, there seems to be some very slight, about 19% increase. So I think the difference is coming from the subvention. And I think that comes from the Ministry of Finance and what comes to you. Yes, so.
With the greatest of respect, I think that Honorable Kwabena would have been the best person to answer this question. She was Deputy Finance Minister or Minister of State at the Finance Ministry at the time. She decided with her former boss not to give financial clearance for replacement of staff, and that's what led to the drop in the compensation vote. So this is a question that Kwabena should be answering, not me.
You are out of order.
Minister, financials. Minister, your income also decreased some 35%, and the auditors say it was mainly due to decrease in government subvention. I think we have addressed this, but all in all, I just want to find out from you what is it that is changing now in the Postal and Courier Services Regulatory Commission to ensure that they rely heavily on their IGF instead of relying on government to be giving them funds. What is it that we are doing there?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We've undertaken a holistic review of the Postal and Courier Services Regulatory Commission as part of our broader policy overhaul that we're doing in the ministry. I believe that their legislation is over 20 years old. And so we are currently reviewing their legislation. It's part of the proposals are to move them just beyond postal and courier to even take care of logistical services. Because when you look at the evolution of time right now, you realize that a lot of logistical sub-service providers are actually doing now postal and courier work. And so they're outside the remit. It's a gray area. They are not they're not captured by the transporters, and they're also not captured by the postal and courier area. So we're looking to fine-tune the legislation to ensure that we make it Postal, Courier, and Logistical Services Regulatory Commission. That work is going on. It will come. We've put out the request for inputs. At the ministry, we've put out the bill, the draft bill, and asked people to make their inputs. But a few months ago, the commission decided to start rapid enforcement of registration. And I had cause to speak to the commission to halt the process because we thought that there was the need for further stakeholder engagements. Let us be clear. We would instill enforcement of the laws for courier services. We can't have a situation where we've had instances where people have ordered food, for example, and the food arrives and the meat on the food has been eaten. You know, people order things and courier companies do not deliver them in the manner in which they ought to. So we need to have some regulation of the space. And you can only enforce this in collaboration with the Ghana Police Service. But what we've chosen to do is to put a moratorium. We spoke with the board and the executive secretary. We've put a moratorium till the end of the year for everyone to get themselves licensed, either as an independent operator or under a fleet management operation certification. And then what we've also done is I've made the case to the Postal and Courier Services that we're looking at the job of young men and women. And when I met with the Postal and Courier unions, the associations, with the MD and the board, one of them told us, I said, look, don't look at us as criminals. See us as hustlers who are struggling to survive. Because many of these young men who do courier services, but for that job, will be unemployed and will pose a security risk to our country. So we've spoken to them and said, instead of charging, was what, 1,070 Ghana cedis to register in one go, we've decided that we're giving them a 50% moratorium on the 1,000 Ghana cedi to allow proper uptake. Because the reality is, if you say a motor rider who most likely earns 50 cedis as his take home. Because again, people should not look at what they charge per delivery. The motorbikes don't belong to them. They pay. And so at the end of the day, the person goes home with 50 Ghana cedi. If you are charging him 1,000 Ghana cedi, that's 200 days worth of earnings.
Yes, sir, please, are they under the Fees and Charges Act? If they are they supposed to charge that amount for?
It's been approved under the Fees and Charges. And so we are working to drop it in the current Fees and Charges that will come. And that's why we've put a moratorium on enforcement. And then said that once we are able to pass the new fees, in the first 3 months of next year, we would expect that all of them do the needful and register. Enforcement, we announced, will start on the 1st of April 2026. So we're hoping to get the fees dropped in the Fees and Charges, because again, like I'm saying, if you look at the reality, those fees appear to be too punitive. If you're asking a rider to pay equivalent of 200 working days of his earnings as a regulatory fee, that in itself lends to people not complying with the regulation. So we are trying to drop it to make sure that it is more friendly for people to be able to. We've asked them to also create USSD codes where people don't have to walk or ride to their offices before they can register. You can register using a short code and your Momo and get the PIN. And then we've also asked them to, just like the insurance companies have done, where the police are able to check, in this case with the chassis number of the motorbike or the tricycle, if they enter it into the system, it will show whether they are a valid license holder or not, so that the harassment of these young men on the road will cease. We want to enforce the law, but we want to do it with a human face.
I reserve my comments for now.
But so currently, what is it like? For instance, I know that now people do no longer go to the passport office to pick their passport. Do you have any collaboration with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs where this gentleman can get some deliveries directly from the States and it to be continuous and has that assurance? If you have not looked at it, it's something that you should consider. Yeah.
Well, Madam Chair, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is responsible for the passports. My respectable brother and colleague, Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, decided to digitize the entire process, and in doing so, put out a public tender for courier companies to put in a bid. The Postal and Courier Services Regulatory Commission is different from Ghana Post. The Postal and Courier Services Regulatory Commission is the regulator. Ghana Post is a player. So it's like having NCA as a regulator, and if we had a Ghana Telecom operating. So the Postal and Courier Services has nothing to do with the courier services of the passports. But we asked Ghana Post to put a bid. They did, and they won in 7. Is it 7? How many regions? So they won the bid to deliver in 7 out of 16 regions. However, in reality, the Ghana Postal Company, Ghana Post, is doing the delivery in all 16 regions. Because even those who won the other lots are relying on Ghana Post infrastructure to do the delivery. So Ghana Post, and because of that project that we are executing for the passport office, and if I'm not mistaken, we've delivered over 70,000 passports, close to 80,000 passports in less than 6 months of running this operation. Ghana Post has had to retool and get more riders. So we've picked up a few of these young men under the Ghana Post, retooled, we're retooling and trying to even expand our fleet, but we're working on it. But then Ghana Post is regulated by the Postal and Courier Services Commission.
Yes, I understand all of this. My interest was the last bit of your response. How we are able to get these young boys some work to do. And once Ghana Post now has a bigger mandate and they are employing a lot more people, most of these young boys will now get something formalized, and be earning something at the end of it. So that's why I brought up this suggestion, and I'm happy that Ghana Post is involved in this whole delivery process. Thank you.
All right. Let's move to the next. Let's move to the infraction. Management issue. Failure to declare assets and liabilities. Section 1 of the Public Office Holders Declaration of Assets and Disqualification Act, 1998, Act 550, also states that a person who holds public office mentioned in Section 3 of this Act shall submit to the Auditor General a written declaration of all properties and or assets owned by him and all liabilities owed by him, whether directly or indirectly. It further states that the declaration shall be made by the public officer before taking office, at the end of every 4 years, and at the end of the term of his office, and shall, in any event, be submitted not later than 6 months of the occurrence of any of the events specified in this subsection. These 3 people were supposed to declare their assets. Hamdratu Zakaria, Executive Secretary. Laureatu Musa Saka, Deputy Executive Secretary. John Olite Otute, Director, Learning, Licensing and Regulations. Have these people declared their assets now?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, 2 of the persons are no longer with the Commission. The first person, Hamdiatu, who used to be the Executive Secretary, and then the second person, Loratu, who used to be the Deputy Executive Secretary and a member of the NPP's communications team. Both of them are no longer with the Commission, and so we are unable to reach them to submit their report. Honorable Chair, I'm saying that there are 3 individuals. The first was the Executive Secretary, Madam Hamdiatu, who is no longer with the Commission because she left in 2025. She was relieved of her post in 2025. The second person is Loratu, who was Deputy Executive Secretary and a member of the NPP's communication team, who has also left the Commission by virtue of the change in government. The third person is Mr. John Olete Otute, who is Director, Licensing and Regulation. He is still with the Commission, and we have ensured that he has submitted, done the declaration of his assets, and we have here a copy of the receipts from the Ghana Audit Service. I don't know if the auditors have it, but we are ready to submit this as well for the benefit.
Auditors, could you confirm the statement that you have a copy of the third person?
Yes, Honorable Chair, the third person has declared her assets, and then we also have the Executive Secretary also declared assets. Thank you very much.
All right, let's go to Ghana Digital Centers Limited, and Honorable Abena Osiasare will handle the financials. It's on paragraph 925.
So this is the financial performance for the year 2023. And the year 2023, Honorable Sam George was not in government. So I have stated that for you. You don't need to state it when you are answering any question, Minister. Minister, I think I don't have much issues with them, except that they are, previously in 2022, they could cover their short-term liabilities by 3 times, but it's dropped to 2. So maybe they are not doing something right. I looked at their expenditure, I looked at their profits, and it looks like they are rather increasing their loss. 2022, they made a loss of 4 million. 2023, a loss of 4.2 million. So that's that they check these things, because in this day of digitalization and everything, a lot depends on them, and they can make lots of money, raise lots of revenue to help the Communications Ministry carry out its mandate. So they should look at whatever it is that is taking away so much in terms of expenditure and try as much as possible to fit within the revenues that they raise. Minister, I think on the whole, that's the piece of advice I want to give to Ghana Digital Center, that a lot depends on them. They can do a lot. But the fact that they are raising revenue doesn't mean they should spend all the revenues that they are raising, but they should put some to good use and make sure they correct the loss situation and also bring their current ratio status to what it was or even better for what it was in 2022 or even better than 2022, but they shouldn't see a drop. That's what I have to say. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, and the point you make is very clear. And I was just mentioning to the current chief executive that this is the reason why I have declined 2 trips of his already this year. Because if you look at the problem in loss making, if you look at the 2022 to 2023 revenue, they actually improved their revenue remarkably from 8.8 million to 22.8 million. Wow. So remarkable increase. Yeah. However, when you look at their expenditure, from 12.8 million, they jumped to 27 million. So a large chunk of that was spent on travels.
Expenses.
Yes, travels.
So that's why I'm saying they should work on reducing the expenditure.
And I can assure you that under the reset agenda of President John Dramani Mahama, that is actually in full swing. We've cut down a number of travels from the agency to ensure that places where, when the GDCL, for example, Miss Geek, Ghana, we had a representative who was supposed to be in Rwanda. As well, I'm sure you would have seen a video of myself supporting kids from my Redeemer School in Geneva, where Ghana placed 3rd in a robotic thing. That was supported by GDCL. Previously, you would have had 6 or 7 people from GDCL escorting one person. Now, what we've done is, it's only one person. In Geneva, it was only the chief executive. In Rwanda, it was only the deputy chief executive. So prudent management of taxpayers' money is what will help us improve our ratio back to where it ought to be under the reset agenda. Thank you.
So that is what you are promising this committee the GDCL will do. So I pray and hope that it will reflect in the 2025 Auditor General's report. But beyond that, I think everything is fine. And I hope you are running the place as you ought to run the place.
Okay, let's go to the infraction management issue on paragraph 934. And Honorable Kinney will take care of that.
Thank you, Chair. This infraction has to do with outstanding rent. 7 tenants owed you rent, totaling an amount of 180,421.99 as at 31st December 2023. This has affected your operations in a way. Yeah. The Auditor General tasks you to recover the said amount and provide evidence of payment as a proof. Have you done that?
Step to retrieve the debts. The company is unresponsive, and so we are commencing legal action to reclaim that. The company is unresponsive, and so we are commencing legal action to reclaim that. 2, Layout Lorette LC. The entity is still on the premises, is still operating. As at October this year, as at 29th of October, about 4 or 5 days ago, their total outstanding debt is now sitting at 61,267 cedis, 5 pesos. We've been able to, the new management has been able to recover 45,000 Ghana cedis and is on track to recover the outstanding 26,000 Ghana cedis that, 16,000 Ghana cedis that's left. 3, with some computer systems, Outstanding debt, 78,472 cedis, 89 pesos. We've done everything to reach out to them. Their tenancy was terminated in July 2023. The previous management terminated their tenancy without taking steps to recover the money. The phone number on record is no longer active. And so we're still trying to find an officer of the company or any asset of the company that we can raise legal actions on. 4, MW Technologies. The debts for that still remains the same. The tenant left without notice. And so we have sent them a demand notice and also put the lawyers on stand to begin legal action against them. 5, Ghana Startup Network. They remain tenants of the center. Their old debt has been paid, but they have a new debt for 2025, which is 10,168 cedis, 2 pesos. Management is working with them to get that payment for this year. 6 is Kudigo Limited. Current outstanding debt is 54,578 cedis, 16 pesos. The last made payment on the 13th of August 2024 of the amount of 21,400. The entity left the center without any notice. Management has tried to reach them. We contacted a gentleman by name Kingsley, who is a staff, but he says he's not responsible for settling the debt. He's forwarded an email to us. We've sent an email and again issued a demand notice. After we failure to pay the outstanding balance, we would initiate legal action. And the 7th one is Sibacor Limited. The outstanding balance remains the same. They've not been tenants. They left the premises, the center in December 2022. We've not been able to reach them because their phone numbers are inactive. As and when we're able to find any assets or persons associated to the company, we will exact recovery. Thank you, Chair.
Auditor General, can you please confirm these payments from your end?
Honorable Chair, in respect of the infraction in the report, subsequent to that, what they have recovered is 29,000 cedis. But like the minister said, some of them have accrued more debts. But what we have after the infraction is a 29,000 recovery that has been made. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you very much. Now let's go to Ghana Post. And Honorable Enim Ernest will take care of 939.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Ghana Post will be looking at your financial performance and the financial position today. So on your financial performance, I can see that the bottom line, Ghana Post posted a very good profit from the initial loss position from 2022. But then I just want to understand a few things. Your operating cost went up by about 35%. And the general and administrative expenses also went up by 51.8%. I just want to understand, looking at the increase in revenue as against the increases in your expenditure, what accounted for that high increase in expenditure for 2023?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the answer is very simple in one word: the mismanagement of the economy by the Akufo-Addo administration. Because a lot of the increases, you know, Ghana Post pays a lot of airlines for the transporting of the parcels that we send to Europe and the United States, and we pay that in dollars. So when you saw the mismanagement when Ken Oforiatta, Kwabena, and co were at the finance ministry, and Dr. Baumia in charge of the economic management team, you then saw that...
Respectfully, Minister, stop it right there. Just go straight to your question and answer, and don't be name calling. You understand? Minister, please answer the question. Oh, when this was there, Oh, Minister, I don't think that is how we should be here. You are here, you have been here before. I have been where you are before. Let's just go straight to the point.
I'm guided, Chairman.
Thank you.
So in 2023, when the CD depreciated, you realize that because we're paying in dollars, if you were paying a fee of $100 to an airline and the exchange rate was 8, our expenditure would have been 800 cedis. And then when it went to 16 in 2023, you then have the challenge that your expenditure now becomes 1,600. So that's what accounted for that. So it's the forex losses, yeah. But I'm sure that when you see the 2025 financials, you realize that even though we are doing more volumes, our expenditure would have dropped, because now with a better, stronger CD that's trading very favorably, you realize that our forex expenditure will be better.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister. I'm just looking at, I had earlier indicated that the bottom line for 2023 improved from a loss position of 1.2 million. All I wanted to understand was what accounted for the increases in the general admin expenses. And we are looking at the respective officers at these institutions. So going forward, we are looking at how best we can keep costs down and not just spend anyhow. That is why I asked that question. So we'll move on to the financial position, Minister. I can see that they improved slightly on their ratios, but then it's still not enough to be able to meet their short-term liabilities. So I would encourage that going forward, we pay attention to some of these things, so at least we don't get into situations like this. Thank you, Chair.
We are guided, Chair, and I can assure you that, 2022 as well, in all fairness to the previous administration, was also a recovery period. So the revenues were now picking up again, because in 2021, don't forget there was COVID. And so once there was COVID and you couldn't do a lot of movement of parcels, the recovery process is slow. It takes some time for it to build up. And so you then saw them go back to full profitability in 2023. So that's why you see the profit margin. But then the point is the profit could have been more if the forex thing was also low. So, yeah.
Minister, it's not just the forex. If you had reduced other expenditure, because usually that is one thing I have seen, running through most of the...
say if they had reduced the expenditure.
Minister, there's continuity in government, so you better stop that and move on. Yes. Minister, what we have seen consistently in the public boards, with the public boards, is that once they make more revenue, they increase their expenditure. It was only Minerals Commission, where when they realized they were making losses, they decided to reduce their expenditure. And when they came in here, we commended them. But I knew it was not these particular people who made that commitment. But because they are the ones there continuing with what has been done, I commended them. So it is in that same vein that when you come and there are issues, you take it up and solve it. I believe that is why the people of Ghana voted for you. But Minister, the issue is not to do with just the exchange losses alone. If I should go into their operating cost, if I should ask them to break down the 134 million for me, you will see some things that will surprise you. So it's not just about the exchange losses, but there are other expenditures that are in there that ought not to be there. You sat here and told us how you are helping Ghana Digital Center to reduce their expenditure. Because they usually would have flown 6 people for just one event with one person. So these are the other things that we should be looking at. Because tomorrow, if we should see this thing, what are you also going to say? Is the same forex losses? No, but there are other equally important things that I believe we should spend some time to help them with, like you are helping GDCL, help them with, and that should help them reduce their expenditure. The fact that they make more revenue doesn't mean, we should spend. So that's a note of caution to Minister, your agencies.
MD,
yes.
This is advice from the chair through me to you. You are guided. You want to take it as policy position.
All right. Let's go to the infractions. Unretired impress of 59,000 877. Have we retired this impress?
Has been retired and submitted to the Auditor Generals for verification in May 2025.
Auditors, could you confirm, please?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm that the impress has been retired. Thank you.
Thank you. The next infraction is on paragraph 953, and Honorable Akwesi Kunedu will handle that one.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, this infraction has to do with the renovation of Bekwai Post Office. And the auditors found that you did not seek concurrent approval for a variation of about 34,743 Ghana cedis. And they recommended that you seek that approval. Has that been done?
That was done and submitted. It was done. The variation was done. It was ratified by the Entity Tender Committee during its meeting on the 16th of November 2024, and that has been submitted to the Auditor Generals for verification.
Auditors, can you please confirm for us if that has been done?
Honorable Chair, the variation was subsequently ratified by the ETC. Thank you.
All right. The next infraction is on paragraph 958, and Honorable Shirley Che will take care of that one.
Thank you. This is to do with procurements not executed through Ghana Electronic Procurement System. And our Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921, public corporations and state-owned entities are to maintain good governance and management practices. The Public Procurement Authority, reference letter PPA CEO 10/2491/23, made it mandatory for covered entities and state-owned enterprises to use the Ghana electronic procurement systems for all government procurements. Now the question is, why did you choose not to use the Ghana procurement electronic systems in transactions totaling over 7 million Ghana cedis?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the Ghana Post operates in a very competitive area, and for that reason, we have in our hands here evidence of exemption by the Public Procurement Authority from us using the GANEPS for procurement. I have in my hand here a letter dated 21st February 2023, signed by the Chief Executive, Mr. Frank Mante. And let me just read paragraph 4. Approval is hereby conveyed for the exclusion of Ghana Post Company Limited from applying the public procurement procedures in its operation, subject to meeting the board requirement below. And then the full letter is here. And then I also have here, dated Wednesday, 9th July 2025, the gazette of that exemption. So because we have that exemption, they will not be running their procurements through GANEPS. Thank you.
But
that information.
Sorry, a copy has been shared with the Auditor General.
So is there a reason why the auditors were not informed or were not given a copy of this letter?
At the time the audit was done, even though the approval had been given, it had not been gazetted. And so that's why we see, I said the letter was 21st February 2023, but the gazette is dated 9th of July 2025. The new management was the one that did the gazette. And so that's why at the time the audit was done, there was no gazette to show to them.
Okay, good enough explanation, but I don't see how you are walking through an alleyway, there is light in one and there's darkness in one, and you choose to walk through darkness. I mean, what would be the consequence for practicing good governance? And I don't know why you were given that exemption. But I think the auditors recommended that you comply going forward. So can you give us an update if you've started complying?
Honorable Chair, we are not walking in any darkness. We are walking in light. The Ghana Post Company Limited has its own procurement manual approved by the PPA. So it's not the Wild West where procurements are just happening in any way. No. there's a specialized manual because, like I said, they operate against, the Ghana Post is operating against all the private courier companies that you see in the country. They don't, if Ghana Post was bidding, for example, the passport job, they went into that as a competitive bid with all the private entities who went in there. It would then mean that they will have to go through PPA and get commencement authorization and all the things that we're talking about today. That's why the PPA, in its wisdom, developed its procurement manual for it. And so it's not as though it's a murky ground where there's no transparency. It's guided by the PPA's own procedure. And the board ratifies, yes.
So my question was, you are meant to comply going forward. That's what management's response to the auditors was, that you were going to seek clarification and then start complying. So can you inform the committee if you've started complying?
Yes, Chair. That compliance is evidenced by the Gazette notice that we have done, dated 9th of July 2025.
Thank you very much.
All right. The next question, the next infraction is going to ask you why you didn't gazette it. And,
Ghana Post, you were given exemption from GANEP, from the use of GANEP, but you failed to publish that exemption. Why?
Honorable Abina says I should say that it's a continuum. So it's a continuum. We take responsibility for it, and we are sure that that's part of the reason why there was a change in government. Thank you.
The auditors...
Is that the answer to his question, or he did not ask you any question?
I asked failed to publish the exemption granted them by the National by the Public Procurement Authority. That is the question.
That was the question.
Yes.
Yes, but Minister, some of these things, when the public servants fail to do what is required of them, let's not hide behind the politicians and say, oh, this or that. Clearly, this is not something a minister will even do. You, the head or the procurement director or whoever, you are supposed to do those things. So it has nothing to do with government doing this or government not doing that. The person who was supposed to do it should have done it. So, Minister, this is not this or that. But it's when the public officers are supposed to do something, they ought to do it. When the politicians are also supposed to do something, then we also ought to do it and take responsibility as such. I mean, that's fair.
I'm fully in agreement with you, Honorable Chair. It's just that when the public servants mess up, they blame us. But we also, when they do it right, we also take the funds. So the buck stops with us. And I believe that as political appointees, we also have a responsibility of some sort to exercise oversight over the public servants who we oversee. So I think it's just managing that fine balance. Thank you.
Mr. Minister, has that been done so far?
Yes, please. We've stated earlier that we have done the Gazette. The able management at Ghana Post has done the Gazette, dated Wednesday, 9th July 2025. So that's been done.
Can you confirm that?
Honorable Chair, we'll be pleased to have a copy of the Gazette. When we did a follow-up, what we had was a letter from BPA giving them exemption. But we are yet to cite the Gazette. Thank you.
Sir, do you have the copy of the...
Chairman, you know that this minister, because he's a former member of this committee, always comes prepared. I don't want to be in the position the chair was in here some time back. So I came prepared. I have my Gazette here. So please, clerk, come and take the Gazette and give to...
Right, thank you. Mr. Chairman, that is it.
You have to wait for us to tell you whether you came well prepared or not. You don't tell yourself you came well prepared. Just take your time, finish with the proceedings. If we are satisfied with your conduct, then we will say, yes, you came very well prepared and you have delivered. So, Bobie?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Hello. Okay, the next infraction is on paragraph 969, and Honorable Frankie Eboa will take care of that one.
Thank you, Chairman. And this one is on failure to account for strategic partnership operations. Paragraph 969 9. And Chairman, with your leave, I want to read Section 11 of the Audit Service Act 2000, Act 584, which states that the Auditor General or any person authorized or appointed for the purpose by the Auditor General shall have access to all books, records, returns, and other documents, including documents in computerized and electronic form relating to or relevant to those accounts. So with that in mind, Minister, this one, I want to advise that you allow the public servants to also come in as well, because this one can be something that will be continuing. So Ghana Post entered into an agreement with a company called Collins Investment Limited in March 2020 for the procurement, installation, maintenance, and management of their mail and parcel boxes. They opened an account at Car Bank. What I mean by they opened an account is the company, Collins Investment Limited, opened an account at Car Bank to pay the revenue collected into that account. When the auditors came to do their audit, they asked for profit, the details of the profit generated, revenue, expenditure, and the bank statement of that particular account with Car Bank. And according to the auditors, you failed to provide that information. So they recommended that you provide that information, and failing to do so will mean that you have to be sanctioned under Section 33 of the Audit Service Act. So what's the current status of the auditor's recommendation?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We have proceeded to terminate the contract because Collins T was unresponsive, and I hold in my hands here a letter dated 17th June 2025, signed by the MD for Ghana Post. The heading is Notice of Termination of Contract. And so we terminated that contract on the 17th of June, and then proceeded again on the 12th of September 2025 to give notice to the company to recover all customer information that was in the possession of the company. So currently, the company has no contractual engagement with Ghana Post, and Ghana Post is following up with their lawyers to see if there are any funds, apart from the customer data that we've recovered, if there are any funds that are due us, to ensure that through the right legal processes, we retrieve all of those funds.
Okay, thank you, Minister. But did this contract come with performance security?
No, there was no performance security assigned to the contract. There was no performance security assigned to the contract.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Chairman, I'm done. Thank you.
All right. Now, the next infraction is on paragraph 976. And Honorable Sebastian Day will take care of that one.
Thank you, Chairman. The next infraction actually borders on non-documentation of assets of the Ghana Post. And it's Section 52 of the PFM Act 2016, Act 921 to be specific, states that the principal spending officer shall maintain a register of lands, buildings, and other assets under the control and possession of the principal spending officer. And I believe in this case that's Mrs. Straha, is it? However, the auditor in the audit process of 2023 ended, detected or noted during the inspection that the company, Ghana Post, they don't have ownership documents or land title certificates for 3 parcels of land and 241 of your post offices. The details of the land, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Chairman, include the Bobie office.
Chair, I would respectfully make the plea that we do not mention the specific locations. Reason being that you put it out and then you can have encroachers go in there. So we know the 3 locations.
Okay.
So I'll plead that you stay away from.
So 3 locations and then 241 post offices.
Minister, I agree with you because the one in Greater Accra, I'm interested in it.
Yeah, Minister, thanks for that prompt. But the fact remains that 241 of our post offices do not have land title certificates or proper documentation. Now, the auditor's recommendation for this is to this effect, that you must take the necessary steps to prevent or to ensure that documents are proper to prevent any litigation. My question is, what is the status?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm grateful to the Chair and the committee for obliging my request to leave the existing locations. Because even in one of the locations, we're currently dealing with encroachments there. You don't want to have a lot more people go and encroach before you complete. But what I can state on the record is that we have started all the processes for regularization of the documents. Cadastral plans have been prepared and submitted to the Lands Commission. They have acknowledged same. They are preparing the bills for us on one of the parcels. And one of the other parcels, they are actually giving us a bill. The bill was about 1 million Ghana cedis. We wrote back to the Lands Commission asking for a downward review. They gave us a 25% downward review. And so the company is in the process of raising the funds to pay, because some of these lands are huge parcels. And so when you look at the costs from the Lands Commission, again, we are minded not to just dump all of that immediately into 1 year's financial expenditure. So we are trying to regularize them. The other one, we have a 45-year sublease from the grantor. I'm sure that's the land the chairman says he was very interested in. We have a 45-year lease from the grantor. We have paid, we've made a down payment that is almost 75% of what they are asking for. And that again is even forex denominated. So we've done substantial work to secure the lands. Now, on the post offices, 241 of them, they are littered across the country. And so the company has started an assets register, and an asset registry basically, and is taking stock of the locations and the conditions and situations of all the various titles, because some of them, they started the process, it wasn't completed, some nothing at all has been done. So they're in different stages, so that we can then engage the Lands Commission as one state agency to another to see how well we can stagger the payments for regularization. Because if we were to regularize all of these lands in 1 year, we'll be spending in excess of 100 million Ghana cedis, which would basically bankrupt the company. So, but we would want to start the process and work with the Lands Commission to stagger the payment over a number of years. But work is actively underway to ensure that we secure all of our assets.
All right. Thank you very much. The next infraction is on paragraph 981. Did you check out from the auditors?
Well, the minister did indicate that they are in the process of doing it, and I think that his answers were satisfactory. But the auditors can buttress what he has said.
Yes, Honorable Chair, they've taken steps to register their land. Per documents that we have perused, they have taken the concrete steps in registering their lands. Thank you.
All right. The next infraction is on paragraph 981. And Honorable Cletus will take care of that one.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, this infraction is on unaccounted revenue, 18,275 Ghana cedis. Mr. Chairman, under the audit review, some revenue were collected and then banked with the Ghana Post account, leaving an amount of 18,274 Ghana cedis. I want to find out from the minister whether this money has been refunded, because the auditors recommended that the said amount should be collected from the officers involved. May I know from the minister whether that has been done?
Mr. Chair, we have banked all the revenue, but let me just make a point here to help the auditors and the committee. Part of the reason why you have some of these instances where the revenue is not banked immediately is when you look at where the post office is and where the nearest bank is and the revenue that comes in a day. If they were to bank the revenue every day, they may end up using 80% of the revenue as transportation to the bank and back. So some of them, there are varying banking practices. Some do a daily banking, some do a weekly, some even do a monthly. In this particular case, we have submitted to the auditors the full records of the banking to show that all the unaccounted for revenue have been banked. But this is what occasions the delays in some of the bankings.
Minister, what do you recommend in such situation?
Well, we recommend that the auditors bear this in mind when they go into some of the locations, because if you go there and it appears as though, I'm sure if you went to my deputy's constituency, if you have to leave Golu to Tumu every day to go and bank, how much does the post office generate? So we would have to find a way with the auditors to explain the peculiarity of every post office to them. But right now, what we have done is to show evidence that all the revenue has been accounted for, and I'm sure you can verify from the auditors.
My last one, Minister, I want you to help this committee. It's not, this matter or this issue is just not about your outfit. It has come to this platform a number of times. How about if you hear that the revenue collector kept the money in the house and they've stolen the money? How about that?
Well, that is a real challenge to the situation that we have. The question will be, do we want to use digital money solutions? So take, for example, if the lodgement for the day is done, will you go to a mobile money operator and then deposit it into a wallet and transfer into Ghana, in this case, Ghana Post bank account? Now, the question you should ask yourself is, there are going to be bank charges with the related movements. That would also have to be factored into all of this, because you can't expect the staff to bear the cost of this. But I think that if we want to deal with this, we can give a directive that says that no matter what it is, at the end of the day, go and deposit it into a mobile wallet and transfer to the bank digitally. But then it then means that, you see, the issue with bank charges is when I go to a traditional bank to do a transaction and there are bank charges, when you print out the bank statement, you see all the bank charges in there for auditors to be able to verify. When you do mobile money transfers using an agent, you will not be able to generate the charges bit in a ledger form that is unique to just that entity, except we then decide that we want to now create vendor SIMs for every post office that will only be used for the financial transaction of that post office. That may be the only way by which you may then be able to say that. So if it is Telecel cash or AT cash or MTN cash, when they come, you then request from the telecom company the print out of that vendor SIM, which is used only for that transaction. But there are nuances to these things, and so we must be careful not to cut our nose to spite our face.
Sir, thank you so much. Good explanation. Auditors, can you confirm that the money has been collected?
Yes, Honorable Chair, the amount has been banked.
All right. The next infraction is on paragraph 986. And Honorable Ahenkwa will take care of that one.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, this infraction is on unaccounted revenue totaling 136,000 Ghana cedis. The audit report disclosed that post offices within Accra West region of the company did not account for revenue totaling 136,000 generated from general operations and other internal generated funds. The head of Accra West region explained that the irregularity occurred as a result of delay in release of operational funds to the various post offices. As a result, payment for operational expenditure were made out of the gross revenue collected by the various post offices. The auditors made the following 3 recommendations. 1, that management should recover the unaccounted revenue of the 136,000 from the staff involved. 2, that management should ensure that all revenue collected from the various post offices are promptly deposited in the gross company's revenue account without disbursement. And the 3rd one, management should ensure that operational funds are released to the various regional offices in a timely manner to avoid direct disbursement from the daily sales revenue. Before I have 3 questions. Who is responsible for the release of the operational funds to the various post offices?
Head office.
It might have accounted
head
for...
Head office. Head
Okay.
office is responsible.
So what was the challenge?
Okay, so Chair, in responding to this whole, the Accra West Regional District, Accra West Regional District oversees 14 post offices: Kaneshi or Doko, Dansoman Estates, Dansoman Community, Dakuman, STC, Abosiokai. It oversees 26, but there are 14 that have the issue. Abosiokai, Malam, Ni Boyman, Weja, Kolibu, Odupongpehe, Kaswanyanyano, and Abeka. Now, the challenge you have is that previously releases were not going on time for operational expenditure to the various district offices. So what then happens is, once the release has not been made from head office, the post offices still need to carry out their daily operations. And so for whatever revenue they get, they hold some to carry out the operational expenditures, awaiting the release from head office. When head office finally makes the receipts, then they go and do the settlement in the bank. I can assure you that under this new dispensation, that's not the case. Releases are going on time, monthly, and so there is no justification for anybody to, especially in urban areas where you don't have the challenges we just discussed with the previous question, where banking distance occasions them to hold the funds for like a week or a month. In urban areas like Accra, nobody has that excuse to hold the funds anymore. We're making sure that the funds go when they have to go, they get their operational expenditure. And so this thing, they call it firm receipts. The staff people, they have a title name for it, I've just been told, they call it firm receipts. The issue of firm receipts is no longer an issue in parts of our operations now, because funds go regularly. And then with respect to the issues that have been raised in the Auditor General's report, all of those have been settled. We've submitted claims to and evidence to the auditors for verification.
Auditors, can you verify or authenticate their claims?
Yes, Honorable Chair, we'll be pleased to have the documents if you have it. Because, yes, we have not seen it.
We'll run a copy, because these are originals. We'll run a copy and then submit same to you. So we have the originals here, but we'll just run copies for the audit service.
All right, the next infraction is on paragraph 993, and Honorable Desmond Payto would handle them.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, this infraction is about unaccounted revenue, a total of 45,136.10, which affected 4 stations, Ejiso, YEW, Kumasi, Konongo, and Agogo. And auditors were saying that such money should be recovered and paid same to the appropriate accounts. So I want to find out whether the money has been recovered and paid same to the account duly. Thank you.
Chairman, recovery has been made, payment has been made, evidence has been shared with the Auditor General. Thank you.
Auditors, we would like you to confirm whether the payment has been done.
Yes, Honorable Chair, we can confirm that that has been done.
Chair, I think that is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next infraction is on paragraph 1000, and Honorable Nasser will take care of that one.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Minister, this unsupported payments in your Western Region office, I would just like to find out if the CEO has been able to provide the relevant documents to the auditors to support the payments of about 69,000 of taxpayers' money. 1,000.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, we have honorary receipts from the head, which we have shared with the auditors, covering the full amount from the head of the Western Regional Office.
Auditors, please can you confirm the claim by the Minister?
Yes, Honorable Chair, the payments have been supported. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You and your team, you are discharged. Now we call...
Minister, I'll give you 70 over 100.
Chairman.
That is an A.
Are we overruling this question?
Well done.
Minister of Defense, please.
So substantive question. It's always here, but listed, but it's overruled.
Clerk, could you please let them take the oath, please?
Yeah, they're ready. I, Ernest Brojajenfi,
swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Honorable Minister, could you introduce yourself and allow the other members to introduce themselves? Please have a seat.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, my name is Ernest Brojajenfi, Deputy Minister for Defense. And I'm here together with the Deputy Commandant from the Kofi Annan International Peace Training Center.
Please let us hear his voice.
Okay.
And his rank and everything.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Chair. My name is Brigadier General Zibrim Bawa Ayorogo. I am the Deputy Commandant of the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center. Yes, sir.
Comfort Shreme, Director HR, Ministry of Defense, representing the Chief Director, Mr. Emmanuel Kate, who has traveled on the official business abroad. Thank you.
I'm Robert Adjuni, the Director of Administration, KIPTC.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. I'm Lawrence Akotobe-Diakon, the Chief Finance Officer, KIPTC. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. My name is Dr. Kweku Danso. I serve as the Dean at the Faculty of Academic Affairs, KIPTC. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Yours is not an infraction, and we have to look at your financial records. And Honorable Akwesi-Kwenedu will handle that, please.
Chairman, thank you very much. Deputy and Brigadier, welcome.
Thank you, Honorable.
Just some two quick explanations to the financial statement, because if you look at the financial statement, you are well on track, and let's commend you for that. Your current ratio has increased significantly, and that is good. But just for purposes of clarity, what is your operating income? Because you seem to have increased that very significantly from 82 to 126,000. Then probably can add what your direct costs are, those two, because that also increased significantly, because those are the very changes that happened in your financial statement worth noting.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the Kofi Annan International Peace Training Center is an international center for training. And so we have a lot of donor funding that comes in to support the training center. And so anytime we have lower inflows in terms of donor funding, you would find that the operating income goes down. And then anytime we have a lot more inflow in terms of the donor funding, you would see an increase in that. And for the year under review, would notice that we had a huge support from Canada in terms of the LC Initiative Fund and the support for gender inclusiveness. And so for that year, you would notice that that funding from Canada increased from about 1 million Ghana cedis to about 20 million. And that accounts for the huge difference in terms of the operating income. There are other countries that have been very consistent in supporting the training center. And I believe that we must commend them for their continued support. And if you check the financial statement, we've listed them: the Denmark, Austria, British High Commission, Nigeria, France, Germany, Japan, Switzerland, Denmark, against Sweden and Canada. And these are the countries that mainly support the center. Thank you.
Deputy, thank you very much. I think that is good. I'll commend you. And let's to say, just keep the administrative and general expenses down and keep up with the good work. Because the year under review 2023, you've done a very good job. So, Commandant, you and your men, salute.
Are you the one? How are you doing? Okay. We worked together for a while.
Yes, I'm doing well.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Minister.
Minister, you are discharged.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
is doing. A number of it will refer to council, and they are looking at it. I'm awaiting a report from the GTEC Council for a briefing. Then I'll come back to this house if you so desire. Thank you.
All right, we have a management issue over here. Overdue receivables of 1.3 million Ghana cedis. What has happened to this? And it started from 2017 all the way to 2023.
Chairman, management has put in measures to improve the Commission's operations, including revenue mobilizations. Institutions were served demand notice, and in addition, a debtors task force was considered to help in the recovery of debts. Accordingly, some 999,276 of the outstanding has so far been recovered. We confirm from our review of receipt books and corresponding bank statements that management has recovered an amount, as I've stated, of 999,206 out of the total amount of 1.3 million, leaving an outstanding of 308,194. These recoveries are supported by appropriate evidence. And the outstanding shall be fully recovered. And going forward, Chairman, definitive timelines will be given for the payment of all fees to forestall future occurrences of institutional debt. Chairman, along the line, I probably may even have to come back to Parliament on GTEC. They issued this deadline that institutions were not in compliance, particularly those providing private tertiary education. If you don't have a charter, then you may have to fold up. Government is reviewing that position, and there may be a policy review of it to extend the moratorium, but certainly not to perpetuity. But we would give them some space of time. Chairman, noting that not every qualified Ghanaian student has the opportunity to be admitted into a public tertiary institution, they will be in denial if we were to be high-handed in terms of the regulation. But that's what the law requires him to do. So I may seek a review of the law in order that we extend the period of the charter and then learn from best practice. What happens in Australia, what happens in the US or UK? How are those private institutions able to cope with the public tertiary institutions? But Chairman, the joy is that in Ghana, more Ghanaian students of that age are accessing higher education, and that's good for our country. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, to a lay person like me, what is the essence of the charter, and why is it necessary for all private universities to have it?
Chair, it was to ensure that they meet the minimum regulatory standards in the provision of quality tertiary education. One, infrastructure. Do they have enough good classrooms, lecture rooms, laboratories, and others? Two, faculty. What's the strength of their faculty? If the requirement is to be a PhD or a professor or an associate professor, do they have the minimum number of persons in that particular area? And then also there is accreditation of courses. The GTEC also issues accreditation of courses, whether the institution is readily prepared to undertake that particular course of training. If you say, for instance, you are providing higher education in biology and you don't have a laboratory or chemistry or physics, then GTEC is not likely to support you to undertake that activity. So in the law which was passed by Parliament, some time period was allowed that if you were not able to charter, you may fold up. And Chairperson, if we did that, apart from the students who will be affected, Ghanaians in the private sector who are investing in private tertiary education, that would be a disincentive to them. And they've done well. I mean, if you look at whether the church-related institutions, whether it's the Catholic Church or is the Pentecost Church or the Presbyterian Church, which is providing higher education, they've done pretty well in partnering government in providing that. So we will review the legislation,
but not to perpetuate it. It won't be forever and ever. Then you keep saying that, give me more time. It cannot be. But at least let's give them some time, because the challenge is how many students are they able to admit? And they are fee paying. How many parents? It's the same Ghanaian parents who are paying because the ward or child could not get a public tertiary education. So standards will not be compromised. But I think that we should allow them time and space to justify their expenditure and the training they are providing. Thank you.
Auditors, could you confirm the amount collected by GTEC?
Honorable Chair, a total of 999,276 CDs has so far been recovered, leaving a balance of 308,194. Thank you.
All right. Now we go to Ghana Library Authority. Honorable Opoku Ansah will take care of the financials.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman. Minister, I'm looking at your financial performance and deficit. The report shows that the year ended 2023 with a deficit of some 5.76 million. And if you look at your financials, this is worse than the previous year. Are you able to tell the committee specific factors that led to this worsening deficit despite a 66.8% increase in your total income?
Honorable Puku, just refer me to the paragraph. What I do know is those that are related to overdue withholding tax not remitted to the GRA as the main concern in the management report.
No, we are looking at your financials, and this is in paragraph 647.
Paragraph 647,
yes,
right.
Please.
Thank you. Just 1 minute to refer to it. Yes, sin. Thank you. With a deficit of 5.7 as compared with a deficit of 4.2, representing a duration of 36.5% in its financial performance. The details of the authority performance in there for the year are presented in table 9.1. So, income. In the past, it was attributable to increase in grants. I'm not able to say same for the same period.
Yes, I mean, so you see that your grants has increased significantly, and but we've just wondered
to 32 million from 19 million.
And how was this extra funds utilized? And I mean, we are wondering why your expenditure still outpace your income.
Chair, there is demand for libraries across the country, and I engage in the provision of some library facilities in different parts of the country. That explains the increased expenditure of the Ghana Library Authority. And Chair, they can do more. I intend again coming to Parliament. We should borrow from the American experience of having presidential libraries across the country in honor of those who have democratically served our country. You can have a dedicated library that does it. And Chair, the reading culture in Ghana needs to improve. I mean, if you travel abroad in the morning, everybody is holding a newspaper or a magazine. And then you come to Ghana, it is only when you have to comment on the report that you look around to see the report and catch your breath on the report. So we generally have to look at the reading culture of Ghana. Chair, I was in the Brown-Hafo region, and I'm particularly encouraged by the enthusiasm and support of chiefs. The Omahini of Sunyani invited me home and said, look, what does it take for government to complete the Sunyani Regional Library? I've gotten a similar request from the chiefs and people of Koforidua. What does it take? Then, Chair, you go to many of their schools, they do not have adequate and supportive libraries. We need to invest more in libraries. I'm seeking to come to Parliament to revise the Ghana Library Authority legislation and to make a strong case for them to have at least every school must have a minimum of a library in good standing. Not when, and probably if we have the resources, we should even be thinking about digital library for the student, whether secondary school or at whatever level. So, Chairman, what accounts for the increase in expenditure is driven largely by the need. And across the country, I was in the Upper East region, I was told that, for instance, even Regional Directorate of Education, no office to house them, Metro Director of Education, no office to house them, no library. Our children shouldn't just be in school, they must be in school to learn. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you for the efforts to increase libraries across the country. Let me now take you to your non-current assets. We also saw an increase, or we've seen an increase of about 94.9 million, and that's over 500%. And the reasons given for this is that there was some revaluation and acquisition that was done. Are you able to tell these committees a bit of details? We want to find out why your non-current assets would increase by over 500%. What specifically did Ghana Library Authority do to...
Chair, once they build, then that will add to the re-evaluation of their assets, and that will get the figure jump up. Thank you. In fact, Chair, one of the concepts I inherited is the Ghana Library Authority seeking to do public-private partnership. They have a lot of good land across the country, and whether a private sector person can partner them to build a library and use a portion of their land. But that's still a matter we are discussing to see whether it's feasible and whether it guarantees value for money, particularly with the use of state and government lands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. That'll be all for me.
All right, thank you. Now let's go to management issue. And Honorable Enim will
Thank you, Chair.
handle that.
Minister, this infraction has to do with overdue withholding taxes to the tune of 1,023,860 Ghana cedis. And from the auditor's review, most of these withholding taxes were withheld from 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022. And it's quite worrying that we would withhold up to about 1 million and we will not remit to Ghana revenue. Minister, before I come to the substantive question, you look at the institutions that have been withheld, and quite a number of them are very, very significant. For EPP Books, Tanit Limited, they were withheld to the tune of 156,000 Ghana cedis. This was in 2022. EPP 2020, and the amount involved are quite significant. And I'm asking myself, what are these institutions doing? How have they been filing their returns? Because if you have withholding taxes withheld to this tune and you are not chasing for your certificates and for your credits, how are we managing this, Minister?
Chairman, thank you very much. We have recommended to management to ensure that the 123,860 is recovered. Indeed, management reached out to the Ghana Revenue Authority, and accordingly, some 182,183 cedis have been sent down to the Ghana Revenue. 114, 13th August 2025, 52,000, then 14th October 2025, 55,000. Management will continue to engage with the GRA to settle the outstanding withholding tax. But I essentially agree with you that that's not an acceptable and a good practice. we recognize that at the Public Accounts Committee, in your scrutiny of public expenditure, you are also interested in whether we are reporting consistent with the financial reporting requirements. So accordingly, for this year 2025, 11th August, some 18,000 was paid, 15th September, 6,000, 14th September, it's been dealt with. So we have been proactive in ensuring that we don't allow for accumulation of outstanding withholding taxes. We ensure strict compliance to the directive of the Auditor General. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Auditors, can you confirm how much of this 1 million has been remitted so far? The total?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm that a total of 182,188.83 has been recovered. Thank you.
Minister, it looks like from the total the auditors confirm, we still have a significant amount to remit. We are looking at 1 million and auditors confirming 182,000. So we have so far almost about 800 and something thousand yet more to remit. So, Minister, if Ghana Library Authority can take steps to immediately remit this amount to GRA so that these institutions that have been withheld
Executive Director, I hope you are listening,
receive the tax credits for all these years. Because one thing that I think we have been considering for the past few weeks, a number of these infractions keep happening. And I ask myself, what are these institutions doing? Because if these institutions will put some bit of action into it and follow up with these institutions, I believe that it will push them to be able to remit these amounts to the GRA. Thank you.
Executive Director, Ghana Library Authority, you are to ensure respect and compliance. I'll follow through with him and his team. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The next one will go to his National Service Authority, National Service Scheme. And Honorable Ansah will handle that one, please.
Honorable Minister, should I go on?
Chair, you may want to go on, but I would choose to set the record. I'm not responsible and I do not exercise oversight over the National Service.
So that is why I asked you
And
first.
President Mohammed's reset is more of a youth-related activity and accordingly have been placed under the oversight of the Honorable Minister for Youth and not the Ministry of Education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We will let the appropriate ministry come and answer to this infraction. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. The next one will go to his Student Loan Trust. Honorable Enim will take care of that one.
Okay,
it's on
thank you,
paragraph
Chair.
666.
So, Minister, we'll be considering the financial performance and financial position of Student Loan Trust. With the financial performance, you can see that the bottom line, we are still not doing well. For 2022, we had a deficit of over 5,204,000. Then 2023, we are still reporting a deficit of 5,116,000. Although there was some small improvement, but then it's still very bad situation because we cannot continue to put surpluses. And I know the activities of the Student Loan Trust is not for profit making or anything, but then we should be also be prudent with how we spend within these institutions. I would want to look at the first item, compensation for employees. It went up by about 33%. I just want to understand whether this was due to the increase or improvement in staff strength, or this was as a result of some increases in bonuses and compensation to employees?
Chairman, thank you very much. It will be a combination of it, new recruitments, promotion, and payment of bonuses. And Chairman, the Ghana Student Loan Trust is now being repositioned by the President to undertake 3 major core social interventions of the Mahama administration. One, the payment of bursaries, or call it a no-fee stress, which Chair has made significant impact on the life of those students who otherwise, for being financially disadvantaged, may not have been able to pay their fees. Then 2, the Ghana Student Loan Trust now is also responsible for the disbursement of the no fees for persons with disability, a new rights-based approach to supporting persons with disability. Chairman, I'm before Parliament, as you recall, and seeking a review of the Ghana Scholarship Authority. It is my view that in future, these two institutions can relate, the Ghana Student Loan Trust Fund and the Scholarship Authority. My view, even though I campaigned unsuccessfully, was that we should earmark 2.5% of oil revenue for human capital development and human resource development, so that into the future we could have what pertains in Sri Lanka, a Ghana bursaries and scholarship authority, so that one arm of it will be responsible for bursaries to pay it to a no fee stress category of persons. And then, Honorable Abuna, you guide us with your experience at the Ministry of Finance. So now you say no fee stress, most impactful initiative of President Mahama. Now, if in September, October, November, the Ministry of Finance is not able to release the money for student loan trust, it defeats the purpose of the intervention. You're asking the student to go and borrow. It's the same student who is in need, who doesn't have the support, who is in dire, urgent need of it. So earlier releases can be useful and supportive. But as I said, my view was that because Ghana have never had a scholarship authority bill, I wanted to work 1 year, see what scholarship will do, deal with this nepotism and chronism associated with allocation of scholarship, provide for some discipline. But believe me, my most impactful lunch as minister was when the no fee stress was launched. I had good sleep that this was an impactful, meaningful social intervention of the president. And many of you sitting here, colleague MPs, you know how much you spend in paying school fees when the period comes. You get demands. So, but just to send a caution, Chairman, the Director General of GTEC is here. I've seen some schools increasing their fees because government says it's absorbing them. We won't accept it. So make sure you issue consequential instructions to your schools not to take advantage of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. We are still on the financial performance. I want to understand 1 or 2 things here. From your revenue from exchange transactions, I see here interest income, which went up by about 48%. I just want to understand what form of or what kind of investments is SLTF involved in? What kind of investment that would be able to give you this amount, this increase of about 48%? What kind of investment are they into?
I'm sure normally they get releases from the Ghana Education Trust Fund, and then they deposit it in banks whilst processing payment. Arising out of it, some interest accrue, and that is accountable for what you've just mentioned. And Vice Chairman, I'm happy to announce that we've now, Ghana Student Loan Trust have roped in students at the law school can now go in for the Student Loan Plus. Hitherto, this was not done. The President announced it when he launched the opportunity and facility for persons with disability. And then, Chairman, so here is where you accountants, you can help government. We are thinking of reviewing the interest rate regime of the Student Loan Trust. Now, a student gets a loan, that student gets out of school, he has no job, and you are compounding interest for the student. Mathematically, what's the fairness in that? So we may have to go back to the simple interest regime, but also not jeopardizing the income security of those from whom the money emanates from. But I don't think that is fair that we compound interest when they don't have jobs. But the student loan trust, I believe, is doing well. I've requested Get Fund to increase their budgetary allocation so that those, in addition to their need, if the government is paying off your no-fee stress, and you think that you need an additional 5,000 or 10,000 to support your need, you can go back to the student loan trust, enter an arrangement with them, and you'll be supported. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think that I asked this question because I saw the drop in your current ratio, which in financial sense, it makes a lot of sense because we are utilizing the cash resources that we do have, and that is what resulted in the increase in the interest income. And that is something that we will encourage that all these institutions will learn from and be able to adopt these good cash management practices. Thank you, Chair.
Chairman, the member is forcing me to behave like the chairperson, Abena. What is current ratio? Me, I know debit, the receiver, credit, the giver. Yeah, taking me to the world of current ratio. The accountants here, we want to respond to that. All I remember is debit, the receiver, credit, the giver. I don't remember.
Honorable Minister, I would like to ask you a question on returned pickup vehicles loaned to national security. The auditors are saying that we cited a letter with reference number SCR/28/554/01D, dated April 7th, 2020, from the Office of the President, requesting for the release of the vehicles to national security. We stated that the vehicles will be returned upon completion. We noted during our review of assets management that 100 brand new Isuzu pickup vehicles procured by the ministry in 2020 to be distributed to various SHS and other education institutions to facilitate teaching, learning, and other administrative activities were released to Lieutenant Colonel Faustina Dennison with National Security on 28th of March 2020 and 29th of March 2020 to assist in the fight of COVID-19 pandemic. These vehicles have not been returned to the ministry after the pandemic ended. We also noted that no change of ownership was effected from the supplier's name, Mac Autos and Spare Parts Ghana Limited, into the ministry's name before the vehicles were released to the national security. And it gives a long list over here. We recommended that the Chief Director should, as a matter of urgency, recover all the vehicles, and any vehicle not in good condition should be replaced by the national security, failing which the Chief Director should be held liable. Minister, what has happened to these vehicles?
Chairman, the Chief Director is here. But Chair, to assure you that it's important that we put your question in context. As you yourself rightly observe, COVID, the country had to go through some national emergency in containing COVID. And probably at the time, national security required those vehicles. You know, government procurement. You couldn't have been waiting that go through procurement of 1 to 3 months to get vehicles to release to national security. They needed to be around the country to support health emergency staff in fixing and supporting the delivery of health services to those who required it. Chairman, I'm liaising with the Office of the Chief of Staff and the Office of National Security Coordinator for the retrieval of those vehicles. Chair, I'll share with you a letter edited and signed by me, which I forwarded to the National Security Coordinator to account for those vehicles, and I'll do follow up on them. I thank you.
Okay, so let me go back to the Get Fund issue, the financials of Get Fund. Looking at the financials, Get Fund, if you look at the revenue from exchange transactions, 2022, Minister, would you be the one answering the questions or Get Fund?
Chairman, I will attempt. If you are not satisfied, then the Get Fund administrator himself will come in. But I'll attempt an answer.
Honorable Minister, then maybe we need to reschedule them.
Chairman will be happy if you reschedule us to deal with the Get Fund.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Akwesi Akwenedo has a question to ask.
Chairman, thank you very much. There's a very quick one. Minister, the Public Accounts Committee is one of the committees that is of very importance and relevance in our financial management arrangements in this country. Because once Parliament allocates monies to ministries, agents, and departments, it's important that accountability, fairness, prudence, and transparency in its management is required. With your rich experience, I met you as the majority-minority leader, and with you being in this house for a very long time, in just about, say, 3 sentences, how do you find this committee, and how do you think that in this 9th Parliament and going forward, we can augment the work that we do so that at least the nation's finances and the people who are entrusted with the care of these monies will be prudent, fair, and adequate in the management of these resources?
Thank you very much, Honorable Akwesi Akwenedo. And, if there is a medical person in this committee or in this room, growing up, I'm reminded that a flawless diagnosis at autopsy is impossible. So when the Public Accounts Committee, you are doing very well, and you've saved the country billions. Even for those of us with sociology background, the mere fact that he's to appear before public accounts operates as a social control measure. Will I survive? Can I survive? Will I make it? Restraining. It will redefine public officers' posture. And you are holding us accountable as required by the Constitution. I believe Article 187 mandates you. But, Chairman, the Parliament of Ghana and the executive and the judiciary have not been fair to the taxpayer. We ought to remember at all times that sovereignty resides in the people. And when you are spending public resources, we all must be reminded that there will be dire consequences when you betray the public trust. Now, refer to Article 1876 of the Constitution. It says that Parliament shall, after debating the report, where necessary, recommend a committee in the public interest. So if from 1993 to yesterday,
what has happened to this amount?
Local government. SRDP 1778.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm here with my Chief Director and other directors, as well as the RCCs. So they are going to speak to that. Thank you.
Madam, let me start from a different place. I will start from Department of Community Development, headquarters. Non-deduction of rent, which is 75,000 Ghana cedis.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The amount in question, 75,000
Accra100.554 Ghana cedis. A partial payment has been made from the officers to the tune of 6,800, and that has been paid into the Attorney General's.
Could you repeat what you just said? I want to hear it well.
Sorry, the 6,800
out of the 75,000, how much have you collected?
6,800 have been collected so far and have been deposited into the Auditor General's recovery accounts, and the rest have been scheduled to be paid in installments. I mean, not less than 1.5 years. We have also received a code from the Controller and Accountant General so that the deduction can be effected from the source starting from November this year.
Sir,
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Just let me remind you, you are live on GTV. You are live on Facebook. You are live on Parliament's TV channel. And you can look at this committee and tell us that out of 75,000 Ghana cedis, you've collected 6,800. And we should give you 1.5 years to collect this amount. I mean, now, Lazarus Benin, Assistant Director of Community, where is he?
Honorable Chair, please, he's not with us here.
He's not with you here.
Please.
He's supposed to pay 10% of his basic salary as rent. And he owes 12,000. Samuel Bleblu, he's a deputy director. He owes 23,900. How much of it has he paid?
Honorable Chair, collectively,
no, I'm talking about this particular person, Samuel Bleblu, who is a deputy director.
I think he had paid an amount of 3,000 out of the total amount.
You see, the number of months he's behind is 27 months. 27 months, and he's paid what? How much?
Honorable Chair, I think the arrangement is that he's supposed to pay 10,000 this amount to recover the amount within 27.
When did he start paying that 1,000 cedis?
Honorable Chair, the actual issue is that we actually applied to Controller and Accountant General to deduct the said rent from source since 2023. And in March 2024, we had a letter from Controller indicating that an allocation of a deduction code. But unfortunately, there was a mistake in the code. So we had to refer back to them for the correction. And unfortunately, it has delayed from Controller's point of view. In fact, these relevant documents have been made available to the auditors.
Sir.
And that's what.
Sir, sorry to cut you off. But all these people listed over here have owed this rent for 27 months. And you want 1.5 more years to collect this amount. How? What are you telling us?
Honorable Chair, I think what we took into account the ability to pay. Because what hopefully, thankfully, the code has been given. So what we agreed on was that once we pay the rent, what we pay what we have owned, we still will continue to pay the rest of the month that's ahead of us until the code is given. That's how come this arrangement was made. So now that we have received the code, we will talk with the auditors so that we look at the
Sir,
again.
You were not prepared coming to meet this committee. You were not prepared. Look, Ajua Achampong, who is a principal community development officer, lives in a big, small, single room, pays 80 cedis a month, and she owes 2,160. And we should give her 1.5 years to pay 2,160. I mean, are we running an NGO or charity organization here? Sir, come again.
Honorable Chair, we have already started, intensifying the
I can make it easier for you.
Yes, the Honorable.
You pay this amount and you go after them to collect it. Simple. So auditors, take note. He's not making any effort. So he will pay 75,000 Ghana cedis. And then he will go after those people and collect his money.
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair.
Yes, madam.
Yes, please. They haven't done so well, but I want to appeal that if we can give them 6 months to ensure that they clear the debts.
Madam, they had 27 months.
I really understand that, and they should have been saving towards the payment. But now that they are asking for 1.5 years, I think it's not in order. And so I want to step in. The ministry wants to step in to ensure that within 6 months, they paid off this money. Thank you.
Now, 6 months.
Yes.
If it's not paid within 6 months, then who pays?
Honorable Chair, it's under the ministry, so we'll see to that and ensure that payment is effected. Thank you.
Who would pay the amount of money in 6 months if the whole amount is not collected?
The community development department will pay the money, but the ministry will ensure that that payment is made.
Auditors, take note.
Thank you.
The minister has guaranteed that the amount, this money will be paid within 6 months. If not, the ministry will be taking care of this amount. The Department of Community Development. The acting director. Madam, the recommendation over here is we recommended that the acting director should ensure that the accountant collects the total rent of 75,453 from the staff involved, failing which the acting director and the accountant should pay. So, auditors, minister is saying that we should give them 6 months. The acting director, whether you are still with us or not, you will pay this amount of money. You just saw the IGP who just left and the head of prisons here. So I can always call them back.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
The next infraction is on paragraph 1784. And Honorable Duke Oferiata will take care of that one.
Thank you, Chairman. The infraction, withheld taxes not remitted to GRA to the tune of 3,788. The auditors noted from the review of financial records that withheld taxes amounting to 3,788 for the supply of goods and services were not remitted to the Commissioner General. Management, you accepted the recommendation. What is the status of these funds?
Honorable Chair, the withheld taxes have now been duly remitted to Ghana Revenue Authority, and evidence of payment has been attached, and copies have been given to the auditors. Thank you.
Auditors, can you please confirm?
Honorable Chair, the amount has been remitted to the GRA.
All right, thank you. The next infraction is on paragraphs 1788, and Honorable Shirley, Chair will take care of that one.
Thank you. This infraction is to do with unearned salary. The auditors noted that...
I'm sorry, it's at the Office of the Head of Local Government Service.
Yes. Okay. So the auditors noted that during their payroll records,
the head of local
whoever joined us. Have you taken the oath? Okay, then please take the oath before you can answer any questions.
Should I read? I, Professor Lord Ansah,
Swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
All right, you are welcome. Introduce yourself to the committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm Professor Lord Ansah, Head of Local Government Service, please.
Thank you very much. Madam Shirley, continue your questioning, please.
So the auditors noted that Madam Gloria, who went on a study leave for 16 months, failed to resume duty upon completion of her course on 18th December 2024. And this resulted in an unserved bond and an unearned salary of 103,153.94 Ghana cedis. Madam Gloria has refunded 50,000 Ghana cedis into the Auditor's General Recoveries account. The auditors have recommended the Chief Director to make sure that the remaining 53,153.94 is refunded and paid into the Auditor General's account, or her guarantors pay same into the account. Can you please help us with the status of this recovery?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. As we speak now, the 53,153.94 has been paid on the 7th of August, 2025.
Auditors, can you please confirm the payment?
Yes, Honorable Chair, we can confirm that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next infraction is on paragraph 1792. Official vehicle not accounted for. Where is that Land Cruiser? Western Regional Coordinating Council.
Honorable Chair, this was a vehicle that was being used by the former regional minister. And he came to Accra, to the office of the president, and got a new vehicle. But when he was coming, he didn't come with documents for the new vehicle, and he also didn't come with a letter confirming that the old one had been received at the presidency. So that is the status. That was the status then. And after this issue came up, we've written to the Office of the Presidency for them to confirm receipt of the old Land Cruiser and also issue a letter allocating a new one to us, but we still haven't heard anything from the head of the Office of the President.
Madam,
yes, sir.
When was the letter written?
Honorable Chair, we've written 2 letters. One was in 2023, and then a reminder was sent in 2024, please.
So the former regional minister took the Land Cruiser that belonged to the Western Regional Coordinating Council. Is that it?
Yes, sir.
And he brought that Land Cruiser to Accra.
Yes, sir. Yes, yes, Honorable Chair.
And he came with another vehicle.
Yes, Honorable Chair. So it was as if it had been exchanged for a new one. Yes, Honorable Chair.
So the new Land Cruiser, where is that one?
That is what the current regional minister is using.
And there was no transfer?
No, Honorable Chair.
And you wrote the letter in 2023?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
And we are in 2025?
Please, we sent a reminder in 2024. And
is that how you guys write reminders? You wrote it in 2023, then you waited for a whole year before you wrote a reminder. So now the vehicle, you have the vehicle, but it hasn't been transferred yet.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
So when are you? Yes, sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to find out, this new vehicle that is in your possession, do you have documents to that vehicle?
No, Honorable Chair, we don't.
So if somebody comes up tomorrow and says the vehicle belongs to that person, what do you do?
Honorable Chair, that's why we wrote. In fact, most of the vehicles that come to the RCCs don't come with documentation. So in our letter, we requested that an allocation letter be sent to us, and then documents on the vehicle be sent as well. So as a result, we are unable to get insurance for the vehicles or even roadworthy. So the regional minister's vehicle has no insurance and no roadworthy certificates.
Madam, what is your position out there?
Please, I'm the acting regional coordinating director.
Do you have a copy of this report?
Yes, Honorable.
Have you seen what is written on paragraph 1795? See, let's read 1794. It says, management indicated that the vehicle was taken away by national security operatives, but without formal transfer documentation for review. Now, you said it was a minister who took it, but not. They are saying over here there's national security.
Yes, Honorable Chair. That is what the Auditor General's report is saying. But the management letter and the response management at that time gave was that it was the minister that brought the vehicle to Accra.
Now, the recommendation was, we recommended that the regional coordinating director should retrieve the vehicle from the national security without further delay, or be held liable, and will be held liable to pay for its replacement cost. Have you retrieved that vehicle?
No, Honorable.
No, Chairman. No, Chairman.
So, Madam, I think if we held you liable for the vehicle, you'll find a way of retrieving that vehicle. Because you wrote the letter in 2023, you waited to 2024 to write a reminder. It looks like we are not serious about the vehicle. That is my feeling.
Yes, Honorable. I think these were attempts by management at that time. And I assumed office about a month ago.
You took office about a month ago?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
You see, ladies and gentlemen, if you were not there when this thing happened, when you are invited, bring the person who was there. It looks like we are shielding people who create all kinds of malfeasance and they move on. Who was the coordinating director at that time?
Honorable Chair, he's indisposed.
Madam, that wasn't the question I asked. There's a simple SHS question. Who?
He's Mr. Fred Ajiman.
Fred Adomako.
Ajiman.
Fred Ajiman. And where is he? He's indisposed, but has he been moved to another ministry or is he on?
Please, he's on sick leave.
Madam, did you drive the vehicle to Accra today? You said you are using the vehicle is in use now, the current one. That's what the regional minister is using.
Yes,
so
Honorable.
should I assume that that is the vehicle you came with today?
Honorable Chair, no. I came by flight, so.
So you use the car in Western Region?
Yes.
You drive it?
Yes.
With no insurance and no roadworthy?
Honorable Chair, that is an anomaly that we've identified, and we are trying hard to rectify that.
So should you drive that vehicle and the unfortunate happen, what would you do?
Well, Honorable Chair, this is a challenge that I've come to meet, and every effort is being made to correct it. Because that's the only vehicle available to me, and that's the circumstance that, the RCC is faced with. And we are doing everything possible to have it corrected.
Do you actually need the original documentations before you can have a roadworthy and insurance covering the vehicle?
I think so. I think that you have roadworthy and insurance, the vehicle's primary documentation should be in place.
Have you bothered to inquire from the DVLA in whose name the vehicle is registered? Because when it has a chassis number, and secondly, it also has a number plate on it. Have you tried that option?
No, I've personally not tried that. We've not done that. But like I said, she came in, like she indicated, the previous director has been indisposed for some time. And she came in recently. So we've been sitting down looking at all the issues surrounding these matters. And we believe that very soon we'll have it, corrected.
I believe kindly try that, at least to give you an indication as to who exactly the vehicle is registered in the name, so that you can target your approach as trying to find the documentations rather than driving a vehicle that is not insured and also not roadworthy certified.
Honorable Chair, I think that's something we are going to do, but the issue here, as she indicated, is a certain system in place where vehicles that have come through to the RCCs have not come with documentation. And I think that is something that we have to, rectify, so that going forward, any vehicle that's released should come with some documentation so that all the other things we need to do, as in getting insurance and all the others, we're able to do.
Honorable Minister, the Western Regional Minister at the moment, if he wasn't a regional minister, he'd be arrested by the police by driving a vehicle, no insurance, no roadworthy. Now we have a regional minister over here. God forbid something happens. The car doesn't have any insurance. Is that how we are treating our ministers?
Honorable Chair, as the regional minister has indicated, the ministry will liaise with them to ensure that the right thing is done, since he said they are working on it. Thank you.
How much a period should we give you, since for 2 years hasn't been done? So with a new team involved now, how long would that, do you think we should give you to rectify this issue?
Honorable Chair, this is a matter that I believe we can get resolved by close of year. By close of year.
Close of year?
Yes.
All right, I will give you that, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
The next infraction is on paragraph 1796, and Honorable Abena Osayasari will take care of that one.
Yeah, Chairman, thank you. 30. Yeah, this infraction, 32 staff of the Regional Coordinating Council live in government bungalows without paying their rent. The amount in default is 176,588 cedis. The auditors, during their work, also realized that you didn't have a rent ledger to track defaulters we would like to know, or let me ask that, I would like to know, first, the state of government bungalows in the region. Secondly, whether you've been able to recover the said amount.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Narere Kwabena David, the Regional Coordinating Director. To answer the first question, the state of government bungalows, I can say almost 75 to 80% of the bungalows we have in the region are in such a deplorable state that requires maintenance. Now, the other aspect of it that has to do with the default payment. Indeed, the RCC is initiating a lot of measures to see how to collect these rent arrears from the default staff. One of the measures we have adopted after I came into office and realized that this problem existed. Indeed, let me mention that the then Regional Coordinating Director, in whose presence this report came up, is late. And so I came in barely a month ago and met this problem. And so what I'm trying to do to solve the problem is I've asked my HR to do a data collection of all the staff affected for us to know their affordability levels as far as the payment is concerned. So when we know the affordability level of every staff, we'll be able to have an undertaking with them for at least the payment of whatever each individual owes to be spread out for a period of at least 6 months so that they can pay it to government as expected. This is what we are trying to do, Honorable Chair.
Yeah. Head of Service, welcome, Prof.
Thank you, Honorable.
Yes, Chief Director, RCC, do you believe that the rent you collect, the 10% rent, basic rent that you charge officers that occupies these bungalows, do you believe that this rent can actually maintain these bungalows? I say this because... No,
Honorable Member.
I know.
It's... Honorable Member, that is a policy from Ministry of Finance. But whether it's enough, that is not their issue for them to talk about.
Yes, so it's an issue that I build my point, Chairman. When you rush me, let me build my point.
Honorable Member, this is a case that we've gone through several times at Public Accounts Committee.
I know. I'm also helping. I wasn't there.
Okay.
You understand? I wasn't there.
Go ahead.
I'm also helping them because I was a DC before. We build new bungalows and allocate to staff and charge them that amount of money, very meager. So that money cannot actually, maintain the bungalows. So it's an issue that if I'm helping them or they can say it here, then all of us as policy makers, we can help them. The reason why are not being able to maintain is because the monies that are charged, honestly, cannot maintain the bungalows. That is one of my observations. So if I'm bringing it out, it is for all of us to help them. Whichever quarters that we can table this, we table it. There are many things we say around this table that are not captured here. And when someone is making his point, you want to come and stop the person. It's not fair.
Honorable Member, you are out of order.
No problem.
When it comes to policy, we the parliamentarians, we don't make policy. It's for the executive. Let's move to the next one, please. The next one is paragraph 1802, and that is Honorable Brima.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the third paragraph relates to an unserved bond. And I just noted that one Silas Kofi Mokla was granted a 4-year study leave with pay. However, they said Mr. Mokla did not return to post after completing his study. And so he was required to refund an amount of 98,575.56 pesos, Ghana cedis, as salaries paid to him for the 4-year period that he undertook that course of study. The auditors also noted that management could not provide Mr. Mokla's bond forms for perusal upon request. So the recommendation was that the regional coordinating director should recover the total amount of 98,575.56 Ghana cedis with interest at the prevailing Bank of Ghana rate to be paid into the Auditor General's recovery account. Regional Coordinating Director, have you been able to collect this money?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We have not been able to collect the said money from the said officer. That notwithstanding, we have written to IOCO to see how IOCO can help us in tracing the officer concerned so that the appropriate measures will be taken for the collection of the money. Thank you.
Director, one thing of interest to me is how we could, why couldn't we trace the forms, the bond forms, which is a necessary prerequisite for any employer to be given or to be awarded a study leave with pay, so that if we had the bond, forms here, we know whom to fall on to be able to locate Mr. Mokle. So how come he was given study leave and then the bond where the guarantor signed to guarantee for him were not with your office?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. In fact, we have not lost hope in tracing the forms. We are still making strenuous efforts to see how the forms can be obtained so that we can get the appropriate information to act.
That's after how many years? Because this infraction, I think this report was in 2023, and up to now, the forms, and then I believe the approval for the study leave was granted somewhere 2018, 2019, and up to now, you don't know where the forms are.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Like I said, I have just come in, and I'm putting in a lot of effort to see how this can be addressed.
So do we take it that now you don't even know the guarantors who guaranteed for Mr. Mokle?
For me, as an individual, I will say I don't know them.
As a coordinating council?
As a coordinating council, the forms will help us to be able to know who the guarantors are.
And where are the forms?
That's what we are tracing for.
Chairman, something is missing somewhere.
What is it?
Oh, yes, something is missing somewhere. How do you grant study leave to an employee the bond forms? It's in transit. To where? I think the approving officers at that time should be held liable if we are not able to find
bond in 2019.
Okay, so and you be move straight into action and yakwa ye juma. And you man be and a whole lot. And I learned said the German president, prime minister, right, is in town, and omo eguso, omo kasa. Over the weekend, there were issues about Springfield Oil Company owner, Kelvin Autry. Na won some ye bebre me who say Yoko for issue statement on Kelvin Autry issue no. Yoko for almost statement and deny the fact that Kelvin Autry is in the hands of Dubai police for and some fatu say Oman deny Yoko and deny, but the point is Yoko and they don't speak for Dubai security agencies, so it has nothing to do with Yoko. But I think where now I'll say false claims on Yoko and Springfield investigations. So we have the document here. And I think so the date, the issue, the reference and number and everything. Has a false claims on Yoko and Springfield investigations. But me born tougher at the Amawa. Yoko for person catcher say yes, they have issues with Kelvin Autry, but one more year investigations. So say check Kelvin Autry or Dubai, it has nothing to do with them. Maybe a different matter. One more report initially claim that Yoko was supposed to arrest Kelvin Autry and Omo Anchino. And so which means it be almost smelly BB. Then Yoko for the reason why, and they claim that the Yoko claims that they investigate Ansah no man make it arrest. They investigate Ansah no man make it arrest. So you see, me issues kakra. When you tell me you investigate Ansah, oh, so with Shatawale no. Shatawale Diano, Ediana Yoko for investigate here before they arrested him, and after the arrest, Assembly to Eka. So which means and now more investigations. You see, sometimes when you don't run a country like you are dealing with kids. I mean, and Minya a Remonacha, he a communicator. He has been on radio once a media practitioner. You understand? Just that seat a shift keke. But once a media practitioner, there are certain things you need to, be careful how you communicate to the public. But we will leave it here. I have so many questions to ask. There are so many loopholes in this statement. But I think in the first place, Kelvin Autry, it's okay. In the first place, Kelvin Autry, a businessman. We don't wish him, bad. We don't wish him bad. Menote kasa sesiano. Ebia Kelvin Autry a fan crofo tu omoka. Sa for no touch wood. If anything, and Kevin is to stay in a prisoner. No, when they lose you understand. So we don't wish bad for him. And I know Kevin personally. We have met twice. We have spoken on phone also 2, 3, 4 occasions about some few issues. So and you will be a minimum and you bomb pie mano. However, you see, we keep on telling people that Ewiase. Look, Onipa I'm out for your genuine businesses. So I'm out for your genuine businesses. I don't know, and I don't want to believe the business community is sanity. Oh, yeah, na be, but didn't say so. That is why make us say Obianya Botre with Kevin Autry issue. Yentie munkosi asye Ansah na se obi ewo judgment be pass ya Ansah na wa pass it. I mean, let's take it easy. Obia enya Botre say enokure bi wo mu a ye bete enokure bi animu so a we move on. But as an indigenous businessman, I wish he will come out clean and continue his business. And now I'm in a penny bidding come and I'm make a chance say you crom hano. Adia bakwa a ya I'm into me raising a year business moguls giants. Is that obia nya chance na opese or cutting in ya o trading ya ehwe form nti say Kwame Kwache ena Kwame Kwache timi akwa bie your friend say ebia trading company kese bia obi a oni Kwame Kwache wo Accra100.5FM na to ne nsem keka na nye ne no ana wa ha na Kwame Kwache na dabai afun kai sikafun kai sikakan kai sikatantan sana yeyete. The reason why, because nipa no obusa me say okoba bi to say Benin now Benin they are raising business, local business guys, they are doing well. When you say Benin omo cashew omo maya omo exporto no we exporto illegal, but yati kroma yati gold board say aban no abehwe ni gold so say ya individuals enya kwai export to your gold basa yeah, the adane kasa, the adane atem didie. Say ni ya no. Say Benin, yeah, Benin ya. Untimi export ye cashew. Kwaba bia. And now say aban no ayir cashew no a Indians ne ba. No ma beto. Every aban no mo de akwa process it. So whatever it is, they are getting, I mean, value for money. You know, Divan Williams says, Bobie, genuine businesses in the world are few. Let's list them and issues attached to them. Anyway, that is your opinion. That is your opinion. I know many businesses are, I mean, because here to Ghana. And you see, Ghana from America same way. And Papa ne mention adiebi was Bobie kwa a friends Spinters Road. Fast Spinters. To say they are the coins rabakwajo. All the shops, Lebanese, Indians. First by Ghana ni A life. Wana ye bio school a. Ya wa Central region ni de. So ma mi anko toto groceries A life a. That just a won't come home. And China Mall, Abeji Jumano, Meboa. Every corner you will see China Mall. Everywhere you will see China Mall. Who is aiding them? Why na your local people. Baby, they have the money. But a Ghana ni and a China Mall. No, say Ghana Mall. They will find every reason to make sure see a big guno. That is Ghana. No. Yeah. Remember, Bobie, Brano, be careful. Ghanaians are naturally born bad. Ahoya or time. And you know, well, you see, Osha mind to say Sudan and the Omoya or Mohonoa. Yeah, no, Senyana and say ya na manfrafo bi abefra ya moja sem ne nkole tramada. Ghana need to Ghana ni. Then say Ghana need to Ghana ni ebeye Ghana ni, you know, ayakayaka de. But ya de ni ahoya ena bone ahoya ena bone. And na minimia Mustafa Bandi air kasa na ne ho adwiri no na Mustafa baby a wote no eyo obi ya o baby a wote no eyo obi ya obi homete ono no yaji position no a yemfa ma no onim pa say but opese wo Mustafa Bandi baby a wote no wo free ho no ono mienu nyina ba ye pe ti Kwame Kwachi na ye producer produce Accra100.5FM Citizen Show. Kwame Kwachi set ya no ordinary bubu. Show idiot abro nyeska free so. Kwame Kwachi sempa boa eh ne na say your life amobo. And in empire nyina na say ono ye German na say ye German say Kwame Kwachi tranchen a wo de ne betra ontimi nyo. Eno no onim say agongo ji adwuma no anya one de be ma no ba ne mpa ye nyina ne se emmo Kwame na afa de Kwame ba adwuma na mu nyina mu gira gate se gira gate ada ne gate man for so yeah that is the normal Ghanaian sana Ghana ni sana Ghana ni tie into be for be a China more asemwe manu ye medu enso me kan say no maka ne say ena no me hu Zonda oba no Zonda company China ni lady no me hu na oni president mama am go hwe cars also the cars aba yo yate na saa girl no criminal bia ni wa wo che no saa Zonda girl no MPP time eniema saa abayo no ye wo krom ha na yeah, what can I say? What can I say? What can I say? What can I say? Yeah, what can I say? So you just leave it like that, and no, what so abo bra. Yeah, to krom ha. Shops are kesi nyina. And so we jai magana nino. Kwame, kwa boso kan. Okwa aboso kan ya wo mo do omo expert pass e ba Nigeria for ni ade no onim how much of fa no papa ujaima Ghana for nko market ya won kwaye omo de be fa so ye de be politics indi say MPP ne wo a omo wo se de omo si ton omo niema NDC ba almost said they almost turn near ma. Normal catch us we determine the market. Wow. Obesha so turn in near ma on a boss or kind wager politicians for us mama woman. And as I say market I am and I want to want to walk him. Hey, you Jimmy out the table so kind here. Because the jam market never one. Would you done politics and quasi pricing? Quasi assem na woody. Who yas ye bet me a two. I'm walk opposition you. Now what can I tell politician MPP and this what can I tell omo no. Now oh hell. And as I say market and a more bie. And a more bie manya. And will be a gum. Anyway, mame enya jumawe nenka mempese me bosso ebi. But I've watched the video. I don't need to play it back. And almost say Mustafa Bandi. I call London. I call CNDC for constituency. President Mahama. JM. Yeah, almost say 20,000. Constituency. Bia. Na wahu ayana asam ni bi o ayana mesre ayana ya asam ni bi o mesre o yeah wo ba catch obi say 20,000 enti JM wadi MP abedi wabe ranking member ababa be running mate vice president, president, opposition leader 8 years, back to presidency. Ono ontimi enyi eyesika 20,000 onibi. Na MPP ni etwo jiminti wo obi ba omiaso wache constituency 275 MPP also ma obi a pick up ba omia timi che pickups say 275 for say check it ba omia meboa ba omia ga say o ma pickups ba omia timi che pickups Emma MPP constituencies JM ntimi ma 20,000. Oh, sometimes na odwini nipa adwene ho a ase nipa yare pressure a wo se aba nkrofo so no say declaration ko declare editing abem but now President Mahama official NDC party we now we grab Mustafa Gbandi asem we asem a say ya asem nwan President Mahama official NDC party na say wa mo kasa no wa mo nimu wa mo nim President Mahama official NDC ache enya ne enu akura party mu abepemene ebi okura no a President Mahama no ano mo mpese ombeka no abonten but why bi say ebi mu complaining say John Mahamadin as if say one of the presidency no ana ye ne de na woni bibia wode bua party no na se Mustafa Gbandi akoba bi no a kirem say look and someone crofo ka free akire no enye saa na tie it's a lie ebi no mabusuafo no omoyere no wo positions 300 pickups baumia ewa sorry ba Brian, I paid each constituency executive $1,500 for Baumia to become 2024 MVP flag bearer. Or no, Brian? 8 metia. Jomama de Omo Nyebi Ma NDC. Oh, any MPP ni who? Kwame, so I didn't mean come on, some say no. Me who say? I don't know. Say one more. Minim, but I have MPP friends. Yeah, one more musia wa bontia. As one come die no. Who say only nipa na edi nkomo. The moment ebe switch akọ MPP asempe as we abodam. As we abodam. Ono Brian to $1,500 per constituency. In 2024. Baumia story now say 300. 300 vehicles. Baumia ono when you ska. Mami Chaso. Mami Chaso. JDM has been doing this since. So the ignorant people can make noise. Yeah, Charlie. Momo noise, no. Momo noise, no, be no. Obia and found. But, Anna, ye cano. Say, wouldn't now wouldn't him. If you don't know, you don't know. Because Anna Sarah Ekano, Freddie Blay. But you see, the argument is that Anna Scano no. Mustafa Gbandi and I said this will be defending the president. Because Unipada Senia said that ko land in Wako Dim Komo. Just to make sure say a friend say JMD actually party for the keke. And Mustafa Gbandi, I mean, he works at the presidency. Yes, on your spokesperson. But where your party matters, or your deputy general secretary, and your party matters, then he needed to explain that one more kasano. Or man contribution ye. Now who's MPP for an issue? So Raja Mama say also more appointments, echo foreign missions, party for no. Omo ko and MPP for the issue. Say Gabi no nya chance no mo de kogro medam ase. Omo di legon for lagan. Omo de lagan for. So if you tell me yes, we agree. We agree. And you be a now enka amount for expectations. A be now amount for expectations. A ya na enka omo expect to say oh enka President Mahama de a be a Bobie be kwa or we be sha. But hey, in this world, unya ni nyina pepe say what dey everything should be about you. Say enye you na koye nipa fofora, you have a problem. Yen try we asesa. Among for men I have issues with the likes of a young Laurentia and a Bridget Boninum because and these girls Juma they worked. Sabon Tinsuni Baba Fakode and your among Crawford Namun Grumo. And that argument that is my position. Yen to fan say eye otamfo nsem say je na to bome yen yesa ni nyina ntimi nya pede but hey chale at least nsem hunu yadi Bobie be ko burger diaspora media burger na say me burger boys boko boys kusase boys yen nyina ne habe wo shune you understand? So at least part for nya abotre they should take it easy. Mame enkwaya majuma with and delete 2 issues. The Galamsey matters and issues about SML. And Divine Kruma will join me in the studio. Samuel Unto will join me in the studio. Haruna Mohammed will also join me in the studio. Quick one. If you have the videos, Shidim. Okay, so young question, Shidim, for Shidim, dear course. I know, sir, you have watched the video. Incident we akoso. Yate eye police for asem. Yate eye yenua MP no asem. Anope minya information say speaker ama police kwai say omo investigate yenua MP no. Na manfo busa say me pa cho o afanya marking you know a she police ni asum no. O afanya marking video no she police ni asum no. Aha. Ayana mo dia mame. It's good. The difference, I would say now, the difference between MPP and NDC, clear. Yeah, clear. Clear ba and kakra. Because in NDC, even though Obianwa wahunu issue nani so. All right, so mamene Erastus Asarodonko yenia and Century Kodin Komo. Big brother, Akwaba.
Yeah,
Bra, Pacho, with you.
I miss you.
Pacho Boko there.
You want to?
Good. I don't pay you ready be a free ahafushidiem a buy. And some no water no a Collins Doda and name Rasebegani Bakudin PM. Later, me koko ready bibi efa small scale miners ora Michael Kojopepra. Ono so no my different story altogether. Then yate MP no also statement awade aba. Chief, adebe in the seaporting. What is the issue?
Now can me person there. Almost saying
dear MP ni can say or kwa ye. Ena okototo manya ne constituency baabi okoduru ye no a okototo asem nimu no ono de na oginamu sebeya a obetimi aboa atwitwaje eye security fo no enti onko frɛ mob bia sɛ omoma bre attack obi utie
ojitu sɛ oko site
was enya site. So what any statement ni menim so anya statement ni bia but the person can nyina say ono one galamse fo ni bibia o twama kwa yie ena o te say ye aba ena ma ofa ho ena okoboae ena say ye de ase no kon Michael Kojopepra so pa akere say issue no has nothing to do with the MP or Collins Dauda na the issue no kromofo ena womo ko attack military for no ya ntimo asemu yie ntina ma me busa from that angle no.
Okay, me name say Kojopepra abe spokesperson for MP no ne Collins Dauda there, but me juma with so many sources. The information I'm that's exactly what happened. MP no cast one side one because evidence I just said and you know heavily built men and one alleged I will also claim site in the I'm mining site. My problem is that when you are engaged in processing of ore for gold using chemicals, you need a license. And that is why NIMOS Echo. Busana said, one for when demanding. But in a bill, I have to know. Other Ghanaians, I have to religion. He went there.
But I want to
say. He asked that they should release them. They should remove the handcuffs on their hands and release them to them. And then the soldiers
on his statement, Numuno, or so or no, and a catcher a year 9 months from say, look, the way I am ranting a charge no, omo movie a young machicho munina and police station for safety. So at no point a young catcher will be say, woman any handcuff and free almost no more release woman. That is exactly what he said in his statement.
I'm not ready to engage in banter and any form of argument with him, at least. Sort of not the story. But what I'm calling for is an independent probe into that incident, so that probe will bring the two narratives together. And I know very well that if any proper probe or investigation is initiated into that incident, it will confirm what we have written.
So which means you still stand by your article?
Of course. Why would I want to write it?
Wow.
So
wow. Hello?
That is why I wrote it.
Yeah. But Erasmus Mami Musa, Sagalam say woy. You bet me win.
From where I stand, they can deny all they can. At the appropriate time, if they choose to go that tangent, we'll also bring our evidence out. We have our witnesses as well. So if it gets to that point, we'll go there. But you see...
At what point? At what point? At what point?
Oh, where we go to seek for redress if we are not happy. So when it gets there, we will also come up with our evidence that will make it public. But the American, this is not the first time. That incident we see, and not the first time. This year, Lance Minister Esumaya was Western North Forest Reserve. We faced a similar challenge.
From politicians.
You have ministers who will call or go to the scene where a legally mandated agency is conducting its rightful duty. And then they would demand that I think that over the jurisdiction, one more money.
But other than I must publish those people because me who be I'll publish you.
Oh, and there are people who call the shots behind the scenes. Soldier for Beko, Yabechinipa, Ama for Befre, and where the side, and where we need Pebidia, a higher Minipebi, a Dimunjano Manenko, Munye say.
So Erasmus, why don't we deal with the people who are behind the scenes? No, because maybe they say me, me didn't you know me. Let's mention and shame them because that is where the problem is coming from.
Bobie,
sir,
this one. You know how I work. If I don't have the evidence, I won't put it. Because evidence is the name of the game.
Yeah.
If there are witnesses and if there is evidence, then you can talk about it boldly without getting sued. Or even if you are sued, you'll be able to defend yourself. That is why. Now, people are so crafty and smart that those who sponsor the galamsey on the ground, or those who call the shots to defend the legal minded, you will never find their names on any document. And they are so smart that it is difficult linking them, even though you know that these people are the ones controlling or managing this illegal entity. Until they are caught in some of these things, you will never be able to defend yourself.
This particular MP, we know who won the background linked to Galamsey activities. Until say unya ne whole report we no anything linked to him.
Dabi. And I have not been able to confirm it. But this one, he was there. And I'm speaking directly to an incident which occurred. I'm limiting myself to that incident and not any other hearsay.
But with this incident, who tries our friend or Collins daughter to find out whether informant name out correct information?
That is an option as a journalist I can take.
Okay, you're right. You're right. Chairman, Okunwe no emu ya edin. But Mami Musa, do you think that President Mahama, the NDC administration, are they doing enough?
You see, the idea is good. I would never say that we are doing enough. Yes, President Mahama and the NDC are doing something. That is why we have memos. That is why the IDP has done quite a number of jobs. In fact, the next forest now they've been able to clear quite a number of them. So I would say that they've done. But we pay now, baby, I hear say I'm and take action. You better return it back to where we are, and even worse. And that is why we need to do something about it.
Say, foreigners are more invading a forest. Yeah, day. And from where I sit, what we say weapons, will run. What is happening?
Ansah, multimedia started this war way back 2012, 2013, 2014, and the company has been, in fact, through us and our team, we've been working on this. Quite a number of successes have been chopped, and I will say that it's been good. They are still flowing because we've been able to save quite a number of forest reserves. I can talk about Tanzania. Senka consistently, I can tell you, say that forest, I can tell you, but a large portion of that forest still exists. Tanzania, the same thing. You've been able to work on Jimera extension. Though your reports, almost shared to the and almost Jimera extension, and you're going to almost a large portion of it to almost but still, a portion of it exists because we continue to talk about it. I'm documenting all the forest reserves. Any almost external, Dodo I have said, the air Kosovo, may first one on a Pamprama forest reserve. Second one, Eba and on Tanzania forest. Then we'll go to Tanzania. We'll go to other forest reserve. At least we have 44 to go. And I would say, through our work, a lot is beginning to do. But you know, still, I'm not for room. I'm not for room. Now and then we keep going back to the same thing.
What data I just say about Galamsey for ya omochichu no I buy it me a jelly. Do you have any information to that?
I don't have any information, and I keep asking for it. Maybe I'm on the neck of, especially the Ghana Police Service and the Attorney General said they should give us a list of prosecutions. Because they say, and only idea I lucky. Yes, it's a chomo. You're impounded excavated. excavators recently, and the information said some of them have been given out. As to on what basis they were given out, I'm still investigating. They should be able to furnish us with investigation, with prosecution. And I think that is one thing Attorney General should be able to do a press conference, just like Niaoyen, to be able to tell us, Nipa Echiwo, was saying any other Makoko. Don't was saying the because as I said here, the new to be higher.
I see. Anyway, Chairman, Yabako Swadim Komowe. We are in the same, position. Your bumpire say, I deal with to be tra. I'm not happy, and I know you are not happy with the way. Patrio.
Yes, and trouble. Yes, especially which I was here with a critical question. Or calling data. You should call him and find out. There are he's been accused of something. What is he saying about it?
You see, I may know and a pain.
In the best interest, I was say or report it to the relevant authority. Not go there with his own people.
Me anopeno time I me read from one and random who video no. Me read from what article no and I'm afraid a year MP no wa ampeke. Later nani phone adum. Me frère Collins Delda anko. Me mani ana minsaka Lance Minister. And I'm busa and say adewe no so we funeral nyina no mo nyina more collaborate with informations. But what you know is say Collins Delda is not in town. With a friend is a MP also the onimne say speaker I'ma go ahead that the police should investigate him. So baby ye way there and yadia but onim say Collins Delda any town as to whether indeed Collins Delda and a friend no can be beached no or not or no so won't mean. So we are also talking
because
to
that is the information or the man task force. Said they were sent by Collins Delda. That's what they told the task force.
I see. But when it 9 months for Nakasa, when it Omar Kasa confirm this position.
I have spoken with them. I have my sources within them. They gave me concrete information on that and evidence to that effect, and that is why I'm able to report on it.
Oh, okay. Okay, sharp. So at least you can use your evidence to help the police do their investigations.
Oh, if I'm invited, but the Namos itself, who is at the center of this whole thing, they are there. They have the evidence. The police who went in to save the soldiers, they are also there. So when a rocket fight, it's easy.
Okay. All right. Chairman, that's it. Money Ajuma. Okay, all right, thank you. Live on Accra100.5. Joe Atiga says Galamsey fight is not difficult to deal with. It's a matter of sincerity from everyone, including journalists. What does he mean when he says the evidence he has will be released later? Mr. Man, just release it for us to fight it together. But don't you also think you are benefiting from this Galamsey thing by delaying evidence and hiding some names? Maria Adams says Collins Delda should have issued a statement by now. Why is he quiet? He's not in town. Anyway, so let me put that one aside. Quick one. Mami Emre Munkonkoye Ejuma Efofro Embra. And we have so many questions to ask. We have so many issues to talk about. But I think now the system is clear. I like the NDC supporters' approach. I like the party and the government approach. Because yet mean travel memu na ya so nkrofo so. Yetia ene ye beka kire se eyi akwawi Akufo-Addo akwayi a okofa ne free Kumasi ba so se Akufo-Addo nti obedi president yi. Na on ye transport manager ewo presidency. On ye release presidency cars emom de ko galamsey. Ukoka na MPP ni edidi watema kama. Sata na team didi nkwa today and amatisa amanfo oka NDC supporters no they say no more arbitrary nipa na no. The NDC supporters reaction clearly tells you that supporters ne MP adia your friend Galamsey they don't like it. They don't want to hear that thing. And the NDC supporters, you see, that edge, that sincerity in their hearts to help John Mahama fight Galamsey, no. Yes, our reaction, no. It's not they decided to crucify somebody or whatever. Okay, so the last director of corporate affairs, Minerals Commission, Chairman Akwaba. Boko, dear chief.
I know Boko. Bobie, in some way, Mr. Penny, yes,
I didn't know your Boko, then I'm in your Boko, and then I see.
The manifesto about. And the manifesto, very empty, and the content of the NDC manifesto. You don't want to be empathy against the NDC. And see about me, and me, what is the I say a good will be able to amp when you only different from people. But in some way, we see over the weekend, our gosh, no time. A time.
The letter, Mato, now or now, Oti.
Bobie, because the commander of Naimo, Colonel Boo, may our what the same office of Mineral Solutions. The office is just opposite my office. Sunday is here, Friday is here. No one in China 1 o'clock. Yeah, yes, somebody. Minister, they will see some cars with the effort. No, it's changing that. The commander, you can go. Yeah, you like to. I have already. You can do on the chief executive officer. I have friend is tired of people. I invite him to say, member, minister, DB man. And so on one, the child, the place to keep. On one, the child, the place to keep of the military commander, and on the call. And then the call of the strategy, among them, near one. 9 of the war, the Omobas, Yami, or the Brahma half region in together. They be able to deploy one of them. I'm on this campaign. I see a focus center and Crawford Galamsey, I have to. Yakoshe. And see, over to the 1 hour 30 minutes to 2 hours. What we read, now commander here or check the deployment through the job of deploying on now, over time, 24 all but I know, I know, one is almost yet illegal money, illegal activity ready. Now, the house is a threat, and it said it was close to the road. Or the other commission line. You are supposed to be 500 meters away from the road and 100 meters away from the river. And to say, you are what you want to do 100 meters. And yet you know that you must be 500 meters away from town, and that's a road. And say, oh, it was very close. I'm not going to find a and say, and run with 500 meters. It's a mobile unit. And see, a little book. On your 10. Or no come 11. Now, commander on cooperation too. Commander on cooperation. The boys do not see the court. They will not get a specific plan at the 2 form of medical. But this time, said the year one. Or number the boys will not go who is a now, if I'm a problem, I deal apart from say, They were close to the road and to the town. Bobie, all you see sunlight, any message. I asked it, and we will see their goal. I work at it. And so the only way you get and the all church, all people now 21 catches, 12 million votes, and 11,000 Ghana. And then yes, warning and you man, offer everyone against the career. Or none of them consent to mining community. It's a big law. Now, a queen of consent because the friend of the money said something to the other of our media more. Or do city card in the gate in one and not start with all you speak language.
That is a site owner, no?
Yes, real.
Why? Me pacho. Angadala abutre. Site owner no na what can I say me?
Me pacho.
Okay, to us.
The site owner the law do one or to by hand and I told you cannot display this kind of impunity. And say one to the river also. And no children first. And I'm didn't handcuff. I'm didn't say the chief and I'm handcuff. First. Of our own two, no, not more is that on none of the same thing. And to almost see no I'm and now honorable member of parliament for the area. A certificate not a buy and to the Ghana card. I need complimentary card. Say only the member of parliament. Now, over person say, my own time. If the commander is sending a water, or starting some answer, the commander said, baby. Yeah, on page, my manners to woman responsibility. Responsibility is that you must fight illegal mining head on without fear or favor. Whether you are a party person or an appointee or whatever. They should be ruthless with anybody. It's okay to anything. On to me, now, I honorable Ebenezer Opoku. The problem in the United States, Nepal, you know, so that they have come for me. Say, don't go to Bobie. You have to finish your woman. Nipa no ayatene I didn't go police station ye handcuff ni ti wo mo and stand you don't know na time na honorable MP labor na amount ye be 15 to 20 to 30 edmichi maxisa to call the bit no ko yi and it's no ko yi not the nipa 30 no and at 25 na 40 no the mo ko yi offer into ye na embrace any between the success of the political home. What would you keep? At the beer, one campaign, no machine.
Me pacho, Dela, with your narrative, now or are now being a catcher.
I speak for 9 months and speak for the Minerals Commission. The commander of the 9 months. Colonel Dominic Boa.
Okay. Now, one or try so Uber Richie MP, and I know so we need Honorable Collins Deuda. Or try so Uber Richie or Mumu B, just for clarification purposes.
Now, the Honorable Ebenezer Kukwado, no response. Bobie and Pacho will be a Kameka to the last point, the last one.
Last point. Okay, so say o de kan wasem no kire wa me products no omo de to ye page no so nti de ka to aso.
The last one to see the Toyota version of the Zongo T had its glasses smashed at the back. By then, I had left to attend to other funerals. I hear Honorable Peku Ado say time one more time to I better do Bobie, na commander na can no mo de ko ye no. Voice na start to we need to.
What I mean is for clarification purposes. What mean try say because I know say Colin Zelda is a comrade, so reaching him no answer that any problem. MP so ebe ye kuma ana comrade yen kanesa. Who tries okay, let me call them because Naimos commander also or nipa onipa to be born in Trimkasem. But who tries to obey further checks to make sure so say any na somewhere who talk catch them na me pese me busa and once what to be yes sir.
Bobie my check you know until I know what
so only MP kasa only MP kasa.
Honorable quality down the body no you be bed. I am me this body honorable quality down that way. She oh now what is the BSC and I will be PSC and now so no brand about it over and I would say command the soldier say on you being on your being and I command will be started 1 year and I will say now me person command this honorable Kasa man a honorable quality. However, one of our baby and our baby of phone so the catching of being was your only being being also being purpose. Because honorable quality down that you only baby or the TV, small young baby. One of our friends into your being customer. We MP. Honorable quality MP. Then, I say, honorable quality down that you be customer. Then, I wouldn't be them.
So Dela, this issue, more than a day, what is the way forward?
Over the way forward, before I begin the way forward, a bedroom baby, not a minor 2 pounds fine, almost a police station, almost friend police for by 20, ever the boy. The regional commander, police for women in our battle. Now, Zongo for him, I worship him, and a buy him, and the Kasai. And a crab, and I am a yes, Zongo chief. A sense cannot so that for him to read to our kind. Zongo him, and on the car. At the mouth, woman, and then so I come into our pipe and don't meet. Wafa say me empty any demo. Na yam fa no so bi so. The message so you ferry na yam police station. The group police station ho. Yam fa mra yam.
But Dela, who reading his statement no? Eya wa refer bibi ewo mu no. We are making the points clear that one, a Hwanya constituency. 2, or kwa ye a year no nanke so ne Honorable Collins na ekọ Honorable Collins etukwai baby a obefa no nam Honorable Collins ekrom na ekọ okototo asem ni mu ni nua e constituency ni wono so ni die ni enti na ese osi na okohwe adekro mo so oye mrase badwani na asemu sinema nyina anka bia o kire bia asem ne bedru parliament na meka say oh mi hu say esi o ba me de me dru na me fa na me twam enti oso okọ e na okotiemu in fact oso ono e na oboaye ma omde mrante no eni asojafo nyina ba police station because na say de kromofo e puba no Already, sir, or no need differences we are. That will say,
Bobie, Bobie, I say, on a one for consultation.
Yes.
Say this, don't go cheap in the time to call it. Such a don't cheap no, I say, you're pie the drunk.
Well, me tears on go chief, so I don't know. But this is the statement from MP.
And my cat, a son said, not so that one time you're not coming in, and I said, Oma, attacking. And his don't go chief in my car, say, and Fanko. MP not throw when it's put to me, or no call you, and or two say a pipe by time. Nancy, or see or Kahun, and the and your money police for the soldier police station. Or no MP. Or see or through what the last statement, you know, or through one son don't go cheap in the car, and the man see about the police. Or no, Castle, your pipe and car, no, it's a year. In the same statement, you know, on one capacity. Or no, the man you didn't for putting on Oklahoma, you didn't for putting in our police station. And see, somebody is just speaking the truth here. The MP statement is contradictory. Is it not? On one thing, or the other don't go police station. On one side, the statement, the last statement, the last statement, the last time or almost practical, no, what you open here. But when you have to police station. The same statement. And to Toronto, it's the 6th or the 7th one. I want to say the last one. And who was it? Ojai hoping you. Ojai was saying, or come on to the police station. Or come here to come. And he is not. See, the fact is this. A cool way to have a galaxy. Actually, problem when people go to I see a manager. And see a formal diplomatically. Bobie, so the best share of my page, your mamma in one. Near Moon, near my page, your mamma in the Juma, said you're only the Juma more. And I see a woman said, Sarah should go when you be. And the big on Mantelino, not buying any more here. As I said, on Mantelino, the Juma Bonner, or be a Bonner, but he said, I remember my page, your mamma Bundy, a big Kim, or be a big Kim. Now, and you man to think it be seen, and not able to go about any more here. And the young to me, and you see a cover of the end. We empty. So the father water. Yababa and Maratian, you be emphasis. Zachariah, the owner of the site, Abba, you know, yeah, the Omo Police Station, not the Omo. No one now the commander town to now need to pay Tata. So, all alliances, watch us on your alliances. So all alliances to be now we a boom racket. Oh, say, we are put the new. But say, Obama, and right here, we are call ye, and I'm right here, the two. I would say, you're empty, no. The air, you're not walking, and of course, we are. And somebody, the truth must be good.
All right. Say, ni atese Speaker Ma Kwase police and take up the matter. Is that right?
Yes.
And Meno Kase no what me police at me making any arrest.
The police commander for the region has been directed to constitute a committee to investigate. Into one of the investigation, the Colonel Buano has been invited. The MP has been invited. So the MP will go and give his narrative. And they're going to start happening. And see, all the witnesses and all the people there, no, you want to invite to Commander Buano. Even about this region, and that's a district, say, on the money in other parts of testify. At the evening of the day, the committee in the Baba want to say, same about the dead generation. But they make up and they say, yeah, Juma, or my page, Mahama, Juma, like Juma, and you may be a bit but say the ban, who's true. They encounter a man can say, Yeah, the cooperative money. As something for such a check to see that when you are doing to take a class. If the amount of money cooperative money, minerals committee member constituency there. Near about the register. So, near my 5-year license, say, cooperative mining. We are not against mining. We do not want anybody to incite anybody against soldiers. The order we are saying is that, so we are responsible leader, a member of parliament, minister of state, government official. Say, young Molina, Pachram, Tram, Rank, Telephone, now buy what a Konya Papa, Emma woman. Not say about you, a war, a total war, elbow box, Robert, time while we cast a little to see one or so that the airport for a branch will be that, so the last one of the a branch of the family, a pen with two. A dang. Yeah, this is the funny police station, only in police station. The last soldier, all through open through can, a branch of the Jabba, but 20 key. Yes, see, say, so that for another name, commander and Anna, said it, a 2 years, and a self defense. They can never be the see what Mujamahama said it. Mao can be changed upon the tension. Yes, sir. Mining, once you have responsible mining, they are going to buy anyone without it.
All right, thank you, Dela Edem, na Yenene Kasayeno. And Dela Edem is the Director of Corporate Affairs Minerals Commission. Live on Accra100.5 citizen shows. Honto Akwaba. Boko there.
Nyamiadum.
Good. Nyamiadum Boko. Just a minute, I'll be back.
And so I issue this challenge. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter, and I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot, and let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, When any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before, and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about doing it. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare
joining in the studio. Divine is here. Obejine Jason, Haruna Mohammed will join us. Same Akwaba. So I have for Shidim Naimos incident. Yeguswa, we are trying to get more people. You want to say Lands Ministry release a statement. They are working on it. The police also release a statement, which I know say more who be MP no involved no release statement. And yes, obia Canada. But the issue I think say obia any abre ewo ho ni titru ni NDC grassroots yanko
of a mencha production team any yeti for ne RF4 me ba na metie conversations na me ba ye betna se de akoso nyina ba of answer na me kono amenfa chia kesi free honorable minister for food and agriculture honorable Kopoku.
Okay.
Any national football faster company embro unse be na kakra ni Ghana for complaining dientia omado no bae no amabu omunya atofo na Ronibeka say a blessing in disguise. Yes, BB say na ni yemwa. So for the past 8 years now blue cry have to go to ECOWAS and beg and there's a Bruno Buso because I deliberate policies and programs are banning.
And yes is now
that be
okay.
Say a seasoner and for the past 8 years and Bruno Buso man surplus no ke kutua ECOWAS ka. They say amino ka say the 2,700 metric tons. And yes season deliberately say since inception of this government a Greek ministry distributed over 1.3 million bags of free fertilizer free at the microphone. Nana se kuyani nya fertilizer good no buy so ebeba and they are surplus beba and the ministry also anticipated said this yebedu to buy na no ma national football faster company shas here renovate our warehouses. About a month ago, and government released 100 million at the national football fast talk. Out of that 100 million, we must spend 50 million. 50 million, no, or met me at a year maize 6,000 metric tons, a year 120,000 bags. Or met me at a more 3,000 more years in home. Or met me at 3,000 metric tons, a year 60,000 bags. Or met me at Gary 500 metric tons, a year 10,000 bags. Guso moto ano ma identify who say paddy rice e mo na yensi ho no dodo no a so ewo ho okọ aflan place okọ north a enti minister aside akoto cabinet animu a omo make available of 100 additional 100 million. That 100 million ba and omo the top paddy rice no kwa mo na yensi ho no I know omo expect so beto at least 150,000 metric tons. I know by my 3 million bags of a year paddy rice. I'll make to me at all. And that's the intervention of government. We are hoping, say, in the next a year, 1 month, no, air corner. Or make me at all, we are for no, or my brain, or make me at so emphasis. And the air cost one in take we are for Munum so chope. A banner, one wadrin part, because a baby a chumron. Now, if we are for support to Cramonia before last year, not for saying a Tom. 2017 to 2024 abramuso emuamuso ama ya hu de ehu na emum eye policy na ban dia ba abane hye aba e de akuafo benya so emphasis 2024 even farmers best farmer na world cry farmer no yes person with disability oni yi ni se Ghana na se bi obubu ani a wado afu amale ni asopa ya fara ba so body ama no me wa na nda betra TV so say ye de adwene person with disability propaganda enti akuafo nya bote nana metie eye interviews a o ye na me hwe statement a hodo eba nana something is missing. What is missing is say who say ye ka say the accused person now MP no issue statement institutional MP no which is parliament speaker issue statement ama directives. A police for omoye in charge of security. The issue or many more or muhubino. Police for issue statement. Ministry nine mo for no share na se we issue statement name of nine mos no a wono no call ya yemfa ne se de tete eche se de ensa ka omo no a omo na ye victims no ebesi na nine mo for issue statement what did the like say okasama lands commission yes sir minerals commission and osakasama naimos so the last statement Bernard de la Diaba on behalf of the naimos nyina betimi making reference to na ya say okay who is lying and who is telling the truth because the ubeka wa hano we cannot accept it to be the official statement of the naimos. We cannot. We can accept the minister na canon from the ministerial point of view. Say minister and so a receiving report. We can take the MP on no dear. We can take the police on no dear. What about Naimos? And I'm told say Naimos no I was secretariat. And I know asusu na yenua de la abe confirm say am pass omuni secretariat say nkoje spokesperson. So long as omo spokesperson there, omo secretariat. And why has Naimos failed to issue statement? Chirema drink kakra. Woni yenua de la kaso ka say MP ni statement na ka say contradictory. Nana, I bet you differ. So read the MP ni statement. Very clear. MP ni say wone a police fo ne naimofo no, a soldier fo no. Any movie ye echo police station ho okodo no hu say edom aguo no enya dom ketwa enti wo frɛ zongo chief se omra no meboa na asumdwie emra omukotena ho omuchocho statement ni nyina wie ye no wono no wafiri ho okɔ but omu wie ye no zongo chief no eboa se onene Toyota Secria Omunfanfa eya soldier for because na soldier for car no has been tempered with. And to ono ye say omunfa ne car no mfanko. Na ne car no kro no mode ko no ne ba can say windscreen e wachiri o ma pai no. Sabre no onu afiri ho. Enti nowhere in the statement of the MP our car say he went there with the Zongo chief. Onko no read the statement ni ye paragraph by paragraph. Me MP ni statement ni say oni a soldier for no any a police for naimos for no ono mu nyina na call police station ho okodu ohun say situation wo ni no then he called the Zongo chief to intervene and he brought Zongo chief ni free ho no na ono MP na according to the statement no free ho dada nemom ebra omo ko no pen statement no enye oni Zongo chief ni na call e said na enua dela statement no e suggest no enti so ka say contradictory na mentiase on the face of that statement there's nothing like contradiction or contradictory said the enua na eka no but me concern is say adentina na naimos e was secretariat uko omu Facebook omu page the only thing they posted is the video of the incident. It doesn't say anything. You just posted the video. We are a scene of a military men, policemen, civilians with like mob attack. You posted that video there. What that say? Me name the akoso no biya momania. Na me ko page na go say video no. There's no voice or voiceover. HSO. If be a de muhi, de esi wahani o, de akoso. There's nothing like that. There's no official statement. So why do you want Ghanaians to take you serious? And you can't tell me say minister any statement no issue no. E cover naimos. There be per the minister and say we receive briefing from who? I suppose or no I suggest say it's coming from the naimos. So how can the naimos brief the ministry to issue a statement? The naimos after having even though some more secretariat that cannot brief Ghanaians and tell us Ghanaians what is going on. Share and conform you involved. Now a police for you involved. Lands ministry are involved. Parliament abeye involved. The member of parliament abeye involved. The naimos abeye involved. Nip Accra100.5 5 institutions involved. Now police for issue statement. Atre omu preliminary investigation in the way forward. Speaker of Parliament ab MP nation asieno. Why issue order wa me directive say munhwehwem. The Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources or no so I issue statement. Atre the abeto the name or no so I call on Parliament and police to investigate. The MP, the accused person, has also issued a statement. What about Naimos? The last said, or your MP, didn't also call friend your uncle MP for sometimes issues bar. This kind of statement and illogical debate, so case create that, because what's more can it so. Honorable Collins Dauda, a senior most MP, our that enclave. MPs are being na do not have a free nase. So he's like a godfather to all of them. Into baby MP so ono kwe ye. Into a friend Honorable Collins Dauda. Sen Kenya or so I ready no na bomwako. And of friend Honorable Collins Dauda and Honorable say what too quiet with Ghana. And on the S or twas work on or call to DSC. DSC no so and see on MP ni constituency. Is in one constituency. Honorable Collins Dauda. Pe Ninchilemono. It means Honorable Collins Dauda constituency. And I was afraid Honorable say, the Maba to Sunye. And per the MP no, per the statement no. Now already one assembly member or honomono. Ako say Honorable Collins Dauda afresh the assembly member ni statement no so. Say ko person ne impenyufo na ho ne kasa. Omusi debi. So or no as a member of parliament no. He called Honorable Collins Dauda because you can't tell me say the waiter MP really no the same weight na assembly member e really. And to offer Honorable Collins Dauda and Honorable Collins Dauda say for phone no corner me the person in charge in kasa. Indeed, what the phone no call any penny statement no moje ne kasa. So there's nothing wrong. Say me here member of parliament na makwa to say incident BSc e wo me colleague MP constituency. Na my friend no na through me or person making intervention. There's nothing wrong with it. And yes, the investigation should enkoso. Nema yehu, especially police for incident in this year no. Police for through their headquarters and national headquarters am my statement. CID for sum. The person you should monokoso. But we want things on record. The same way we say MP statement no issue no. A statement that whenever this investigation could be we can take him on because and words you'll be held responsible and accountable to one and words because this is the official statement coming from the member of parliament bearing his signature, bearing a parliament letterhead. And we want to see Naimo almost also special statement official statement. So that we can also hold Naimos responsible and accountable by their own words and we put it together. And Tibradela at the minimum so we juma. But more thing. So what yet to say now your official spokesperson Edma Naimos dia. Please don't deny Ghanaians the opportunity to know from a year Naimos their side of the official one. The interview or granted wahano cannot be accepted to be the official statement of Naimos. So we want to get that official statement so that we can take it up from there. And it's Ochina, Yabania Betrasa, near for statement. Near for way. We read more, we are critical reading now, we are critical deduction. We are critical thinking. You can know say who is telling the truth and who is telling lies. But the Kobas will be about Bekanasem now, wo say we are victim. Ade na to no won kan wasam dia. What do you mean? Yes, see the teenager who nim decision fa. Asem ni see ye no. Minister no ni ho. IGP no ni ho. Speaker of Parliament no ni ho. Police for ene wo ho. MP no ene wo ho. MP no be kan asem. Police for aba be call masem. Naimos mu na nam wo ho. Masem we. And they shouldn't deny us. Among first official statement in Imra. So there is a Facebook page, Brana. They can go to their official Facebook page and put that statement there, so that we can hold them the way I mean MPDA by the Latinas or read paragraph by paragraphs, or claiming and also alleged say means a MP no statement, a contradictory. We want to see Naimo's statement. And then so that we can put something near. Banana said okay no. NDC is never like MPP. Because MDC the uko din semfo a obi anso so hwe uko din semfo obi a enso so unlike the MPP. Speaker of Parliament Kwadwo Damwa MP for a year German South so kan Damwa Customs La Bianca case SMLD no and some no cost no Office of the Special Prosecutor now we invite omo hwehwe no when realizing we say Office of the Special Prosecutor pen action no afi the Parliament in order no official car kra no nyusu bi. So they wrote to a Speaker of Parliament. Say on releasing no. Speaker of Parliament is who are releasing no. Yet the guy didn't want to go. Finally, baby copy here. Office of the Special Prosecutor officials have to go to Speaker. Omo makene eye Kwabena Damwa ebe Speaker office. Eho ena omo nko interview no. Nko investigate na so omo nko taking a statement. Omo ko do ya say before omo be no I was here put you under arrest. Omu wi anoma ma bail. Omu touching the shoulder I was na on tiase. Because you touching the shoulder cause oh you are under arrest. Na ya take you statement na yakon. O see that kiti and Office of Special Prosecutors say ne ene menakra musa ohwe me misa ohwe na mum mechew. To no amu sa fe do matata no a fe the MP no uba no fa do call Parliament. Anon wade no come Office of Special Prosecutor. And then lawyers. I know we taking a statement and ya charging it now kwa kujina court. Bagbin and making sure say one do I enough from there. The kind of immunity under NDC Bagbin at the man the political opponent which is the MPP Eye Kwabena Damwa. Sosu was a member of Parliament. And ya so adam ya kwase yakwachino. Oye demonstrational police for di na chi yakwachino. No immunity. And you can never compare MPP and the NDC. From top to down. Share MP asemubaye ko social media newe and crofo a etwe na boso. NDC for not even the MPP. The NDC grassroots and etwe MP na boso. Omoti asem no kra so odi for so odi bim so many opportunity because as you speak nine was formed for our official statement to be my and the statement na bani na one-sided. But just that one-sided, the NDC grassroots ekuta MP ni minimum den. They are calling cry say yenyi na ase akunya. Because oya be ya consider the President Mahama and the NDC government fight against illegal mining. This is NDC, not the MPP. Ma MPP ni bi eunkodi sebio sansem yimu bim. Na so benya NPP ni ba ko si o fie adwen Nyankopon bono and it is in the council betimi condemn say asemi die metiefa say sa wo don campus say sa ponetia me condemn it will never happen. And the MPP and NDC the distinction is very clear. NDC will never support you when you are doing the wrong thing, but they always come for you when you are doing the right thing. But the MPP, they will only support you especially when you are doing the wrong thing, because in their mind they see everything from opposite. Ade papa ne bone ne papa e de ma omo mate say wie ye kase ye majority leader enso so ene eye MP a yebo ni din wato nsa afre no so ko no office it means ono so wa frɛ no omo so beka ho asem because parliament wo no don abusia kase inti abusia panyin no honum so ato nsa afre no omo tutu niama share the speed at which MPP NDC government is working on this issue. I didn't see that Benyanra almost Ansah ne see enra ne see less than 24 hours speaker are moderatives, majority leader are moderatives, police are moderatives, and ehwehwemu ekoso just say nobody is protecting senka baby senka na MPP nka this MP come they will shooting. There's Fantia Kwa, one of the MPP MPs no no savings and loans. Esiama ejije nkrofo sika di omo pe na chi no parliament no bedae parliament no di ye ni fie omo make sure say ye nchi no ne manfo no hwehwe no kura na omo make sure say omo nya access. That's how they shielded him. But NDC will never do it. Say we a year never critical near see a MP achinisi here. Any more say Mahama Yarga as a majority leader. Eberson Ansah Edna Kwabena. But MPP BBC na afenyo marking na machiri. Na no MP okodi tro see the cocaine. A private jet ababisi kutuka intim. Ye ko penachi no na afenyo marking ena mo pacho munya no me de ne beba. Ode ne koi wamfana nko. Canada mwakro ya the same thing. Omo peno achi no kokacha nzo munya no me de ne beba. Wentimi amfana nko. MPP leadership in parliament, they will go and plead, oh yeah, the nebeba, just to buy time, because when we say Ghana, they had their chair there, and then for pressure, cause will be any other day or be follow up, not a fun word. But NDC is not never like that. Into say NDC MPP, we NDC MP, we a leader, we a even grassroots, we a full soldier. Now we to anamo ye, who food your power, NDC for be piano. Na so fruit your bonus na betisho so dia and your one kasa sisi mu na ebu na me hope say within this short period of time no a police phone hwemu no nkoso speaker of parliament ni eye mo nyina mo release so ma release in hwemu no nkoso. We want to get to the bottom of this particular matter. We want to get to the bottom. Ubisa ye nuansem tro ni last ubisa ne say oh be proud to this no or MP no ho eye bibise bia yes say bia o tu kalamsia na o bibisa wo so oni bibia sa on record no oni bibia sa. We cannot sit here and say that's the case. It could be say be cry or you involved and crofo e ko so bia wonim ko adu e dia bori nyina it could be say bia
e say or no with this particular matter or evidential materials are about the MP say MP no any nkrofo no na etusa site no.
Okay.
So
evidence.
That is what he said. So
okay.
You go and present it if they invite him.
Very good. So sa dance no a ebeboa. Because Speaker of Parliament Ameki directive say we a sitting member of parliament na ye chill so we are involved in galamsia obepa mo free parliament enti e be say ye nua Erastus Krase. So this evidence why now obi a wo say wo boa and there's no journalist in Ghana make us only the fight against illegal mining than Erastus Asare. And it's all this evidence that they also claim here. Why now?
Also, or train so
or train that be. One inviting us, I say we are ma. Kawan be inviting.
No, but in reference to as we see, no, or sit 9 months for now, evidences the time when MP bar or no interactions.
So you see,
I don't know, so, but maybe because the says maybe they managed to record it.
You see, enti the can no cry. 9 months no year or my Ghana. Yen yajuma ya die sika eni tuo moka na no gold board 5 pickups matisa land minister land and natural resource minister honorable eyeboa kra look for so funding na or the better more pickups the amount because according to mu here over 90 something a year pickups minister no working enti 9 months were evidence I know they come a private journalist I won't quit up powers to prosecute to do what. Any omunai musuna de omuko so mukonko eden. Second na fish for evidence and give it to a private journalist. When you can hand over who betimi use the same evidence no to go after the MP. No, it doesn't make sense.
What he's saying is that in the course of the melee, evidence and so may because my understanding is a beer time or call ya or no interact so munjai and crofono munji handcuffs no free omunsa mom for criminal probably they recorded. But on all that to say or train
who recorded according to Erastus who recorded and one of the man was in Imus. Is that what the statement in the interview? Is that what he said?
Me very well. Or say in course of the clashes, no, or evidence. If a media practitioner says evidential material, maybe a recording because he was not there. It was so only 9 months. Only 9 months for no interaction. And a man through that no some materials.
Okay.
And you present it.
Okay. So
when invited.
Between Erastus one 9 months conversation.
Yes.
And odinya sa evidence na oba presented. And wa me ati asese incident ni sie no oni ho.
Yeah.
Enti se wanya evidence bia based on the conversation ensu be true or no any 9 months. It means 9 months commonsensically 9 months na de man no.
And I make sense me will because
yes. And if that is the case, then what is the use of 9 months? Say who kuta evidence? Say asemebo who kuta evidence? Who did they report to? Omo report to any media house. I don't know say a news reporters in You don't report to any media house. You don't report to any private institution in Ghana. We are Juma Edema Ministry for Lands and Natural Resources, Ghana government. Your salary, your allowances, operational costs, everything is being footed by the government of Ghana. Into all evidence, you give it to the government of Ghana to fight them. You don't give it to a private person. And no Erastus na no oni ho no ano no kasa kire ye nyama bi esi ho 9 months no ade ni si nanim as the dela so je ne otwa to obi ko border wo say pam so it was emphasized obi de ni sako bo so ja for no mo ko no omo fro pick up de no otwa to no obi ni sako border wo say pam
which is bad,
very bad. Onu soja ni e bo na wo mu pam no ono no meka hwe nkyere ye on first statement bi amai na mean eye journalist bi ase bi america se bi a woti ne fie a odwodwe no wono mom kuta information ono ne sade information enti amfa se eno ono information de body brewine say eye no krese Erastus e was eye evidence through the conversation allegedly akoso be true on ne eye 9 months ono so the evidence one of the command is it no police omo commence investigation. Hey, please, and what prevented 9 months from presenting the same evidences to the police? Because police have the power to prosecute.
But someone say Afro-Nomadic committee, so maybe they have it.
Ati committee before a better committee, they will investigation evidence. I work with a private person.
All right.
And without this investigation, I say a best committee. 9 months have every power to arrest. They have every power to lodge complaints. They have every power to hand over the arrest the suspect to the police. We have seen 9 months of matching Crawford or hand over to police and Shumukoso. And you have that evidence. Why didn't you give it to the police rather by giving to a private journalist to do what?
All right. Thank you. Live at Accra100.5 Citizen Show. Minia Divine in Kromawa say Divine. Akwaba.
Commander.
My Haruna also join here. Haruna Akwaba. Good. Divine. Mijo.
Yo, but that's it. Mami chia for. Nami chia mini abeje for. Omashia wa ha. Didi kaino. Mami mbo apaso ne production team so. Ani juma suma mudi. One say. Galamsey asem ya ye ken ne kan kana na wo hwe enyamu a Galamsey edi o mangana ye discuss ya esese ye politics efa editon chain because isu a essay ya asasfo a essay any environment the rate at which are a degrade no yeah, politicizing no yeah no MPP ni NDC discussion asem no ebe lusu the relevance and once Ghana say obia di ni boni a no akakoshe amanyoku achi because ho na obetumi akopa adwa akobo ne ho adwa se na be ayen tache no. Now let's put this discussion in context. Dedi kan we ya won talk asem bi say all the other relevant state institutions issue statement na 9 months issue here 9 months issue the 9 months issue ni say the establishment of NIMOS itself is an SPU, a special purpose unit under the Ministry of Lands. What it means in say, report to be a briefing, it goes straight to your friend is saying the Ministry of Lands. It is if the Ministry of Lands issues a statement on behalf of NIMOS, as NIMOS. Secondly, an official statement from the police quarters. When you look at the police report, everything stated there, they are saying say alleged, specific about the happenings. Say see ya GK, ya freeway, and NIMOS Nangasanga police unit in so yeah part of the NIMOS. Yeah. And so if the various security agencies, various security agencies, so when I see a statement from police units, an official on behalf of NIMOS, police for Nangasanga, they were there. So we share from some of the videos that police for they were even attacked. Military for and they were under attack. Police force were again. Meno Kasa is here. Speaker of Parliament, Ministry Defense, Speaker of Parliament office, and so issue statement. Almost so I say, almost investigation. Member of Parliament. In all of this, the Americans say we should just be fair to each parties involved in now. Say yembua obiaten wabra yema fair hearing. Yeah man, opportunity say make kanasem. And I mean MP Nangasanga in question so about the state or no so ne facts. Say police service say omo ba be your investigations. Omo ba be hwehwe nsem ni mu. Ye be twen outcome no kra wo mu di oka no kra di odi ntro. Di na asem da asem ni mu no. At the end of the day be hu. Me the nyam is see the mob action ni dey see here no. See and for who say whether the MP was present, absent or whatever, no.
If I can clarify, baby, mommy.
Okay.
What say NIMOS for issue statement through the minister?
Yes.
And what him say even police for statement you could see say NIMOS home.
Okay.
So it means NIMOS are issue statement through the police.
Oh no, but NIMOS is an SPU. Only issue on one is this statement.
They can. Remember, do they have secretariat? The answer is yes. Do they have spokesperson?
No. See. The party say the statement from Lands Commission is enough.
No,
it's like saying Class FM has issued a event saying Class Media Group issues a statement when something has happened in Accra FM. I'll say by force, I just Accra FM issue answer.
Lands Commission statement.
No, I think you should allow him to play.
No, I can't be busy. As a Lands Commission issue statement.
Yeah, Lands Commission issue statement.
On behalf of. Enti me bao. On the same NIMOS. Hold on. What's the minister? I issue statement on behalf of NIMOS.
Hold on.
Last commission issue statement on behalf of NIMOS. Please for issue statement.
Say the who here and now church.
See, let me read the ministry statement. Then you know say NIMOS has said no more.
Okay.
Our issue statement in the 3rd November. A statement on attack on NIMOS personnel at with him. Heading.
Good.
The or see the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Mr. Honorable Emmanuel Amakofibua, has taken note of the recent attack on some members of the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operation Secretariat NIMOS during an operation at Bronichrome near Hwidiam in the Hafo region. Having been adequately briefed on the matter, the minister strongly condemns the incident which occurred on Saturday. Subsequently, the minister has held meetings with the Speaker of Parliament and the Minister for Interior for the conduct of swift and rigorous investigation into the unfortunate circumstances.
How is this statement on behalf of NIMOS?
The reason why it is on behalf of NIMOS is because see all the three major agencies in this matter. See,
Bobie, analysis. How can you prove it?
I need clarification.
No, one person you almost Allah.
I draw his attention. Say I needed a
clarification. Because in this context, no,
look, the person can never take your mind, no find any analysis.
Men kaso an kasa to say.
So allow Obey
to probe it.
So Obey back
to you. Lands Commission issue statement.
Hold on. By the time you finish, it will give you a fair idea for you to probe it further. Now, say, when you say they are saying you be now about say so.
That is a baby will be able to be the same what same muyi because it was a kasa no. The TNCC here or say Lands Commission issue statement on behalf of
the reason why the reason why
how can three institutions issue statement
the reason why or no picking from that angle was because he listened to you very carefully. Though he disagree, but ultimately could see and there a fair idea of what he should say. Allow him the same space.
And now you didn't get me. And yes, I mean man of man so.
Okay.
But the name say or can never be won't say or no make reference to what I said. Said 9 most issue statement. And what I said 9 most issue statement through the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, through the Ghana Police Service, through the Lands Commission. And then Mr. say, how can 3 separate institutions issue separate statement and in our claiming said they are speaking on behalf of NIMOS? It beat my understanding.
Okay, let me move on. Sure. The main person mentioned say the NIMOS being an SPU under the Ministry of Lands. Or no catch a public, so no NIMOS no establishing him. Or Sumao. Tio or call and say na to omo enti omo investigation ama or not sure kata edama Speaker of Parliament as also be a Minister of Interior. What it means to say all the stakeholders, important institutions no now when engage on behalf of NIMOS. Yes,
and Lands Commission there so
and Lands Commission letter na make come in the press release as I'm making
first one I can a minister
near me. Beka afania uhauni say every institution has a mandate to protect Omo territories. 1, the lands and natural resources represent the states, that is the government. 2, NIMOS secretariat is under lands.
Under lands.
Your friend saying forestry commission.
They are all under lands.
They are all under lands. Ansah the police itself, the interior itself. Until whatever happens from Ghana police, from military, what they are saying, and so whatever the lands ministry will say would have a reflection.
It means the ministry ni kasa we are, and since Lands Commission share ministry national, ministry ni kasa we are, Lands Commission me kasa. So I didn't Lands Commission to issue different statements.
The issue here has to do with Bebia Omuko and how come they invaded that particular place. Say Lands Commission comes out to say now where Bebia Omuko Omu invade sa territories no abra Omu need license. These are the people who will come and talk on behalf of Lands Ministry. And Sana Lands Commission will also come to testify. So it's the same thing. One communication with different angles. And whoever interpret it to mean say near Lands Commission is saying is different from where or no understanding. I don't see anything wrong with
So I'm saying say now we have the official statement from all the courts. Omunina ama information to suggest say Bibia Koso media police command no some bad investigation, but they state something important to say. One say abra man bi eba site ho no no na handcuff egu even say empanyfo ni bi omo ba ho no land the owner of the concession no ana MP so confirm here say the bone of contention at the site was say enkrofo na ya che omo no yeyi handcuff no if you omunsa Ansah na omo de omo police station because obey anim guase e na the confusion no e baaye e na obi e wo site wo no boys ni bi baaye no omo bowura ho no e de omunsa ko share police soldier ni ko to kom na nko yiki e na omo lock handcuff no mu yi papa no. You see me and found say MP no baaye o wamba o that mob action e cause no it has happened in the past. Sometimes you know Obi di boni no be whom you know minimum way no di boni dey share politician no di boni no dey share Flagstaff House no di boni obekai Erastus ya omo koye investigation bi ewo Western region camera ko chi omo a ye attack omo there and then no concession owner no fa phone unim nipa of Charles Owusu Emma Charles Owusu tiatia ne say tiatia police for ni soldiers for na call ne say site no omu tumi enko sa site ho no omu na mama omu kwan ye so mo permit ho ya o se omu mra kra no omu nkasa so on sa suban na Charles Owusu say John
okay
on record like video capture nipa na your phone call and on so kasa
capture say Charles na omu kasa
no like on the loudspeaker and o kasa o fresh Charles omu ne kasa. It's the same thing. And I'm form who di on say sad way koso memu say ya me time say that arrogance now in the past the experience here under the MPP government that they disregard everything minimum way make way mintie o to no yesi Gabia frame releasing ni pako mo yesi report to him ba yesi enji ade way.
No, but Divine unim baby me problem with all this issue. In fact, I say we see no the whole day I make you only one post on it and me post me make you on it now. Now me Lands and Resources Minister Akasa. So it was purely based on giving out information to the public. It was not about my opinion. I was just weighing what to say because Divine Mini Erastus Kasano. I asked him Asama okay me busad. Erastus say there are people behind the scenes. I asked him, are you for no? Or say that thing or baby bomudio say video, I don't know. So I specifically catch and say, look, say to me mubodi no on for me. Me make me abu body no simple and yemi problem kra. Say your mama kra the woman me make me a kind of simple and your problem I make me found. Also at the end so my point here na me raise here a pin margin bar so me say this issue of yes synchrophobia we actually I am for Benya. Who are the people? Divine NDC timing now about Owusu. That video, there was a video, right? Me just a video.
No, documentary. Erastus not a release.
Okay, what about? And we Owusu mentioned your friend say Gabi. That one they leaked audio.
Party
Yeska video, so we know. Now we feel like it was the same problem and quiet. But who are the people?
Now,
info because MPD say no. Me until say in fact, Namos for no be and capture BBA. Say committee ni fra Erastus. Na Erastus and provide BBA. To be honest, number who say the crewman yin na yeboa. Adia no, obi aboa. Enya dia yebekwa to say because when Erastus catch me say one nine was for Akasa, and he was stand by the article no because all material evidence. Na time no do na committee no friend one. Question about me team and say, Bobie Samina, if I have a video evidence of this MP, why should I wait for a committee? Me, I'll put it out. Na the BCBS so that we can deal with the matter. Why are you holding on to the video? If only you know. I'm not saying he said video, but by inference, semetinasi here, and never evidence material. It can be audio, it can be video. So Namos and Tian provided BBA my Rastos. Namos and Tian provided any such a year. Then I find it very difficult. I'm not defending the MP. I don't know him. Conzelda the minimum. But Conzelda, one way or the other, I don't know. People raise those things about him. MP make to be honest with you. The deal can come and share that. Right? However, I think we need to ask the right questions eye bet me ama ye dru baby I pese ko no me de o kind de click my no no
so the make can say oh say sa suban bi na omo exhibiting the pastor na ye pen na time no whom you know we free no ama order me nka we see ade na ekukọ so ne galamsey ne ama na ye no enye ade a esese ye reduce no to sa level say osimesi free osimesi ni we kasa me ade ba kwa Erastus uni ni interview no ba kwa na o confirm ma ya eto masum ni say ubisa am say wate ho abakosem ana say before the dada nyina wate say MP no involved in galamsey ana osi no osi galamsey asem so far say wate say oye bi no but me question ni say time wa Naimos for no ye o adwuma gidigidi aba ya chi amanfo no MP no ko honum say o ka say ye handcuff ni feelings ano sa intervention na oye no na fi hifa.
But is it true?
Well, I'm speaking from police press release. Police press release in the room.
Say, MP no. Say MP no na kwese omunyi handcuff.
MP no so statement in the room.
Say ono kwese.
Ono so call ye. Even ono so omunyi handcuff no because of Philly say no more call no.
Read for me which point?
Oh, like it's already
bullet points. So you know if it's in there you know.
So I'm just saying say for the fact to say MP Nico intervene for that period they say me fan kofungu omunsa gidigidi.
But is it true?
It's a police for statement this or no young discussing.
Read it.
Oh, is there?
No, read it or you don't have it here.
Okay, so let's look for the police statement.
If it's there, just and I wouldn't baby I would there too.
Police statement.
Where a sample like ABCD.
Because so ebi anu my reading na afamani so. And
the way.
No, the police.
Baby I admit it say onu na
Okay.
That's the police report now.
Yes, police report of the
No, paragraph 1 or paragraph 2.
Maybe admit it say
30 paragraph we have to read the whole thing.
Oh, that will take
it will take us
too long.
Maybe.
Take your time and go through.
So that mami 19 man.
Ben 19 mami me come as a movie. Share or paragraph 4.
Okay.
Or see a mob numbering about 600 allegedly incited by the MP.
Okay. Okay.
Allegedly.
Okay.
Yes, allegedly incited by the MP. Later besieged the Widiam police station, demanding the release of the miners and seized vehicles.
No, baby, I'll admit it. Say you're releasing from the handcuff now.
No, but he's saying the same. I mean, it's the same issue.
Baby,
listen.
It's not the same.
If the police is telling us that about 600 mob were incited, allegedly incited by the
led by
the MP. See and release your at a handcuff.
You didn't say you release your.
No, oh no, what can the police?
Because police alleged.
Okay.
Yeah, oh no, what can the police workers so allow?
Police statement, no official statement.
Good show. Let's go.
So the person mentioned say so far yet to me pointing fingers on anybody see, but you see Bonia Koso one who in the video say say damage vehicles who say enkrofone Naimos mpanyifo no aye gidigidigi who say MPB and so intervention tries or intervening in all of this the person you say galamsey na ekoso ne say your mind no ye mpese impenifo dem ho ba gigimu na saso ma aban no the bad name no aye pese ya avoid no obeda be sorry no ne esi o say na another time your presidency concession ewo secretary so no now behind the scenes no you see MP4 na omo tu galamsey wa na omo yese ye mpese sa nsem no ye betete enyen ade efe nti Bobie me sa galamsey nsem we ya ye ka no sa no me pese ye be hwehwemu But the bakuso a me den say. On say asem we buy no bia show the MP no. Enfa ne kwose dem nkototo embo emfa nkosu to so man say wayade. Also bia calling him out from the speaker, from the minister to even first na ka wo Ghana Police Service. This oji clearance from Office of the President and some of our statement waka. But you can see say clearly no state institutions and individuals no obia external green said this is the way forward. This is how we must go about it. Eya dia me honor eya me de obia shodi obia and me say sa investigation we o ma start no omo beko akon a form kra na die wo mu no yehu. But some up action, they say you are the entertain no woman has say.
You see, some up action we I have said it. Now who calls up? You. Politicians and omo two of my boys, you know. Politicians need Ghana himfo. And I know obiate your friend say Kusasi warriors will be at a after Yabenya Ashanti Defense Force. Enter Yabenya
militias begin.
Enter Yabenya Ibe Defense Force near Ko Mekokaya or no tell me or Tikumasi I won't or Etikwa Paise, Mary Asantini complain, say, Enikwa Somote Ashanti Defense Force. Or no kanjagani ya wonu okumase frafrani elisatu etwo ni buafu na omu nim se boys na ekeka omu bom no one day and the problem bebre ebinie
yes the same thing Mali Niger say ya na sha defense
no frafrani elisatu etukumase ka kire me say me ya santini bodamini
imagine
onu alizatu frafrani ya wo ya adwuma wo ye friend say papa na adwuma mo ye friend say kwamnado fo onu ti aso camera adaya omu ya ye okumasi a sandfo ya ye a won ekoye MC no age jollof ni akokọ na mkofi
into defense
enti say the base bia eye
we shouldn't allow this militia game
enra nkoko nanzana najo boys mi no omtonyom we krasika tita ekumba kwa to lord kwam say so mo gangsters life yes America for the sika kuntu omo so omo gangsters
I said you have musicians or music videos it's like tax madrasa tax kunti ba kuta sekai near the issue
I said omo ya papa baba kwa me double them
America say notorious BIG and China Tupac
notorious BIG they say Tupac the dick nobody say no
notorious BIG
Tupac yedi share
BIG
Tupac we see BIG na ku
yes
I don't know so call and go Tupac ko dia I will be surprised
so
but quick one
official statement but read the exact place no
okay so that's from the MP
no from the police
okay all right do it
from the MPs roll out play or
no can say
meba paragraph 3 no or say while the team were preparing to hand over the suspects to the Hwidiam police station, the MP reportedly arrived with a group of men and demanded their release. When this demand was refused, the group forcibly removed the suspect's handcuffs and chased the NIMO's team from the scene.
Okay, so the admission is not there, say or no in his statement. Say or no. Let's put this in a perspective.
Hold on.
Meet you.
Divine can name it too. Okay. Or touch on the police
aspect.
Statement and or touch it on no
MP no.
MP no
admission no. Me person baby MP no admit ye say or no intervene ye say yen yi handcuff no because e di ngwase be ba no. He's admitted to the police. And
the vet me prove the police for the enemy.
I won't prove it, baby. I'm
Tobo also your shaba. But Professor Kwaku Aza, I to be before I come to you. I mean, a boy, you know. So me yonko media practitioner bina send mame. Maybe we can just pick some few paragraphs here. So Professor Kwakwaza writes, and I quote, I don't understand the MP. Why call Honorable Collins Delda, who is outside the country, instead of the district commander or operation commander on the ground? That single act sums up everything wrong with the statement. Blurred rules, political shortcuts, and unanswered questions. Here are the top 10 issues that still hang in the air. 1. Who authorized the MP to visit a military operation zone and act on behalf of another MP? Why call an MP abroad instead of contacting the district or military commander in charge of the operation? What exactly was the MP's role at the scene, observer, mediator, or participant? When did the MP arrive and when did he leave? And who can confirm his timeline? Who were the youth the MP met and how did they know to expect him? What does the MP mean by saying the military pickup was tampered with? Did he see the tampering? Who did it? If not, how did he conclude that it was tampered with? 7. Why were soldiers transported in the Zongo Chief's private vehicle instead of calling for backup? 8. Who smashed that vehicle? And did you witness the attack? What do you mean by the glass was smashed? By then, you had left? 9. Did you enter the restricted mining area? And if so, on whose authority? 10. Why didn't the MP coordinate with NIMOS, the police or regional security command, if your goal was to maintain calm? Finally, when MPs insert themselves into live security operations, confusion follows and discipline suffers. In VDM, the public deserves clear answers, not cloudy statements. The year. Harun Yanko.
Edi kama minchia minyanko minya the only slick man mihuna check Accra dance no ebia mihunu echire se aban papa aba mechia minua hunto mechia divine me nia ekosu nyina metime chire se divine any the serious divine intervention His Excellency John Dramani Mahama need to at least catch his eye so that at least nia ekosu no ebenya hunto kakra na minua penyin de enya
enfa mameso minua penyin device so akọ ahoto so enfa me so
me mamin kama sem mamin kama
brasis here. All right, so we have honorable Ebenezer Kwakuado MP Esotifi North line so minia akwaba
Bobie.
Boko de.
Nyamiadom boko.
Ye de radiase. Aja enkomo na ye bebre. Anope me try online. Ama me try honorable Collins and me anko. Ensem no aye menyan. Mene unia Erastus don kwa kasa wa ha. My reduce statement no ye di won bobo ye di won komo. Of course Assembly, what is happening?
Bobie, Ansah, my statement no summarizes what is happening or what happened. And as I speak with you, I think PID invited me and I have responded to their invite. Tomorrow I will present myself for further interrogation. Parliamentary leadership is also being briefed. I have met the majority leader. We are not rowdy people and I say me be a bata na ka say the ebe any news obi a oni me beneza bia no im say asem we on camp baby ama omo any but once abano we are going to give our full support to the investigative team. But suddenly, you issue a statement, you know, a coincidence, but I was there to equally support in calming them, and I thought that me being there, you know, also helped in de-escalating the whole issue.
Mami Musa Dewi, and your questions do no any hear me, but what were you idea? How do you feel presently? How do you feel?
I have a mixed feeling because I think that I have been able to be in an environment or a situation and kind of say my presence there, no, a boama there, a be and me, no, I see. And another way is that the way the information coming out as a mimomuna, Mapako created a scene which wasn't the actual situation. No. I don't know, but in all, no, I think I'm okay. Because Metimia Boama, you are protecting the peaceful nature. Meno Katayente, Ekirasin Bia, Abia Sebaman, Kohan, or Bois, Amaniama, and Kofomoa. I can yet say, and Koma Yedi and Really.
Mepacho, what read the police statement? Anywhere on my indicted war. What read the Erastus Donko article and where you are indicted? Eto saying.
I would say they have misrepresented the whole issue. And after investigation, you know, I think the truth will prevail. And Mefa said, media as member of parliament and then being the leader for a whole constituency. I believe that I did the best I could do to make sure that Yen State Bonibia, Tamrena Mikupieta incident, because it was a coincidence, like I said, I have made the statement. A year and a make and I'm a situation in this.
Mepacho, a site owner, no, of course, Udimno.
I know him. My year, Juma, I was at the for 9 years. I was a health worker. And I have been at the place for 9 years. I know most of the guys there.
Or you are down for?
Adam Force, because I know him to be a redeemed boy. Me call Juma sometimes me no share but I can say from January to now. I don't remember the number of times I have seen him.
Oh, I see. So Pete no ewo kwa ho. Na ria so ka se ewo kwa ho pe no kre.
Bobie, in fact, my leader said, that is why I want to make a investigation because any time I said you see me, I am in for what President Mahama is trying to do to stop all illegal mining in forest and river areas, any illegality. But the over guarantee and I say mining I say no more. Any this one. To me, I can say if you more a jumabia me categorizing or say or mining, but maybe the law might not permit that activity. I say I have been in a mining constituency throughout my life. and I said, Menifia, me ba manusemu. I was once an assembly member. I was a presiding member, and now I'm a member of parliament. Meaning, you might be said you musi edino. The Ecoso Bruni Krumwa, a ma way in Abano. Small scale miners and I say illegal miners. Omuko fa abo free from no more be yam no be ti se nika. Omo yama no mo awashi gold no ayi the omo benya film. Until after washing no the aka say no omo frɛ no omo we billion from omo frɛ no sanko fa o se shom. Ano ne ya nete after so omo yam abo na mana ye powder no mo atete agu ba binti or no so ne de ne say obekwa akoto that waste the ones they consider as waste or no so bekwa akoto no de aba be gu na or no so using the process to get the residual goods from and yes or no mining. He is not mining. He is extracting gold from the remains mostly for no ayamanakano.
And illegal and as illegal.
For that, the position of the law, no, I bet you. And I may say, if it is illegal, that is the position of the law. But maybe say, question of Busham, no, say, two a good year, no, and I said, may for sight of honor. And I said, the meaning, a pastor, which is now no, and yet, on two form, and he is not into mining or no custodian that I'm saying for an Aboriginal or no the other.
Oh, and you are not there, and yes, a biocrest cavate no wood to Muna or same.
David.
Oh, I've heard many picture in here. Oh, okay. The idea Mammy Busa was ano. Na me kami pe education kakra say bia no enye illegal activity me say that nimu yi tina na amami ebusa santifacha me okay all this while if you no panya I thought say bia ukra excavators gina site ya o2 form.
He has an excavator. Your core site or an excavator, but excavator and say Juma and so okototo sa and the no the governor doors one or the an excavator na boaboano. That is the only thing or the near excavator or the two form. Anna say so talker won't mean Juma. I think the way he does his work, and the no coco for free the guarantee for an apple you move or no about the hatter and a tiano for it to dry. And Sana or choir of us will yield the gold. For that, me, I don't know, but that is how his process works.
Oh, okay. Unim uka sembi ye miem pushia umbe na one investigators here. It let me up picking from there. But baby to say Erastus Donko article about you after Bibiano basic illegal redress a bit clear with Diana.
Kwabena, it is the public once the investigation is complete. Not say you said the course no akobem kumana akonifa na agina fintina Ghanaians are here obia said the apostle me knew obia me yabata and I say you just want to support the system to work. And to be honest with you, with this fight against galamsey and illegal mining, I have had a private chat with the majority leader say, I am ready to support my parliament. If parliament will even set up a parliamentary committee, I am ready to support with my knowledge in staying at the mining community. Now, me offer me ideas. Me free say, me free say, that can help us solve this once and for all. Many men in Koma before Parliament Babe resuming. But unfortunately, Parliament resuming and I was granted 4 days to carry out constituency activities. I'm a official permission. And in the whole of last week, I'm a constituency. Make have to put them. And on Saturday, make climate the whole thing with funerals and other social engagements. Make for the first one. And what we know at the moment. So I'm ready to assist in solving this minister. 5 years.
Okay. Aja medasi bebre. All right. Thank you. Aaron.
Yeah. Na me church ya penyimfo maminkai muslimi bia opese oko Hajj 2026 ya bie say omumbetua 60,000. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Emma price no bo abefom. And so we car mo say 2026 no bongo your friend no house of for from bongo unapproved route no Saudi authority edia to just say 2026 no unapproved routes and until na His Excellency John Dramani Mahama eti sa prices from 62 to 60,000 obia owo plans towards 2026 on share say na onkotua commander wonim ne enti na efro commander no wonim ne enti na efro obia wo follow now His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has made it clear to everybody, NPP, NDC, CPP, PNC obia we Ghanaian bia say obereseti o my Ghana every bia na His Excellency the former President Akufo-Addo edi ekoye na yan bisa ya hu bia ya hye in terms of illegal mining and galamsey sensem. Look, we are not in any way as members of the society, for that matter Ghanaians, will support anybody, not even the president himself, defying the order to do illegal mining or to allow anybody to spoil the environment to that extent. Now, Usha NIMOS, the rationale behind the formation of NIMOS. NIMOS has say the objectives and the templates for which they operate. The NIMOS has a place of concern. Target obia oye illegal mining. Now obia so oye illegal mining no say oye illegal mining. Now this government since 2025 issue license bia mo obia onkoye mining ana onkoye illegal mining anania ekeka ho. So they know where they are headed. Say asumesia owo ha eye mining no oye mining illegally. So before they go there, they know say asumesi bebia ne site wono no permits. So they have zoned the country and they know who has license and who doesn't have license. But the problem with this is this, say the government has not banned the entire mining or illegal mining. So it is very difficult, say illegal mining. It is Matthias here, but the point I'm making is say say the legal mining and illegal mining is the same as we speak. Because if today as I sit here, I don't know said illegal and illegal. You say I'm about for you to prove to me say I'm not doing illegal mining. Before you will prove it to me say illegal mining, no, I would have had certain information say they are no. So it is something we need to at least make it clear. Okay? It is a fact that what the MP is doing is not in isolation from the other MPs. Let's get it clear. Even to the extent say in your constituency, the mother, the father, or the people who come to you say it is something we need to address as a country. And the member of parliament, for that matter, has that responsibility to knowing what is happening in the constituency or to knowing why certain happenings is happening within that particular zone. So let's look at it and analyze it dispassionately. Gone are the days where you would even go to the president's hometown. To gold. Now, my your friend saying, oh here no. Bet me a boss siren more high five no kono. We have gone past what I say SAR regime and nothing has happened. We have seen that. This particular man as MP, and thank God, my maminka asemi, thank God. Can you know before Yabetu Abano election 2024? Every day comes with what? Issues of you can say this issue of fraud, this issue of problems one way or the other. But for the past 9 months, Yenti say obisika like scandals and I mean so I am thinking, sir, this particular thing is misunderstanding where the MPR okoni baby obe hunia ekoso obe jina say me baby sa and bear in mind say every MP baby obe ko bia ye ni mo no, unless of course you don't belong to that particular area. Now if MP omo to abamami na me bechi ko baby na me hu say nema enkoso ya na antakwa esi misi say me mention ano ana minhwe kwan ya befa so that at least something would happen, okay, and nothing would affect the citizens for that matter, my good self or the Naimosa. What is wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. The man is saying, say, me call me baby. And Kukurasa and my friends and now no Obisa 5 questions. No.
10 questions.
10 questions. Obisa say, why did the man called Collins Dauda?
I've seen a statement from
Collins Dauda.
Honorable Collins
Dauda say, but you okay, mommy.
So South Africa. So South Africa.
Yes, I'm in South Africa with the Pan-African Parliament, and I have no knowledge of the attacks on the Naimos team. I never ordered the release of any suspect, and only asked the Asutifi North MP to intervene after hearing of the incident.
That's it. No. One can say, illegal miners are now criminals. But now, he said, Uncle intervening. He's a member of parliament. For that matter, let's get this right. One, Papa na oye MP no. He's not the MP of Greater Accra. Oh, Nambe Bia, Okoshia illegal miners, any Naimos, Eku, Osi Maminjina Ho, Enshenia Ekosu Debi. He is a member of parliament for that matter in their vicinity. Ohunia Ekosu. And then he stopped. Now, Ujina Ho, Obe Bisania Ekosu. And I can plead with you, not intervening. What is the, interpreting intervening. If you interpret Jinamo and now Naya Hunia, yes, now what is wrong with that? Commander, I am a Bissau say, do you know why you are a commander? Because you command crowd. You people admire the way you do your things. Who friend da you Akufo Adoni. Commander, Papaya, your friend, Shatawale bet me command street boys are not even a member of parliament, and this man cannot intervene when it comes to Bebia Ofri. He's a member of parliament for that matter. But let's also not forget, say, the Naimos with their responsibility should act with high level of responsibility. Before you will do something, you must know what you are coming to do and the repercussion of what your actions or your inactions. One, we are found in a serious mess created by elsewhere administration. Let's not rule that fact. Two, it is because of that we have decided to form, as a country, to form NIMOS to see how we can intervene. NIMOS are also intervening because they look at instances where baby are omuye mining, which is so inimical to the progress, so inimical to the environment, polluting the environment, for that matter, the water and what have you. Ekoso, who say, oh, say Yanko so anwa ebe ha adwin. And the man is also a member of parliament in that particular area. And he says, okay, no problem. Commander, I'm not sure, say, if the who police handle for me, and you know who I am.
No, you come around.
I'm not sure, say, who be
No, you come around.
You come around. And then knowing who I am.
Police station.
Yeah. You can say, oh, I know this guy. What is the problem? Because of the relationship and because of who you know to me.
Also, he's my brother.
He's my brother. Now, it doesn't mean he's interfering their work. No, I mean, the NIMOS can write whatever report. The Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources can write their report. But it doesn't also take away the responsibility of the MP. The minister himself, wherever he is coming from and wherever he is today, would do same.
Police for a statement, no, Omudi Trana.
Minkase Omudi Troben Omudi. Nyomokano.
Sir, MP lead Omu.
That's what I'm saying. Say the MP against the Omu. And I'm saying, say
they didn't speak factually.
Yes, allegedly. They didn't say or no. Yes. And I'm the me patches me bisa question, commander. See, I'm free high court. No police chimi wa bontin say omo hankofe na uka. Or china who frame a member. It's the same situation.
Of course.
So you will stop to intervene to know what is actually the case. So the MP went against the police and the minister. But the point I'm making is say the MP is representing the people. And he knows the people who vote for him. And Senator Ochirechiremon say, look, the man in question doesn't do galamsey. Until today, me say obimu to sa waste to go and even process to see say it's a risky job. I have never known until today. So if the man is talking about,
it's not for us to sit here and determine say I didn't know more, you know. Illegal and I say
that's it. So that's so that's what I'm saying. Say the man
to event saying report to now they were chemicals na kasa na omu yusu at the year ahia adwuma no na ye illegal
ahia ben site ben
there be environment no
kasa no chire mu say no muntu form
abo no fi baby yes
oma be wash
no
the agro no
wash no ye illegal.
Okay, Matthias.
So you can't say because someone could do it then illegal. Yeah, me for some nimu.
You see, so this is the thing, and I was saying, say the template when working within no covers everywhere where there is pollution, and because one say we are no and so on and now we are no anywhere that is going to pollute environment is something they should against. Yes, Papa no wafum marano. The MP has come to intervene. Say you have handcuffed the man. Say mudi ni ko obeko. But anyway say beba. That if that is beba, if that is the case, I mean, say okay. Say divine and chire one chire baby a police and Papa no admit say obey say. To the point say the MP is allegedly to have collected bus and people to go and protest the removal of Wenunina Adia is condemnable if it's true. But the point also must be made that the man intervening is one. Two, the man going somewhere or chancing on these people on to mean court, but to making sure say there's calm in the place or at the place is something.
See, there's nothing wrong
around his purview.
There's nothing wrong with the MP's attempt to intervene, but there's everything wrong with if say or try to obey interfere.
How interfering what?
Oh no, mean cast for
intervening and
the police statement allegedly
say wasana okano
a police statement
or intervenir.
Yes.
See assembly secret na unim nipa nimpo na who say injustice koso and I be born a koso community. I have every right to go and find out so bet me defending nipa no say be abuse no. So MP that's kono ko there's nothing wrong.
You see, but I have seen Papa Francis Xavier no walk demonstration and there be no walk and demonstration and another demonstration
against poor road
and the demonstration obimu and in everything you know we have insolvent debtors let me take advantage you are notorious risks you more ka but it doesn't represent the MP's purpose for which ono oko ohonom no. So there are people who would go to do things outside the intention of the MP. But no, let's look at it. Say one, the MPs going there has nothing to do with the activities of Nia Naimos went there to do. Nia Naimos, the arrest of the Naimos, taking the person to police station for further interrogation has nothing to do with the intervening of the MP. But nemom whoever nema to to mad the situation at the time at Naimos made the arrest and then subsequently taking them to police station. Sad time now, Santa Watawano Kwayano, and I see then we should look for the people who really occasioned that particular problem, but not the MP, because the MP has come out to say Onudie, the vision of the president is what he carries. Fighting against illegal galamsey and related issues around illegal mining is something Ono will side with the president, and he would support that agenda to end galamsey in its form. So let's not castigate the MP for intervening. That's it.
Right.
Condemn the mob action. Somebody condemning mob action. As I said, that people must be brought to book. I condemned it.
I've listened to the MP, but from my human kind of sense, the way I also Kasano to me say, I say Papa no koye ya.
Yes. Yes.
Say Papa.
But people can fake.
Yes, it's true. And American. But here any party, if I'm semi free me nipemu, me nipa sumwa, na me tesi ro sikasa eno. It's like my koye papa. Enumi. But said the king. Minister no about be stating his side. MP na be stating his side of the story. One any your kind, there's nothing like allegedly. Straight. They me call two say na me yes and I'm free when yes and I'm yes. Please force you do statement aba. Please for the no. Or must it say allegedly. Say you can say alleged, it means it could be true, it could be false. Subject to investigations. 9 maybe a some statement by but according to my brother was say Lance Minister statement is on behalf of Naimo and police statement is on behalf of Naimo and also the Lance Commission statement on behalf of Naimo. But over all these statements by me understanding will be a bit me could be so be any nyansa no about that me normal. None of these statements, and I'm immediate to say this statement is meant for Naimos, stating Naimos side of the story. But maybe they will not speak, but investigation because since Naimo allegedly become the victims of the circumstances, so Mobekasa.
Kwabena also happy. I say that's how he talk. He's a slow talker.
Naimos Bekasa. Wesu bekasa ni nyina bekwa kowie ipe hu nukra ewo mu se eyampa se MP nukra no allegedly se bia one sa concession nukra ni sa wo no nkro no ba ni nyina ba bedari. But nana, I'm very happy how our institutions are responsible, involved in this, we are stating a willingness. So obebua manhwehwemu akọ kusi ase no ebetimi abone mom atise asemwa yera azakwaku ebisa say adenti na MP no one free the district air dissect, which is the MCODC, You see, I don't know and I don't speak for the MP, but this a common sense knowledge. Or no, as a member of parliament, on Honorable Collins Dauda and the Biomo chef boundary. On in the parliament. Easy say on Honorable Collins Dauda. I want contact. It could be say even the MCDC no honomono. When in contact. Easy for him to call Honorable Collins Dauda than maybe to call the MC or DC or Honorable Collins Dauda, because I didn't see or no MP constituency. See no constituency there. MP to me because me as MP, me MC or me DC me in contact. But you bet me pardon MP no. say only MC or DC or what honorable Collins Dauda constituency number, we can pardon him.
Yeah.
But Ghana for we cannot even pardon the MP. So because say, oh, me because honorable Collins Dauda could have in contact. When you know, so all of you now belonging to one political party, now we share boundary, now the same parliament house. We be no ready. And the MP decision to call honorable Collins Dauda instead of the DC. No, to me, somehow it makes sense. But whether or not, say MP no ewo that to me to intervene no. And also so said the Eminia Haruna Chiremu. Nana, it makes sense.
Yeah, of course.
It makes sense because once we share boundary no. Obi o honorable Collins Dauda constituency will be anim.
No.
The same way obi bi o honorable Yan Wabasemi constituency be anim honorable Collins Dauda. And as well as Chiremu no. Issue ni buy no. Assembly member tried to intervene.
Yes.
But when say honorable Collins Dauda is on the line, say person no kasano. The NIMOS leader no, what the phone no. Asemwa honorable Collins Dauda catcher ni die. Ubi ni masam kura okai. Whether or not, say no kura na say no kura say MP ni kono na tax edi na chino. And in the investigation debate ni achiremu.
Na ye uka say MP ko wedding ana year only bodyguards ana only omo di nechi. And yes, it's not deliberate. Ye hu omo da.
And the investigation.
Kwabena wu na me ya wu na say wu bodyguards.
Yes.
Woni gasa.
Mini bodyguard o.
There be missy bodyguards no. Say yes.
Mini bodyguards.
Na wu nko na wu nam. Say nya nko. Wu boys are woni wu.
Me fa boys don't take that.
Because say boys to say bodyguards say me wo cruise a woni omo nam sa no. Wu cruise. Wu jai.
I told you this is
jai masa jai. Ya wuka no. Jai ya wuka no.
Masa mini bodyguard.
Wu cruise ya ka say bodyguard. Wu ni gasa wu cruise.
No cruise way.
I told you dia.
Masa jai. Yes ya. Yes, yeah. Yeah, they are caro.
To the idea of remember. But say the Namia a year Haruneka say. Let's assume say the police for alleged say MP no led by the tax on the castle. One my suspect in actual ya hanko form, yeni hanko form, and forcibly trying to say no cresse or more try say or muyi hanko for the funza. Bibiacha say a wrong.
It's very
wrong. They say be a MP no interview so more the money handcuff in form. It's one thing about say
security.
Nana say wo ko yenkura na sibia on. Enkrofo nya enlighten.
Yes.
They say any wo Accra Hasin. Ebi a nipa na ono man no because ebi o popular. Enti kromani na utie issue no a tese kromuni na.
And that's why we are opinion leaders in every community.
Enti what the handcuff for goodness obu okra the handcuff for goodness chese obeka si ekunu eni enti ebi MP no kase be okay ne munyi handcuff no na ebi a yemfa no police station na yenko sometimes ebetima ya adwuma saboti wo de ne free site wo bia nkrofo no do na mo kodu police station wo dia nkrofo no magwa tro munya kwa nkoho enti wo de person bia betumi aye somehow it makes sense but say no crap pass obi de nsako share
is wrong.
Naimos mpenyimfo no bottom so mo kwa koyi
which are not even true. I'm not sure it's
and
true.
And the police force are alleged. So it could be true, it could be false. But say no crack so obi de nsako share bottom Naimos penyin bottom so koyi hanko.
Na no gina ho yede. Masa Naimos penyin no gina ho yede. Ya di divide wa we say
even some of the officials Naimos officials were assaulted. Say no crack you condemn it. Because
you see, don't oversimplify the issue.
Because Nana, Tigana ha and the MPP, ye be who tension a bed that timamu for civilians in the military.
Yes.
I could do a police soldier ninya timamunia no abono. Timamu for so kabum no mnya soldier no mabon. Because I am a coso. But now we ready see ye la won't ye twem ye. Soldier near so koto 65 Ghana so ko je refund. Say na fa ni trimo say die yo obon
offer so no red.
Hwe ekwan deputy minister defense honorable Brojaja Mfi. Ejina mu a chese me no ka say chese 24 hours crime na osoro ahomate na military police ejina na bobo ano a yado ano a yede ne aircraft. Enti Eyadia yebe condemn ye mpese timamufuo ebehu asojafo naimos no they are not fighting for anybody's interest, they are fighting for our own interest.
The Ghanaian interest, yes.
They are fighting for our own interest, so they are not our enemies. Say your uncrophobo let's face them out. By Naimos establishment, is for the interest of Ghana.
Zen is a commander. Just imagine you passing by my house and realize my tap is flowing and it is out everywhere. Will you call me first or you will call Waterworks?
Common sense. Common sense.
Binia, who will be one? Divine, BB, just 2-3 minutes. About this issue, or also SML 3 minutes if we were just 3 minutes.
So about
SML
so winning about me say Haruna why justice to the issue say MP no try so intervene, which I don't disagree, say approaching now be adopted, you know. But for me, any attempt to be also obi ebeye so interfere and say or the be interrupt a law enforcement agency a juma omo ye dia that one me omo entry because we are they to me ashen for Ansah say omo nye juma ebeboa yen enti no se MP no ekọ na se otie account no de ekọ so honum for instance you say emrantie no papa no site owner and concession owner you invite the buyer no the kind of fury anger or the bar site honum kra no engagement ipo am person mo ne have any impo no kra no na chese mo to be in dialogue because of the bufuo and the buy and na to the extent say boys na no esa so g key no edifi security personnel in nsem no eno de me more action no ya de a me so because ya who say windscreen abo ya who say onkofa attack vehicles in the keka ho. That's not the way to go. Until you to know and it says Hanyama na eko koso no sa rebel style rambo style you to na adopt ya bibia nyom dem rabe show mo nsem no ade we imagine say so jani bi ebufu ye and I say why exercise a little intelligence be na o man ni to so na kinkimu na kanye nkonya inde nkoma eti ha ye dinie na ka ebe kan say oh mabunu na attack nyama nti ahwe bibi because yes zongo chief no e ba ya obetie mu no so e making sure be calm tension because edu ba bi na mu ya di ha o say soldiers for no come na say ye attack o mu nko say na ekuma ama no omo so omo be retaliate in a way bi pa na yempe intermediate intervention there but me so no menka say obi adibone ever to say TSC ye nyina etutu ye hofo ye see ye njai krono bo ye see ye njai awudie ye see rape ne amane nya de papa ya je atum enti say wo ye menua na say mesibe protect na say meba no wakako dibone aye gina hono mo a moja wo nsa ho a ye ba ye na me ye de handcuff agun sa me ho na crime no because galamsa activity na criminal offense na ma ba be gina ho say me mpene ye fa handcuff agun sa because better no begu asinti no ye fa on court say obi a wa ba be ye even say wa ba be establish company wo there be anu de ho no ye be show it be say sa de cause some attacking security personnel they dey go for gun sa na say MP intervene yes ye feelings ade ho no nya say papa me make say ye be so sa intimi de on be si batisi Bobie SML asemwika unze no nanka impihu
no and the enye no tna but e antete one
impihu
na enye de because tna e be mo musimi
because unim hwe SML asemwe ho o se de bia me ka say ade we ya omo ye eye krono fita no mo ye so omo be bo man Ghana na me ora kan ofurata me ni sympathy man bia o ba bi owo bia te say such a wicked person me ni bi eti crowd na mo no ma eja no because you see nipa ye to abawi ye finance minister pa se wa kwadwi mu fine se wadwi mu kroje pa na wadwi papa handing over want to me antwen o want to me antwen ama ye declare results na de chi ya papa ya kofa play poa oko ese ne hwe wa ne ya ne yire abachiro statement say a man up to June atwam
ono yam say ne so ne yire anu aware no
June atwam July August May it's there be June 22nd May there no ho e no de ba June 22nd July August September October papa yi unity na no de e ya homte wo mu ni say in all of these tricks omo play ni nyina no as of a player no aba Liberia no aba checking the company no call UK and no aba US last 2 weeks on any Liberian business partners I have a meeting Washington ahwe no na onim date a me ka say sa SML ne chronosem ne banking sector cleanup and I'm no ka say as at now receiver to me disclose the exact amount I have spent in the
SMLD
the collapse of banks no
okay
the scare I spend so far about banking cleanup exercise no and na SML no so to me state how much money and everything be there hunya oba yes you now brofu bi MPP for no adopting style be omoya emi times how brofu no yet very nonsensical it doesn't make sense to me say omo see yen ka say innocent until proven guilty and na nipa no or yeah innocent or yeah allege say brofu allege no me time see me in my position no I will call them thieves until say competent court of jurisdiction ebe declare otherwise they are thieves because
wo dia wo say until say court ebebu asem no wo nye thief wo nyansa mu no so me nka ne sa na me dia me say until say court be prove say wo nya kromfo wo ye kromfo ase da bi
entimra ne say no one is guilty until proven guilty
so is the law
but wo dia who say
we are guilty and signed proven
me dia sangrof
is guilty until proven innocent
yes simple until proven innocent who do dey tia Bobie ya ti show yi say what time I ho si show yi who show you start ever say 2 to 5 now what microphone you win what computer you need desktop you we show ya next person member no microphone ni ho you see monitor we so di ho no na ya buy the baby sa management say this say until proven guilty to who coffee you be say question as a leader ultimate responsibility
you be say no team say mo na mo ye adwuma from 2 to 6
ewe he
and ya mobile analysis wo they all here so they yeah montwem
na CCTV camera so I capture say ade no you o dey call e ko share o ka mu o si there be this a court aka say o ye guilty anya sa ade me en bo wo chem so me en kan wasem me sa tricks no mo de ba na o ba na obet so yare na ono ma terms and conditions na it say my en kan asem hwe o war give to war last week me kan assassin wa give to war from press conference first one March happen at Victoria Esther Oko police hospital oni friends police doctor ba ko ye boa omuko ye nakra na no mo che ho no o se na dwumu ka no or psychological issue na o so ntiapo o tena mu da bi am invite no omo invite no for investigation bi a o se o ntiapo na dwumu ka no others do ye pen na dwumu te ye Najimuti ya happen or the contest GFA second vice event saying chairperson no winning here or winning election we ya person Najimusa so can be it you almost this hard tricks we are make so not guilty me can say
sexy dondo omoka so aboda moshim omoka so aboda sexy dondo
microphone
enti so aboda mkra
onko dem
ono kwa de say ankafo say panta ebetime so ono kwa award near the man
because adia midima no si no adia kenofori atamo edi ye Ghana ne sa kuntuna se plan we im sa SML di we ombra no mbe yi ne ho ano ombra na questions bi o no my person answer bi ye hu ni ti hu ni nan
I don't know just 2 minutes would you say sa SML we with kenofori ata e be hu ase we awie ye Ansah na wi ase are you sure?
Well, enunti na dodo na say yan yi OSP din because yan hu bibia OSP edi oforiata ni OSP president SML deal no eko What can I say? KPMG. Yes, Shimo. Almost see SML deal no was clean, and there was no any dirty shady or shady deals. OSP buyer no. Or see, Ken Oforiata was the serpent of mother serpent of SML deal. Now OSP, you know, Nana Akufo-Addo na appoint you, and Nana Akufo-Addo KPMG eclair you. Na ebasan nde and the NDC which ma be catching and say KPMG report na buy no. Now there were irregularities under NDC, which means who say Ken Oforiata has a lot of questions to answer. Abra, ye here say collaborate with Attorney General to extradite this guy to Ghana to face the law, and you are not cooperating. What is the problem? So for me, a idea, if care is not taken, it's going to be another investigation till Timbuktu. As unless of course either a scrabby OSP office or we take him out and bring another person for him to face Oforiata. Anything short of it, a idea, we will not get to the end of matter. Look, the point about this NIMOS, I want to come back to NIMOS. Okay, we need serious education about NIMOS activities. Serious education. Look,
we are done. No, the time no.
Look,
we are done.
Because now me person me make a correction. A SML deal, and yet from the beginning, ye OSP NHA investigation. A Manasa Zuri and I think 3 or 4 others, and a raising matter. And President Akufo-Addo, Emma KPMG, yeah, say or more or in your auditing. KPMG report in a buy, you know. President police or more temporary so montre. Later, Okase Enkoso. Okase Enkoso. And when she Ansah na special prosecutor, say, or interest room, or also a launch the investigations. NYN investigations every. So it's not like special prosecutor was the one or shall say in first.
Yes.
And there be you will not be fair to special prosecutor.
Matthias,
the special prosecutor came in after, you know, like Akufo-Addo and his government, KPMG has cleared them.
No,
yes,
no,
but you see,
no. The point I'm making is say the Manasseh Azure and the 3 others investigated by their own independent investigation body, and they petitioned OSP. OSP or Shasie and Sana, yes, and Sana, the president asked KPMG to do it.
Exactly.
So it's cut off at a point. We interest, OSP interest, and I'm saying, say,
the press conference
yes, so it is not as if say he didn't start
at that time. No, by the time KPMG didn't find his buy, no, not OSP find his buy.
They say OSP, you catch and say when Kosu, a KPMG to establish say, it's a fact to hold on. Yes, it's a fact, say. The president had asked these people to do the investigation audit
press conference.
Yes, after we know, you will know.
Go and listen.
So the point I'm making is say,
yes, you know.
They have to make sure, say, look, all these things under Akufo-Addo, we should have experienced that. Why is this man still alive?
Anyway, thank you.
Why, friend say, why is he alive?
Why do you want me dead?
No, why? Yeah. Why is he alive? I'm asking. He's alive because Yesika. Thank you.
What the difference between MPP and NDC? And Akufo it take over. Chachuchi kata no wa brochiri. Ene ka say ye hwehwe no. Chachuchi kata no na fa plane. Eno bae. Obeyi nsam wa no. Owie wo se ko. Odu airport ye se ma ne nko. Ene bo no am kasa. Wotena ase akusisi edi na asem wiye. Ene de ne tum. Ye de ne tum after several years no. Court declare say judgment ruling was error. Ene ya panicho. Yes, it's a trimu fine obusum kuni wonku. Keno Oforiata. COVID nya wo se de che wo bae wa empuru. Wani mu awo ho no. Wafuna wo ho no obi hu Ken Oforiata kwa kasa de enche no. Crofo crashing ya botere sa ho ya de o si da bi. Ghana ho donti. Within the town and then adding in our ma.
Budget why you couldn't read.
But nana me de minim say, the mimma can ofrata kosroba form. They didn't be Ghana.
Unless, of course,
because now utie a special prosecutor, you know, way back, I think the beginning of this year, and no more apply for information be from the American side. That information, no, the email conversations between Kanofuriata and the principal suspect or more involved. Now, no more than Naba. Nana, I'm privy to the womb, but menka. I'm privy to the womb, but menka. But market on the wall, second Kanofuriata. Yet never bagana. Na SMNA make a semanyan in TSA special prosecutor Sachi, acting legal director de Magiari. Honestly, honestly related to this. Now the current GRE boss no cry. Everyone say oh no. We are not asking him questions.
Yes.
Because one another director, KPMG, or more audit no. No. We flew on and now got to GRE. Sa kunya no a nipa no te sa kunya mo GRE a Amishadai wo flew a okotena ho no Amishadai implicated nipa no te wan na Amishadai ba mu nyina ka ho and that GRE ni Carson's pinyufo no na mo mo ese na banyina obia retire mu nyina koye adwuma edema SML Ghana for enrezi bell awaya adwene mu said the current GRE boss na wote ho no mu a ono na audit
SML.
I said one set down for findings papa bia
or see na bia ko clean.
Yes, one who bia wo ho no. I ne
ya reward you as
special prosecutor. We are tax expert. We are finance and accounting expert. We investigate my concept probe auditing. We report our the buy no. Emma Kufuor they are convinced that there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, this position the man as GRE boss.
There's nothing wrong with it. Special prosecutor. Etimia take time. At an investigation of the buyer no. Bibia da mo clear. Or closing investigation or press conference. The next day, President Mahama had already say on terminate contract. So why should that man supposed to be? Why is he still there?
The GRE boss.
The GRE boss. Why is he there?
The KPMG director first.
Partner. Yes, partner. Yes. Why is it there? Because there's direct link between SML and KPMG.
And Akufo-Addo. Direct link between Akufo-Addo and KPMG.
Yes, and SML investigation, you know, as a tax expert. And the government from Sobia when I said state institution a investigation near who said the woman here. We are compromised. He's not deserved to be there.
All right.
But it's something that we need to ask, and I know say at appropriate time. Now that they are going after the legal directors on Chronobano, you get there.
All right, so that's it live at Accra100.5 Citizen Show Monday afternoon. But there are so many issues we need to discuss. We have fuel prices down. The dollar is doing well. Aduane Abuso. I think the issues no assignment Akwai Yebeye Juma. We have this plant, a water plant, desalination plant, Omoye and Woteshi, and a MPP Betumu. Omotum says, Teshi, and Nungwa, and so on, why are you? And so why we are doing and I don't know why anyway, so divine. We have some few work rather. I think that one is better.
Commander, ya eja.
Boko de.
Adumo nanso
Ayudadenti ekrekremun kakra.
Kakra.
Sa ukra bibi kakra.
Ai me wo nneoma wo mapampan so a me beton.
Wosugu obi.
Nneoma kakra o ha sei. Ai nti. Ma me nhyase mfemfri senate fo akache. na senate semen kanchro ene anwumre se ohene ba ene de ne papa te ase nti saa bre ya wote ase wo betumi aye japade na watietian kakra e de asi ho de ama wo nchirima enti wo achi no wo ma emre da wo achi enya de a wo ma bebre kwan bia so senate semen mo amane se wo ya aban adwuma ana se wo ya wankaso adwuma ana wudi edwa bodwa nkakra bra na anyone mebo anan bra be register no watro din wo ye ne se wie a bosume kakra obeti ato ho no wo betimi kura de wo ba asha anan se o mi wu a me basmesi ana obentene enemra medimade ana monfa sika no mano wonya sign no mugye tum se peno ano no wo wu achi sa nipa no a wo bo ne din no wono eno amode epuduo no ebema no wankasa asem dei wonya ne bebia agisa senate se abra obe register wie no bo modian se o contribution wo betua ne 10 wo tua ne saa eya no relax esan se ebra so se wo ba baju sika on be ye de saa edi amount senate say omo number free 0302 611 622 ana connect wonum e wo social media no so or Facebook or X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube ni nyina wo bo at Snate Ghana wonsa ebeka wonum Ghana fana bebia or branches mako aduonum miensa 53 branches nationwide ya wokwa ubetimi ni wonum edi nsa woso Snate say we deliver on our promise. Tontina 74 mesha eye du papa ebe boawo ama wonso watimi atena se di nkwame mesra wo ewiase aye kobai yade eteta hahan so na wa amwani amre ni wa Pedro ya ebetu nyar wase ama wo a wani bedi ebebede nyasem ketwa enti tontina 74 mesha eye dro ya ebetumi etu kidney infection ase ama wo etu typhoid ase hepatitis B, abdominal pain, STD, chest pain, high blood pressure, treat high blood sugar, bienswa na halitosis enum kankan bad breath, ebi wo swa. Nonom tontina 74 mesha. Oh, ebetu ase kra. Ulcer, diabetes, ekura tu. Ama ho asama na kwakwa ye kana. Wonom tontina 74 mesha. Ebe boama wonso ado ho afiri yade yi ho. Wo prostate enlarge. Wo liver infection. HIV patients say mon konom tontina 74 mesha bio. Esan se ebe boawo am watumi anya wa ho den na wagina so ache. Adi ebusumin system no. Enti wo nom no na eboa konyarwa ene oni pedua ni di asie no efiri ho ma. Asthma ya afo ovarian cyst wo ho no ma wonyare o nanso bibi kitwa bia no abre fatigue no tontina 74 me shabeboa o lungs infection cancer fe na asase bronise early cancer sickle cell anemia patients say monso mo die ni o tontina 74 me sha dro se chronic cough away eba wo so nyenne abeye kwankro wakwa wo ya abrempo paucho tontina 74 me shabeboa pa ebi nso ana wo de no akomaya de woto a wakoma etimi twu se ya hwim eti utwumi hwim dabi mo anhwe ye beje wonkwa afiri wonsam o tontina 74 me shabeboa pa edrei ewo pharmacies ahodo nyina mu herbal shops drugstores udra Unsabekabi. Frey 0246 073 498 ana 0501 628 931 na to no dosoprom ko kan shi drag lane ena fei lanes ana se shops ahodo nyina mu Tontina 74 mixture dra edi kan ya register with South Africa. Let's just say I'm on an import in ho a go pebinum na honto. Bills microcredit is se bra no mo obosia na fa so to ha nyina no ai ohia de ayo ye ehia wo a asema nipa ne kan okra nya asema ye bufuo na abuofo na se binya kwase na ehia no anu osresere ana komdenwa na ne siguso. Bills microcredit say afi enche bekuna wieye ebia wa ni so ade hunu wa bo pem empem bra o ma obesia na bosia we no de ma eye nika na eye de ne say wo hia collateral bia enkofa wo dan bi na ukra dan no wo bia nka akwaje bosia kona bills for so tew susu sembie nim de ohia your Ghana card ma Ghana card ne so Bills microcredit say and one say what do Ghana card number no aba na wa ma obesia e de akoso tew ha nyina free 0596 920 833 0596 920 833 and now 0302 200390 0302 200390. Kai say terms and conditions apply. Mansua Herbal Clinic bra na fa how nyina bedan Mansua Herbal Clinic na wo say wo de how no wo ba emmo wo yade no so emfidie buso ayasabia ho ye do beto afidie no so na afidie no ankasa kire ba bia yade no wo ene yade ko a ene wudi asie na etuase omam aduro ama otumi ede etuase ebia me kobo yade bi so a obekasa me de wa amoso me say yade bia ye bodin ma ne yeye e wo Ghana asase so anase wiasim ha fa Mansua Herbal Clinic obetuase ama ho atopa mo wani yade wo say ebre beso ebre pem no wobetumi ehunade yie se wo wani no enhu ade da mpa me se Mansua fo ho na ene wonum nkoto kese se edro bia ni honum a na yade bia ni wonu a eni adro e wo wiase mu Ishomachi kwan ewo New Fadama Bombay Washing Bay. New Fadama Bombay Washing Bay wa numbers no enie 0272 019 917 0272 019 917 and a 0244 626 590 0244 626 590. The luckiest I se upese won saka winning ticket ni bia ma mentro kwan ya obefa so the luckiestafrica.com luckiestafrica.com okwa no sign in real quick na afi what tap community ticket ni so no pick your lucky number and now so obema kwan ama system na nkasa generate bi e the amount every 1 Ghana cedi ekosi 5,000 Ghana cedis ticket no ubetimi so ato e the amobi ama na yie wo Ghana ha say ya and one say wo de umomo etria na mom say wo outside Ghana na wabomoden de card etria the luckiest waba ama lucky numbers na draw so pa Pleasure condoms and answer flame condoms ye wo mo hudo mienu ye wo blue and ye wo green blue no eye mo a mo pese mo gina so che no fidie no e gina so saa enum da and green no wotobia eno boa ema greater stimulation a pim ye ma tun zampa wapema ye drew peak paucho se eba ukon ho na eye wo se ade yi e wo se me use condom a ɛyɛ ahwehwɛ flame condoms akyi kwan ɛsan sɛ ɛno ɛne agyidie ɛfiri 19 kodwo hoho ɛmo a yɛdie ɛde bɛsi nnɛ ɛyɛ Ginny Rice say ɔde promotion ahyehyɛ so nti bro nya aba ntɛm kɔtɔ 4.2 kg bag of Ginny Rice na mepawɔkyɛ wo bie so a yɛ hwɛ yie san sɛ yɛde card bi ahyɛ inside no ɛno ani sɛ wo scratch saa card no wobɛtumi awini akyɛdeɛ bebree fridge, washing machine, smart TV, gas cooker, and afei all expense paid trip to Dubai. Se bronya ipa na ukodi Dubai. Kwana kwaje Ginny Rice sesi a 4.2 kg bag no na wonso lacking smile on you na nya achede be. Terms and conditions eda ho. Afei de yedi etu opo every adetoi ho every MTN for nchen MTN for edi free after one buy ma Ghana for agiatum na why nem pa de pa and MTN for say oh say ade Ghana for money je ho enti asa de fofra ba eno ye MTN free after one extra ai wobetumi akasa be say 1 hour continuously wuntwa onkasa untwa so ugusu kasasa na ose 1 hour ni mu no 10 minutes bia obekasa bia no emu 1 minute tie ni ye ewu 1 minute pe na obetua ka enti emfa ne se wa fras message na obentene and wa register MTN free after one extra no wo kasa for 1 full hour every 10 minutes bia wobetua just 1 minute pe de akanyina ye free etu de check na bubu na sesehwe umpewe na apede MTN say wabade ama wo say wonso kasa ebeye dama wo na memenda kra de na chese abodo abuso wobenya 100 MB of data free we your course de di kan ewo memenda bia wobenya sa data ne free e de asorte wankasa wo ho so person subscribe here MTN free after one extra wobe dial star 550 hash tie star 550 hash na fe prompt nti na wa follow prompt no eno anu no MTN free after one extra obia emfa no hunyim na ma course no enguso a enye de ebusia we so enti ye betwe ho aba ye ba ye beto aso
100.5 Accra FM.
The luckiest, oh yes, luck is everywhere for everyone, yeah. The luckiest, money is life, money the key. No matter the weather, me and you are the need. Papa is sick, comes to the money. When you get to an free school, abafie. My yejima, yeah, we hear the luck.
brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open.
We will not tolerate it today, we will not tolerate it tomorrow, and so long as we are molding character. If we give in to her today, tomorrow it will be shoes, and the next day it will be the way they dress. Therefore, as part of our disciplinary measures, headmasters and GS, you are accordingly empowered to take full control of how students behave on your campuses. So anybody who thinks that your child will walk into any institution of learning as if that child, forgive my words, was to attend a beauty contest, the school environment is not for that purpose and not cut for that purpose, and would not tolerate that as an institution. The chairman of the GES Council is here. There is an ongoing debate in social media about haircuts and size and length of hair in secondary schools. We will not tolerate it today, we will not tolerate it tomorrow, and so long as we are molding character. If we give in to her today, tomorrow it will be shoes, and the next day it will be the way they dress. Therefore, as part of our disciplinary measures, headmasters and GS, you are accordingly empowered to take full control of how students behave on your campuses. So anybody who thinks that your child will walk into any institution of learning as if that child, forgive my words, was to attend a beauty contest, the school environment is not for that purpose and not cut for that purpose, and would not tolerate that as an institution. The chairman of the GES Council is here. There is an ongoing debate in social media about haircuts and size and length of hair in secondary schools. We will not tolerate it today, we will not tolerate it tomorrow, and so long as we are molding character. If we give in to her today, tomorrow it will be shoes, and the next day it will be the way they dress. Therefore, as part of our disciplinary measures, headmasters and GS, you are accordingly empowered to take full control of how students behave on your campuses. So anybody who thinks that your child will walk into any institution of learning as if that child, forgive my words, was to attend a beauty contest, the school environment is not for that purpose and not cut for that purpose, and would not tolerate that as an institution. The chairman of the GES Council is here. There is an ongoing debate in social media about haircuts and size and length of hair in secondary schools. We will not tolerate it today, we will not tolerate it tomorrow, and so long as we are molding character. If we give in to her today, tomorrow it will be shoes, and the next day it will be the way they dress. Therefore, as part of our disciplinary measures, headmasters and GS, you are accordingly empowered to take full control of how students behave on your campuses. So anybody who thinks that your child will walk into any institution of learning as if that child, forgive my words, was to attend a beauty contest, the school environment is not for that purpose and not cut for that purpose, and would not tolerate that as an institution. The chairman of the GES Council is here. There is an ongoing debate in social media about haircuts and size and length of hair in secondary schools. We will not tolerate it today, we will not tolerate it tomorrow, and so long as we are molding character. If we give in to her today, tomorrow it will be shoes, and the next day it will be the way they dress. Therefore, as part of our disciplinary measures, headmasters and GS, you are accordingly empowered to take full control of how students behave on your campuses. So anybody who thinks that your child will walk into any institution of learning as if that child, forgive my words, was to attend a beauty contest. The school environment is not for that purpose and not cut for that purpose, and would not tolerate that as an institution. The chairman of the GES Council is here. There is an ongoing debate in social media about haircuts and size and length of hair in secondary schools. We will not tolerate it today, we will not tolerate it tomorrow, and so long as we are molding character. If we give in to hair today, tomorrow it will be shoes, and the next day it will be the way they dress. Therefore, as part of our disciplinary measures, headmasters and GES, you are accordingly empowered to take full control of how students behave on your campuses. So anybody who thinks that your child will walk into any institution of learning as if that child, forgive my words, was to attend a beauty contest, the school environment is not for that purpose and not cut for that purpose, and would not tolerate that as an institution. The chairman of the GES Council is here. There is an ongoing debate in social media about haircuts and size and length of hair in secondary schools. We
can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning.
100.5 citizens so Yamamunina ha yes I'm Kwaba mama joining in Edamos Jamila to Muhammad is here with us Charles Sellers and Missa and Komo but before you didn't come on me was just first 10-15 minutes job be to do then you baba bidi and Komono anyway as one person make a crown so it falls within minute yeah, Berima and Como yeah, it falls within and yeah, Berima yeah, my friend say says a Mukoni, I'm free friends concern True Drivers Union Secretary.
7 days actually from income.
We are communication officer, so such is saying to us, Burger Boys, Burger Boys, Burger Boys. Unim says Aqua no Koye Burger Boys no. Nansen ya so kotoko ball match ma ye ho kire se wo ye kotokoni. Emo koye commotion. Nam si ye se menua no. Se menua no tina patapei na ya che nkrofo a ono no akwa akogina ho kire se na haba wo hwene. Burger Boys, Kushashi Boys, what mean about? We give 24. Young can my own to be and about Wusso. Young Srupuris is through to institution. Nancy Kotokobo match and I'm who say, Ojra Muden, them, yeah, Minia, say Minia no. Hey, but Amphibia sign you, yow. Amphibia sign. Liverpool you want you but Accra FM 4 year dey be amentiase say your sponsor for no say Kwame Kwachi na abo pao say your friend say Mr. Frank and abo pao say but me di mani hwem deeper Edmenisham dimpa se Valentina o han kam de share no wonni ha no de me de be share na problem
Class FM
Accra FM also Accra FM social media handle you am the news too yes Man City a enye news yes akwa be internship woni movie yes Chelsea a enye news. Yes, sir, Arsenal enye news. Yes, sir, Barcelona enye news. Yes, sir, Liverpool abonso omodia baba beto. Say, ana on. Se boni ntino mo tag me na ese bia wo mo ne me. Na nkrofo e ba post na se mo no tag me. Se ma roba. Ena no memenda ye ne Chelsea nyina na ye ngu ase no mo de Liverpool kwa aba beto
ya yakwa away ya lose obi tip ne krum ya hye no ono de ne news
ai wono no ya hoso Liverpool na minia we de na minia
acting chairman
pate bra pate na yes ade no bra pate why na ewo Accra FM ha mu social media handle no yes Liverpool na odrim card ababeto yes Chelsea enye news yes Barca enye news yes City announce na enye news Liverpool ne kotokonkwa luzu a na nipa kro no wabetro bibi wa de abeto why na yes ade no
wa
pate wa ma usa dey
account na ya me na me manage but obi ya wo yesa na me nso me yen hwehwe pese me hu obi ya wo yesa
wona manage account no but wo hu nipa kura wo yesa
me yen hwehwe in fact kwa me bo ame
wo na wo handle ya Accra from account no ana wo hu nipa kura o di say nyam bransem no
ti me report ya ma me head ti ye hwe pese hu obi ya wo yesa
edi pate ye modia
Wabazo kwa sorry.
Me nkwa sorry bia ye modua party say me no mieru nya ye wuni pakro ti ye modua
baba yesi ye be hwehwe mu ti ye ntwama ye hwehwe mu miaza
ye bia bonu ba ye fast
o kansi so dia bono papa ehu hia chen asori no pate jesa so kwa sorry dia nya hwe
woni o ja fast ai madam Fubina o say na no nyame kura ya se e wo fa obo a won to ntem egugu nchen egu o ya de say nyame fa de bo won to ntem no se na egu nchen ho wo de ya de se won to de a emfa no wanya fa bo no de ya se wo na no nyame fa bo a wo fa to ho se na egu na no nyame nchen wo de ya de
na wonim sɛ menkɔ asɔre
ade
na sɛ wokɔ asɔre a ha wo ho
ade
because nyame abu yɛ aten awie saa 8 years na ɔmampanyin Nana Addo bɛdi Ghana so no asotwe a ɔde bɛtwe Ghana nyinaa na ɔde atwe saa 8 years no
mate menya madwuma anyway yabrema akwa ba bio so nanka be new be busa bibi quick and I am say bibi every last week Friday Saturday and then accident cause Ghana no over nipa be 50 na ewu ana enu me ha me dodo
ma ya na se ne nchia Ghana fo nyina
where you dey between mu na because o union mu ntina me busa what is happening
yo me da say ma nchia Ghana fo nyina bi de o mu nyina ne say me hu ne say oman no accident ni si a ye nyina ye nije na moja hwiegu nso a na ye ni age pa eni ntina ye mfa ne say ye hiasem Commander yankane ya sa Ghana fronti ase mpacho COVID ba ye no a doctor for catch re say mframa mu yade hwe ahokeka e de komu na sabre nose mask tintimi ye hwene ana meboa ye ntimi ntu ase anwie kura ya teso pa ma sa haw na ne ye namu no sese abrase na accident no ye de ani hu de de ba de di kan bebre free ya driver for no ye ntimi nwane free ho se utu America tenten a na ehu ni mfa so se utu America na e de akwanhia timi ba
ya se enra sei ayi ya fra enra de no ya se kono wo ba bi nipa no di ko wura articulate bi ase ya asai si wo
wakwa echiri kura tobutu ya woka so ha ya
enra eya den
ye nyina yegusu ye nhwehwemu emi de se wa Bobie su se ka se si ho wan ya se de ebesi wa ka foforo ko bomu a ende hunya nsansa bi ekoyi firi ho
eye jimi anase abobo adamu anase
me ka se esi a eye nyina ye de hwe efiri January ebesi nda me no ka se unim se commercial transport operators ya driver for ya kan ba ku mienu miensa 300 na ye hwe omo ye hu omo bi mo mawu accident mu Accra100.5FM wa oni producers wa so obi ama adwuma uhu se wa ama adwuma na meboa ti yeso ya driver for no do wakọ awawu no ye hu se wawu 300 ya hwero mo kwa
this year
accident ne ba afi ye mu mumfre road safety mumfre MTTD na mumu so mo se Ghana for ade hye se na ewu accident ni si driver for ngu bi drivers ye wu na me ka ho asem no afiwe ya na onim say accident ni wu no mo resource station ni betu dwa at the spot ho no de esi no eno na ya omo kanipa no dodo ebi de timi ye kofie kowu accident ni bi timi si obi ana eno futimi twa obi na timi ti obo se nipa na kofie no wo de areho saa eni chebi no ko
enyo
Commander yenhwe ni sei epa cha obro na okaka etimi da kwanhia ba enso wura 37 ya be mfa nkwa akire oben ho station na wo unim za apeteze ba atwa ho ahia
you don't mean it
Konyo Press Station apeteze ba atwa New Press Station ho ahia
enti obi anhu ya na so obi ante
ne puma sibra ne epei eno pa ho a lack of maintenance yenhwe enuam organizer for why na check wo mo obi nya afidie bi ere pompe tie no de akosi kwan ho ukwa na wa pompe no de nensa bom no de nensa te ntasuo no de afa vibe na rozo ko enka Ghana Standard Authority for enyo ma said ye say ye hwe sankrofo we mu nyira adwuma no mo ye na sefata da bi obi anwen ho deɛ de obiem
sina sembe
ya kwan
nti da bi o sɛ ya mumpo a anase mo kan yɛn ho a yɛ ni ma kenkan ni ma twere etimi hu saa nneɛma we nyina ti ɔmo hyɛ suit kɔtra ɛyɛ offices wɔ no ɔmo numa de
ja ebi mo ti office no mo hyɛ si do professor ne do nya professor
so yɛno ɛka driving
edi no sɛ unse wadwuma ya wuye enye obi na bɛka sɛ yɛmfrɛ professor o because who wɔ ho nim deɛ ɛhin fa na kɔ media school ko bi wo de yɛ de nyame de ama wo edu sɛ national chairman NDC owura sɛ dun ketia o ka sɛ sukuu mpipa jimie
badu ko bi yɛ
min ka sɛ nyɛ
de mama ko bi badu ko bi yɛ
bɛboa no twɛn me busa sɛ enkrofo yɛ we have Mr. Yalberima on the studio mbacho so mo say ethics of anyone why you know
no everyone no wakɔ but on person de be yɛ adwuma
enti mfa so be ne ba so dem pesa me busa no hwɛ road safety authority commander bi nsura
why ne da no
yewura mariba
lawyer
meka said the most useless institution yenya wa Ghana asase so yɛ no a yɛbɛka ne yɛayɛ saa o hwɛ
ka so adeɛ no enipa dodo sɛ
mate sɛ ebi mu a report sɛ 4 ebi mu sɛ ɛboro ndira me sɛ yɛgusu a yɛyɛ
nhwehwɛ no sɛ Saturday anadwo no sɛ
commander hwɛ Ghana Friday ade ɛkye Saturday ade ɛkye Sunday
ɛna nra
Sunday ade ɛkye Monday accident si kyɛ hwee yɛyɛ mu bi yɛnwu hwehwɛ mu a yɛayɛ kyerɛ sɛ edru weekends ya enkrofo parki pavement so papa ntoa na unim say commercial vehicle no ebo ho a nipa dodo efrim na so private for no so accident chain commercial for no bia mani san obi ni nti omo ye na omo cause accident ni wi a na ye de ho tansa ni nyina abo commercial mo mfre MTT before say afi mu commercial any private wa mo na anya kwansia pa aya private phone na obi wo a or driving no or ye WhatsApp e be wi ase no na wakokọ so accident ne bi wo no wa yi no ho afiri moko
because the week bia na say ye enipa nkwa be ye even 10
David ba ku pempo a hwe ebony no no quite me chire re wuri say amanda ekum ebony past 7 years ni no omo kata so aban ya ba e na yewura Charles Kwesi Asiedu MP for Tano South ye dede e no si yaw ye ma homete timini road minister di hu nkomo e na ye hu say makọ kata sa amana no so
ya na ya amana kese ben ya
hwe ka kwan no commander de tene say portals no ebeto ho a nza kwan na yemum enkasa nti bede wa hu say ha amana da ebi wa atumi bom na tire pai a mu nyina mu nimo me u jamia efri nkran ekoduru kumase metima kire obabi accident sia ekosi eninti yan ya fatu ya ho so say commercial transport operators atin chairman so na bana na redu wonder I see stop road accident now because we check COVID-19 kwan ye fa so hukum Ghana for no enti ye besere mo nso so obi anya akwanya mo de mu nyi 5 minutes mpe emfa nye road nchire
MY me bato fa ya very my in to us quick mama na ye nya ho adwuma so over the weekend you read ade bi say mo ko competition president any other state institutions, security institutions, about Ora Akwasi Oforiatta, former road minister. Na assembly
Akwasi
Amoakwata. And the issue is that Wamagana Boka Wabre Otutu a yeto booth emu ya enamra kwan so. Assembly.
Yo, ma yana sibiem. Say Ghana fo nyina bedi adanse a. Abra ya papa former road minister Owura Kwesi Amoakwata. eba abonten beka say wode ne pe ayi tobu to afri ho no me kai say citizens show yi so mo frɛ yen e wa homa so e ma ye ka say ye ne omuni nkomo bia say to na esi ho na ha yen na mo ye kai say nkomo eni omudi ye ne say omummie ba bia ye gigi scan na traffic e bo pe so na ye ko tueska yen san fa ho chirim ne ye ho hin ha yen entueska no ne nya bi dia siesi ya kwan ya ma ya ne e dia kwanhie e bai e no say we ye free ho enti ye ka so on fa nkosi ho me ka say speaker of parliament crowd in sashi table so say papa no fa nkosi ho owura say edu nketia so kan bi commander wo kan bi Ghana fo bebre e no so de koye ya ne bia ene junso bodi amaye ye say tono unnim kwan e fa so ba ya eye parliament of Ghana energy tumu na commander to fa ba nyina ne say ye kwan na kotu nsu a ye boda say ye kosiesie bridge abo a wo ma ya anoma because no mfa bridges no tware asu timi no mie no ye huwum enti ya bridge na wie no ebi wa bridge no betechima na ye ni sika bi da ho a ye de besiesie ti ye mfa to nsi so ntuzo obehwe a akoso mo sutade no onza bridge na ye de to asi so okọ ba bi a nsu akese te se prata no brem okọ kede a unse ebi sisi nsu no so send ye bridge no techima na afa aye enti wo hwe akwaya ana enna ensuo enna ho a ye de to asi so ye motorway because of ye na send ye na ho fama na sitie na mpanyimfo hu say to no boayen nti ye miem na ekonya 35 to butu o mainum say ye de beboaboa asiesi akwan na obi esu say na akwan asai na no ne ebu nkonta e commercial transport operator say na yesu say akwan asai egu aban so no scan so ne ye de beye sika so no obi agya ama na akoi nti wa wotifie bia no boaye wo sa de wewu ye load free La Paz ko tema no ye tua 1 Ghana cedi me kire trotro no ye ko 5 times a day ye ko ha 5 a ye betua ewo ye aha ye ba nso a ye tua wo tema ho no enti na akwa 10 cedi ye adwuma 24/7 wo de ye ko 5 eno ye de bu ye nkonta no ba cho driver for ye adwuma no it is a radio ye mpon every blessed day ye adwuma nti any off aye say o ka sinto bi aba ho enye sa wa brempo a utimi de mass spare driver no so kwa eye car corona na ats ka na mebo eni nti ye bunkunta ne say 1 month no 10 cedi 1 month car ba ko atua 300 Ghana cedi yanso ye ho no ye 110 cars
Monkwano.
Yes, ye nkwano. Eni ye say oh, sadia. Wo de ye nyi 10 cars into say no ne ye services no. Enti aka 100. Enti say each driver and each car etua 300 Ghana cedi. Wo de multiply a month, wo de multiply by 100 na. Me pa cho akoma say 30,000 300 million. Enyesa.
Yeah.
Enti afe ba kuno nso no ewom 365 days. Enti a year 30,000 multiplied by 365. Mbacho mpesa wo ye eboayen. 365 multiplied by a year 30,000.
Bo. Ati.
Enti wo de multiply no na ye yi to no nso free on enfie miensa ni. Enfie miensa wo. Enti 100 cars pe sika 100 cars ebe mawo no enye sika wa bajo munya say na bo aye eye 300 Ghana cedis
no 30,000 a month
30,000 a month
multiplied by
365
so you have 365,000 yeah
365,000 which is it is got 3.6 billion.
Yeah.
And no yeah, just 1 year. Enti Saudi Equita
with 1 union.
100 cars per.
Ansah na other union saba. Ansah na private cars saba.
Yes, 100 cars no. Fa multiply by 3 years no. The way yeah 365,000 no. But fa multiply by 3. Never afi ba 100 cars pe sika ya hwere no kwa. Ye checks no. Na ye wo more than 5 million commercial vehicle if you creator so. Eba be si taxi so. Enti ye bunkunta ne say, wo de ye ne say every day no 2 million cars in the chat. Because of you are
100 you cry at least 100 you might be a fair idea.
Enti afi ba akono sika ya se no nie. Eni ye jai owura kwasi amu akwata eni onam krumo na komanda ye shi ni se.
Na mo afi mo dwene ho ana se mo aye nhihye awia mo de ko. Which is which?
Once ya tro no open letter. Se omampanyini enhwem attorney general nhwem yokonsu nhwem Ghana ni bia nso enhwem se hawa eda man no ni
NDC national chairman ekan se NDC winia amwakwata ebe Ansah saade.
Yes. Enti ene ni adwen
enti munya official petition
eno ni egusu aye ka ho asemu yi enti ye krata no beto abontia na a lawyer for obi unse obi o no ompe popularity frey say ya asem na ye ka no adwen ni nyansa wom se na ewuhu yi a wa ma ye platform yi se ye me biebie mu yi no na yenhwe baby asusan de board ho no ebe fa ni aka kire ye wura kwa me abroja so se oba 10 months ni ena electronics ena hwan ena egusu a ye yusu kwan ne kwa na bobi onu se Burkina fo na mkwan so free
say no de mampani aka am say finance minister so kan in budget say omo ebe introduce ye road to ne back
ndi ati ho ye dey.
But say a process
by darkness yo achimo idea no
but some by no your friend say e-gate right electronic
enti enya e-gate no ena car iguso hwiri ni ena yesu na anu wan te say ba ha ebesun say poku ase kwan nye yanka wasem
yes
na unim say to no na ye 10 pesos.
But the point is
me real way I'll bet you as the entire because
I something makes a point with Makwata but so blame Abuja
yes see ye one in your maya the namusu free Burkina for namuso kwa ko meboa Cote d'Ivoire for ko free Mali Niger any Togo Nigeria sa country ayabodi yenso ye load ko ye kwa omoje yen.
Okay. All right. And did I buy a person on the official communicating beko?
Enti sani ye di ka no ye ko hu ya lawyer for no na ya ko yoku say causing financial loss to the state no yen 100 cars ya oye request am akwanta am ye jai tuya no senke ye gusu tuya to na sikanki yenyani enti yoku mfre no no musa ade ne call parliament no yi free one ki ndi asembia because mrashe bedwafo na age atum omoka se wi amene hwan
okay
nanso no ade ne pe na yi free ho no eninti na ama ye ni abra ye atwe mpanyimfo adwen agina so se ka wa ma mamu na boni nie nti Ghana fo ye mfre ne ne musa busa no ho nsem.
All right Abraham nimse Adam de official petition no be kono mobema yaswati eye conversation a yenyina yani eje ho because mesu meka bi yenyina ye ka bi se kwaya amwakwata etimi efa so etoto eye to booth mu no it doesn't make sense ti yenyina ye interest wom so mode kwa moma yasonte
yo kwamanda unim de nti ama ye ka ho asem no ko wi ka se ye be din nanso na anu bi a omo ye ne saa yisi ji kakoda ho no omba ye ya driver for ni tu ya wangana sidi bia no masa be boy amane se kwasi amwa kwata de na waye ne ntino amaka da ho nti ye be peja sikanum enti ne ye di kan bo mo nka ye se
ye Ghana ni bia ne betua bi na efa ye nyina ye
ho nti do obo ka no wo ho a ya nso ni pa echi o tena obi nso bobo ka se me bo na me kokora ye be cha ma Ghana fo e ba se o man be ne ye chichire no.
All right.
Na accident no ho ayi na hia ye me be sere obi wa na ankorekorefo bi pese omoboa because ye mu bi ye fa to ye ho so na ye de aye adwuma nti ye be sere se nka wada ma yɛmfa sima baako ɛmfa yɛ number ɛnto dwa paa wei deɛ commander yɛ paapapa si yɛ wu ɔkwan so ne yɛ sɛ yɛafa ato yɛ ho sɛ yɛbɛbɔ dawuro I think sɛ mesi kwaku sɛ ɛkora te a na ne bɛgye ho nti yɛbɛserɛ number no yɛ 0554 822 565 0554 822 565 wa wopɛ sɛ woboa biara na yɛtumi ɛyɛ nkyerɛkyerɛ ɛwɔ yɛ akwantempɔn so sɛnea ɛbɛyɛ a akwanhyia no yɛntumi antu aseɛ koraa ɛso bɛte kakra ma yɛ no I think sɛ woboa sɛ adwuma wei a waboa adwuma pa na yɛn nyinaa yɛ mmoa na yɛmfa nto yɛn ho so na yɛwu wɔ kaa kwan so dodo.
All right, thank you. It has been live on Accra100.5 Citizen Show. We do it this way. All right, so that's it. Baba Rufai says to save lives and property. This is a good move, and it really makes sense that Amwakwata should be arrested and dealt with. Kofi Opoku says very good one. Bobie Kwajo also says welcome back, Commander. Andy Molas is here. Samuel Komi says please let him do the calculations again. Okay, so are there 1 CD? So 10 CDs a day, right? 300 Ghana cedis a month. 300 Ghana cedis a month. With 12 times 12, then times 360 days. With 12, that's 12 months. Yeah, with 12 months. Then you multiply it with 3 years or 4 years. Yeah, with 3 or 4 years. Okay. So, and which means every year, say 360,000 Ghana with only 100 cars. 360,000 Ghana, only 100 cars every year. So you are doing almost 90 billion, right? Right? 90 billion, right? 90 billion. That's huge money. Okay, all right. Okay, so now they are at multiplied by 3. That's 3 years, right? 3 years. That's huge. Okay, Rav Khan says, watching you live from Labadi. Julie Belinda Ofori says, the government MPP. This government MPP. Okay. Sani Koses Commander, you look nice. Okay, so thank you. Watching you from Spain. Omar Mohammed, good evening, Bobie. Oh, no, to the Hakonya, just a run, no, last week, no host show. And I was or sideway. What took I? And I make a judgment. Just last week, and I know has Joseph, long time, Jamila to Muhammad, Wezo, the last man standing. All right, thank you. But over the weekend, we spoke about car accidents and other stuffs. But one issue a bit hitty, and it was so bad, so bad. Yeah. Nana Kunedu Ajimai Rollins, a very sad one. On several occasions, Namaka on my Facebook page that if possible, the NDC should make a step and get this woman back into the NDC. Debiana meka no my Facebook page. Debiana meka. Ye nipa idie. Ntawa beba. Mentime ho ase beba. But when it gets to a point that look, it means yes, yentem bio. Eyane some way. Eyane some way. Obia taking entrenched position. But we know and we are aware that nobody can take away Nana Akua-Addo-Rawlings' contribution to the PNDC, AFRC, NDC. And I know be a frame NDC need be framing Busame say. Commander, Nana Akua-Addo-Rawlings and NDC for any abrise and Busan say you wouldn't ba an hour mamia. The times a yana Nana Akua-Addo-Rawlings a jina a building NDC. Say your mamia a bian couldn't mean Fadi and Nana Akua-Addo fire no. Say your sister and Kebia won't me. From the days of AFRC through to PNDC to NDC. And all of a sudden, we saw rubbish everything. The contributions. Nana Akua-Addo is the reason why some people call themselves politicians in NDC today. I'm not here to tell, so be a year free politics more because I don't know. I don't have any evidence, so I don't know. But then so whether we are CEO under this NDC government, whether you are a minister, whether you are a chief of staff, whether you are the president, whether you are the vice president, Nana Akua-Addo is the reason why today even Jomama is a president in NDC. The vehicle she built, and these are facts. Me, you can get annoying with me. I don't care. I don't care. Trust me. Today, Professor Jenna Nopoku are fulfilling the dreams of becoming the first vice female president because of the work of Nana Akua-Addo-Rawlings. And yesterday, I spoke to one of my guys and I told them that, look, if they tell you that Ashantis don't have a stake in the NDC, it's a lie. They want to cover that history, but we know. We, the Ashantis supporting the NDC, we know. And we are very clear in our mind. And we should tell everybody. Whether you are a foreign minister, whether you are a gold board CEO, whether you are YEA, NEP, whatever, and you're the Air Force of this woman. Any pentino, and you are not seen to her. And as she depart, I hope, say, the NDC will forgive her, and she will also forgive NDC. May her soul rest in peace. Amen. And in the studio, quick one, I'll just do some clear job with Alhaji Baba Sherif, former deputy national organizer for NDC. Yes, in times like this, we talk to people who know Nana Akua-Addo-Rawlings. Not because he alone knows her, but maybe he understands the era and the times that Nana Akua-Addo lived in. Alhaji Kwaba.
Bobie, we refi.
Alhaji,
we refi.
From Mills time.
Ewa himfa.
President Mills time. Me no Nilante.
Am I right?
Yes. Yeah, your program.
Yeah.
Asempa.
Yeah.
Pioneers.
Yeah. Yes.
Opposite Nima Police.
Yes. Pyramid House.
Yes.
Kobe Fiagbe.
Oh, what they say?
Yes. Hey, but Alaji, say me any problem bi. Say who say na over cut time ani me here adwuma. Nkola na musa asma ba akokora bi sa.
Well, who fancy? We are needing a daddy. Oh, as a nkola na musa. And then some who say we nyanya no shares here. When ya kwadasa. Utine na utwe na tikeze seke ukuta puma. Fast da manyame.
Alaji na say me call barbering shop be ko imiti na. Nya akwai wo person wo yimi style bi. Na so masa for 6 that the two no no so abrantia so town.
O so o side.
Esa kola no wa da.
Oh dada
da wo fa no oh de na mo ho.
Sa
de na mo Alaji akaba.
Yo
Boko de
nyame ase.
Alaji mame embo ayeta tape we mouth. Probably to just give you some time to memorize on issues. You got to hear the announcement at Tuja with respect to the late Nana Kwabena Rawlings demise. You got to hear
100.5
at Tuja.
Accra100.5 Accra100.5.
Earlier this morning, Excellency
Accra100.5
at my walks.
Accra100.5
admitted at the VHC hospital. Unfortunately, she passed. His Excellency the President was subsequently informed accordingly, and Utufo was sent to the Secretary Santene was also informed. His Excellency the President has caused an official statement to be made confirming Bobie's death. At this stage, the family is obviously in mourning and will crave your indulgence to give us some privacy. All further notices will be relayed by the government. Thank you very much.
Members of the press, my name is Ohineba Akwesi Abeye for Akofrehine for Manshia Palace
And head of the family. Earlier this morning,
Abusia Penny Emma Nana Kwabena Rawlings Abusia and Ote Ninkan Alaji Nana Kwabena Rawlings, the late. Oyawai, how do you know her?
Well, Mitini Dean Kane, as far back as 1979.
I see.
1979. It's during the PNDC era. The first time she in 1984, I was Tamale.
1984.
1984.
Can you get closer to the microphone?
Yeah. 1984. You could hear you maybe. Misa Bankra wa airport. Tamale airport.
Your private job, party
private job. No. Sabre na party ni ho. 84. Okay. Not 94. Okay. 84.
Okay.
Na mentimi ho ne ma no omudi ahe ni osua. Ena na okuta no won. Ne kokoso. A wosi afiri prem. Okodi ejuma. Eni share o temak no. Me bankra on so e batamali. First time me hu no.
And which you know, in late 1991, tama agitation no a dozen say a civilian administration. Say Bekaya, the PNDC then. Eka say PNDC members nimbi enko Ghana for nyina yenko tietie de Ghana for eka. Wenya kwada sabre now say wenyi. Captain Kojo Chikata. DF Anan. Alaji Mama Idrisu. Ebutewia. And the other lady Makanidi. Omo call round. Omo call by no. Moya amudi buy and say Ghana for said ye pet. Say ye partisan politics.
Headman Kebi.
Yes. Ebeye enye ne sabren Justice Anan. No na heady National Commission on Bibisa Minkai. She says yenye consultative assembly. Nye constituent assembly. Tete no na constituent assembly na lawyer for kakrebi. The way no omoka say consultative assembly. Okay. I say say lawyer for edwedi for nankwasi for wanzan for ekuya for oh obia emrebi na yenhwe yenye constitution ebe yama yinyina Ghana Bar Association mo se mo de sebio omo ya lawyer for na omuni your friend saying
anti-boy for
entinasi na nanse ye nche obi a no ye president at the time no Ghana Bar Association president no la okujetu what can what TV station be say on the high side no it was wrong omonu wanunu
okay
say omankobi because constitution no from 1992 enwani kuta constitution bi eni ho achese wi 1960 constitution by 65 yebuguye 69 de no by 72 yebuguye 79 de no by 81 yebuguye we any constitution at me standing na sani ma ekwu nyina no oba penny na nakunedo Ajima Rollins no ka ho bi yenu mranti efreye me na menye keda say okay yemwa nti bibia mete no me frɛ mrantie and they started say ye meeting kakra. This is around February March 1992 sabre na party ni ho ni e frɛ ho Eagle Club.
I see.
Yeah, ye gusua na ti say ya form bibi Dankwa Busia Club na domo nka ho.
The Eagle Club no by Ansah na Dankwa Busia.
Yes.
Okay.
And ebenya Heritage Club. So here Dankwa Busia Club no and editi MPP. Heritage no nkruma for no omo ntimi anti party baako. Yenya NIP, National Independent Party. Papa akoko dako. Ono na edi enimu. Enya Heritage Party, General Eskin. Enya PNC, Dr. Hila Liman. And the CPP phone bi so ekoti another NCC something with Reverend Koku Boatin be from Nkoko Train. Yeah, from Nkoko Train. Only NCP, National Convention Party. Hona aka.
Oh, okay.
Everybody NDC no. And Eguso Eagle Club. Oh. I could meet one friend say, Sabre no phone mobile phone ni ho. Say papa bi hwem hwan your friend yiti mensa. The date yiti mensa. Kasha sala papa. Madam Peso Besra woni onkrofo.
Ewa hifa.
Ewa gaskiya cinema Sabon Zongo. Unim Zongo, aboso kan Zongo.
Aboso kan.
Yes.
Okay.
There was a senior hall. Friends said gaskiya. Yo, and me bobo. Young men around any woman. You buy around 4:30. We hear na kunedu na boy. na sabre no wote Rollins din a e ka Rollins amasa enya agro na ne yire aba gaskiya cinema ene be twitwen kombo masa na enya smart ye wiye ne jiye ese o mo yade na mo banye baby fofo bi ami akosabe ni entity constituencies no because we share 1979 no third republic near 140 seat in parliament.
Okay.
Oh, the mecha na 140. Until the constituency be any ho. E bubumu keke. Sabe nye ye hihye no. Ene de no call papa bi, your friend Mr. Okan. E wo sukura. Zabrama line. Ukọ dansuman side ofi abuzongo junction e ko ha. Na da e call ho no. Na ya anajo. Na papa ni fie so. So ukọ ha wo park wo kwan ho. No one nanti. Mpete mulungu sana ako. You could do what na me na Nigeria nche. O kan o ketwi kasa na no ma yi ano wa house akese. All of a sudden light off.
Oh,
I'm telling you. You do
just do so no e sha se when you pa o do so no oni e na e to pay.
Na me jira na me ho po. Masa na nya smartin. Obey o she atade bi na etitia e be si ni kutugi. Yes. Ano dan ni hwe me na. O sa den kasa usuru. Hwe me ho. Me kita na so me ni edi me so koso kasa. Ahono esum no na nya agro. And now, baby, if you know, I need Shimunu, I walk out when I take up baby at the car, look, I am packing. Ewa,
but I said, I'm soldier for Cano.
Soldier, do me.
Now, soldier for Cano.
Baby, what do one security guy be about? No, soldier, I do cry. It told be on one a cacano. They Toyota, calling out a Indian. Any be. This is the work. Kakra. And a tea party no. Da ye be me frame me. Ko pe bibia ye be den. Ye be tenase. Atu din no. Say ya wo akoda ye be tu ni.
I see.
Me call Center for National Culture and Art Center. Me ku tue sika no. Ade chie. Ye tu din no. NDC na Ansah na NDC ne beba no. So Obakaya in 1992 ye beti party no. Na nye NDC. Na NDP. National Democratic Party. Enti na afi ye wo groups. The Eagle Club no. You were another Eagle Club bi. Any the late
NDP radio was so much what
now your groups the front any Eagle Club any another Eagle Club mono
I see
any year free walk us out the way MP ni the Urakramufa or no any Ofuriata be Dr. Farouk Brema Dr. Kublenu, Dr. B. Obeye MPP wala da de kutopon ha in 1992. No mu group no so ho. And they were Guzitano num la rajete num twitchinum meje wo group sa. And if so na ye won krofo bi so a omo so no mu ye UP for. You can talk of Jesus Anna. No. Wo so a champion. Munufie who was a minister. Operate Ebro the Nebuno East. Almost so any CPP for so. And Tietna say fairness, David. Yen NDC National Democratic Congress.
Okay.
What did I make I say? Congress. Let's say
amalgamation of different groups.
This is where the name NDC. Nanka NDP. Inti will be obedi mean will be dear to the make home. One copper and you my year in first. Nana kuna do me a year in first were NDC. Nay NDP. Nanam pedu ne time.
When you say
party, NDP, Akata Manso, NDP echire mo cassette no NDP
what do you say the late Dr. Sapon and you mark and the blame wo how Kwame wo ubo trinko e wo
you see
no it's with you check my hair
oh nana mpedu the sign
yeah
the first song na NDP akatamanso NDP National Democratic Party ye be in Congress no ana e man nana mpedu e ndey e sam ye no NDC and a car ye di microphone e toso e painting NDC e wan kra anagana me na me car no first
I see
yes with that you know I train many ubi a me car NDC car first because cars na I was in charge be a painting car no ni I would dance ma if you be na ningi na kunu do ajma runnings
and it's that processes when she was involved
me kasa me kaba ningi na hwe otimi sabe nko ni office ni party office be bia yetna na bi ni echi ne benya paloma ono yes ho nyina otimi ba ono an wo drive small Toyota no aba park on paloma eni mo hono uko ni ma on ko inside no parking che oda no bi no he de ejuma nkoso enye se bia metina me kan e bia me ka se ono nko a ne emu obie ni ho a enne ye ka ndisi asema obeyi betima I mean nekura no hwan wo hwe parliament ane ayi wo he omu ayi won shares as 1992 no aka nipa he only two people Colin Zauda any speaker of parliament omo nyina oko party no from the top to the bottom it's only one person it is said nketia omo mo kan nyina e chiri ma enti ye kasa ye nim de ye ka ejuma wodi and then to even galvanize people for NDC oni ndio ye ni 31st no okonima ejano ni mama keto no kusi school de keskenda ama emanu a ombe di dwano se be ya omo be dwaso a omo de nkoda no beba e do kugu school ho enti tema ye be from NDC no aye we num bebre enti ye estimate be na she was having about over 2 million women following
Alajuwa.
Yes.
Alaji, this is not possible.
The whole Ghana. I'm telling you.
With 31st. No?
31st. In Kurasi. Yeah, we need it to be in 1992. I'm saying either in price.
Wow.
The one of the constituencies, apart from Koko, either in price or say a bit of Nani pada mini ejuma party headquarters no. Ono free kroma na mkuta say, "Hey Dana. Getimi wini sai seat no." Osa menua. Ye kon krase ni omusi omampani ye bia emma hoda. Aji na nakuno do atmo no so. Nti na mutuma ani kuno. This is when 1992. 1992. Na ye na from community to community. Anaju ewia anepa. Ni sheshe ma memunu from tell me kind of gaskiya cinema I just go home baby say we buvu no kra
me say enne your friends say ye efruko for time eba be pem enne ye first lady for ne vice president yirinum bag moko to aso
he ye shishe party ni wie da posters NDC press posters akatamanso no enko busa na kuna na o abrante bi onye mbi ko kojo mama
yeah
obeye bono ahafo deputy regional minister so obeka ya
yeah
ono ni nam ye kokumasi da ye di posters no e ma me forecast say yemfa nko 2 for Ashanti, 2 for Buruan Hafo. Na sabre no the regional secretary regional minister in then no also a champo. No regional minister. Ena Ike Aje Mensa the late. No so ebe ye regional chairman e Buruan Hafo. Ni bani minister of Trade and Industry, current minister, ne papa no.
Oh, lady.
Yes.
Me referee.
Yes. Ne papa. Na sa Brendan Rollins say me asphalt efiri Kumasi ekosunyani. Na yekodru Kumasi. Masa, baby a yebe packet ka akora na enye easy. Enti na enyum Kwame Nkrumah secretary ha. Woni hwan no akɔhye NDC atade ananti ho.
Adentia.
Akonta besi ye GMI, akonta besi ye GMI, akonta besi ye GMI. Nti da ye kokoma se na manfo kura suru. Driver kura ni enye bi nko.
Wo mo form a party ni we now position is it.
Masa na me ejuma party headquarters.
As what?
Auxiliary worker.
Okay.
Yes. Nkuta position there.
Okay.
Me be a deputy national organizer after 18 years.
Oh, I see.
Yes. 18 years. Then so masa. It can be a man 40.
I see.
Yes. Yeninam all over the country. All over the country. Na kunedu. Because Rollins said no near that. I said no crown. In fact, I said one pet. You see, if she said you no okasa. I remember that you were in the Guti, the consultative assembly or international conference room. No?